Hello everybody and welcome to the United Stand. It is the January transfer window deadline day in February. We are going to start with some major breaking news that is coming in from Pletty Goal. It's that Manchester United target Mathys Tel is on his way to Tottenham. I'm joined by Jordan. We're going to have a jam-packed action day, deadline day for you guys. We are here until 8 p.m. Different guests, different special guests, a very special guest calling in about an hour and a half. But more on that later. Jordan, Mathys Tel, who looked like he was coming to Manchester United, according to Florian Plettenberg, is on his way to Spurs.
Yeah, I think it was just a pipe dream from our side that we could get somebody of that quality, that potential on loan. They want it with a view to a deal at the end, and we just don't have the money, do we?
I'm just going to interrupt you. There is now zero chance Manchester United will sign Mathys Tel on deadline day. Fabrizio Romano, Mathys Tel to Tottenham on loan. Here we go. Manchester United wanted a loan, so what on earth has happened here? Straight loan, no buy option clause. Agreement reached between clubs. Bayern have accepted the player's decision, and the player is on his way with his agent Gadi Kamara. The deal is in place. It's a here we go. Mathys Tel to Tottenham Hotspur. So Manchester United have massively messed this one up, big time.
Well, I don't know if we've messed it up. We just don't have the money to guarantee the deal at the end. I feel like that's where we're at. And
but this is a loan with no buy option.
No buy option at all.
What Fabrizio's reporting is Tel is going to Tottenham now on a straight loan with no buy option. So how have Manchester United
How have we balls that up? How have we messed that up? Unbelievable. No buy option. Unbelievable.
It is bad. We're going to get into everything Manchester United.
The only thing I'd say is what's the loan fee?
It will come out, but it hasn't come out yet.
Because that potentially might be the only way we've not been able to
A reminder
to get around
that Daniel Levy, the Tottenham chairman, flew to Munich to meet face-to-face with Mathys Tel.
Yeah.
And Tel said no. So what on earth has changed his mind? What a story for Tottenham.
Unbelievable scenes. Unbelievable. And like I say, we need to try and understand the finances of how this was structured, because I can't see how we've paused this one. I mean, we've paused a lot up over the years. But how have we not managed to pull this one off if it's just a straight shootout between Spurs and Man United, no obligation to buy at the end? The only thing I can think of is the loan fee. Speechless, to be honest.
My understanding, obviously, I've got my phone here, guys. We'll be bringing you the latest look already, just since we were live 5 minutes ago.
Absolutely
popping off. The phone is going off. Let me tell you.
God, you've got all the big names messaging, haven't you?
Let's basically sum up where we're at on Mathys Tel. So it was my understanding that if Tel was to leave in this January transfer window, because that's what we'll call it, a January transfer window, even though the deadline.
Yeah.
So if Tel was to leave in this January window, he needed guaranteed playing time. His first choice was to go to Arsenal, his second was Manchester United, and his third was Tottenham. So it seems that Manchester United couldn't agree a straight loan, apparently, because this is what Romano's reporting, that it's a straight loan. So Manchester United couldn't agree a straight loan.
Yeah.
And probably couldn't, but we said we'd give him playing time. Arsenal couldn't do it, but Tottenham have now done it. So to run it back, he turned down Spurs. United made an offer, but Bayern rejected 2 United offers due to guaranteed payment, but now he's joining Spurs on a loan deal with no buy option. So something doesn't make sense.
Playing time can't be an issue. I mean, you look at the state of our squad now. Antony's gone out the door, Rashford's gone out of the door. We weren't exactly the most creative team going forward with them in the squad. How are we not in a position to offer him the guaranteed playing time? If there's no guaranteed obligation to buy at the end of the loan, I really don't understand how we balls this up. I just don't get it. It's mad. Like I just look at the performance yesterday and the team selection. Like, we are literally screaming out to the board that this manager needs support. He needs bodies. He needs people in the door that can play his system. Players like Tel that can play in multiple positions to give us those options. And it just sounds like it was, a straightforward deal for us to do. And Tottenham have beaten us to it. It's mad. It's just turning us into more of a joke of a club. It's just getting harder and harder to understand what is going on with this board.
Manchester United need to do something. Manchester United need to get their move on. There's about 5 hours to go. No, probably more than that. But Manchester United need to get their move on because time is running out and Manchester United need a signing. Let's just run over basically what's going on. What are the key deals at the moment? So Mathys Tel to Tottenham, Fabrizio Romano, here we go, done deal. Ben Chilwell, undergoing a medical ahead of a loan move to Crystal Palace. So I'll run through these and then you can tell me what you think based off it after. Ben Chilwell is undergoing a medical, is my understanding, ahead of a loan move from Chelsea to Crystal Palace. I understand that Palace will be paying around £100,000 per week for his wages, obviously not for the loan deal. And he had his medical there. He was going through it this morning. No news on if he's passed that, but he hasn't played in a while. I'm assuming that there's going to be no hiccups, but it's deadline day, so you never know. Interestingly, talking on the topic of Crystal Palace, Tottenham bid £70 million this morning, last night, for Mark Gahey, Crystal Palace centre-back, but he is expected to stay as it stands. Nicolas Gonzalez, City are in negotiations to sign the Porto midfielder, release clause £50 million. Axel Disasi, Tottenham have ended their interest in Disasi. Villa remain an option, but his wages are a hurdle. Christopher Nkunku, Chelsea's price is too high for Manchester United. It's my understanding also on Chelsea, while we're talking about it, that João Felix and AC Milan are into advanced negotiations to close that deal. And Lloyd Kelly is bound for Juventus from Newcastle in a £20 million deal of an initial loan followed by an obligation to buy in the summer. So, of the names I've just dropped and released there, what's your thoughts? What's the standout for you? What one are you really looking to keep out? And also, if you guys in the chat have any transfer questions, get your super chats in. My phone is here. I will ask whatever you guys want. So get at us.
Well, first of all, Manchester City have broken 3,000 rules and have still managed to sign 5-6 players and galvanise their squad for the second half of the season, and still managed to find a way around financial fair play. Go on.
Again, we've had another here we go.
Go on.
We've had another here we go. As I told you, they were in advanced negotiations, Manchester City.
Oh, well, there we go.
And Nico Gonzalez. I've just seen that Fabrizio Romano has said, Nico Gonzalez to Manchester City. Here we go. New midfielder for Pep Guardiola, as Manchester City will pay the same amount as the release clause, worth £50 million, but it's with a different structure. He is allowed to travel for the medical and the contract signing soon. Story is confirmed. So everybody is moving except Manchester United.
Sounds about right. The only other thing is I mean, there was rumours, wasn't there, about us linked to Leon Bailey.
Yep.
We've obviously been doing business with Aston Villa. Maybe behind the scenes, something is happening there, which is why we've stepped away from Tel. That's just me giving the board maybe the benefit of the doubt because, like you said, there's still 5 hours left. If I had a choice between the two, I know who I'd be picking. Maybe that's a poll that we can put in for the people in the chat.
Between who?
Between Tel and Bailey.
Let's do it. If we can get a poll in the chat, please. Would you rather sign Mathys Tel or Leon Bailey? Who would you go with? I think, to be honest, the majority are going to say Tel.
They're going to say Tel.
They're going to say Tel.
That's what I'm saying. So I don't know if we've been told no, talks have progressed with Villa and we're in a position where that deal is quite far down the line. But, you know, we've seen players outside training grounds and deals haven't been done, you know, at that later stage, and players have pulled out or teams have pulled out. So it's not really an excuse. It just seems mad, mental to me. Like I say, you look at the Man City thing, you know, they can find a way around it. They've looked at the season they had pre-Christmas and gone, right, we need to bring in 4 or 5 players in to try and galvanise this squad and have a better go at it the second half of the season. And they've gone out and made those signings. Meanwhile, we're still sat here and all we've brought in is a left wing back. We've let 2 forwards go and we've brought nothing in. And it's not like we're the most creative side anyway. We weren't creative with them in the squad. So let alone without them. And you look at the players that were selected yesterday, Maino in a false 9 and whatnot. Is that the manager screaming out to the board saying, I need options, I need you to support me? It's just mental. And I really hope in the next 4 or 5 hours, your phone starts blowing up and there's some movement.
Well, let's get into it because this is an absolute disgrace. How have Manchester United bottled the Mathys Tel deal? We will bring you the latest. I'm just waiting to hear back from a few people. But Fabian, welcome to the United Stand Members Club. Damn, that's Chris. Welcome to the United Stand Members Club. CY7, welcome to the United Stand Members Club. Muriyuki says our only hope is the academy. What a mess. And Cruel.cs, welcome to the Members Club. And so it's not just Manchester United that aren't doing business. Arsenal are quite quiet at the moment. But another bit of breaking news is I've just had a message from West Ham that say we are pleased to announce the signing of Evan Ferguson on loan from Brighton and Hove Albion for the remainder of the 2024-2025 season. That is another player Manchester United could have got and didn't.
Yeah. A player that we were quoted something 60, 70 million when we were interested in him.
United tax.
Yeah, and he's ended up going on loan for free. Unless the manager's looked at him and gone, that isn't a player that he's interested in. But look at our striker options. The fact the manager's left both strikers on the bench yesterday and played a midfielder in that position is screaming out to those strikers that he does not think they're good enough. Like, it's as simple as that. Regardless of, what we say about them, whatever, that is the manager sending a message that he doesn't feel that neither of them are good enough. There's no reason to rest both. That was a tactical decision that he's made. So, again, Ferguson's a player that we were linked to, under a previous manager. But again, there are deals out there in January. Everyone keeps saying this January market's so tough. Everyone else is managing to do business without spending crazy money. There are loan deals that are available. Look at the players we've loaned out, but just nothing seems to be coming in. One left back.
It's a disgrace. To put it lightly, it is a disgrace. Tel has changed his mind. His plane is on the way to London. Tel has done a U-turn. He has said yes. So if you're just joining us on the United Stand on this deadline day, we are 13 minutes into the show. We have had 2 here we goes already, but not Manchester United really related. We are here to bring you the latest until the deadline. Let me run you through the Matias Tel saga. Tel set to join Spurs. Tel rejects Spurs. Tel, United are in the race. Then United agree personal terms with Tel. Then the deal is off because Bayern wanted guaranteed money. Then the deal is on, and then he joins Spurs on a straight loan. The most bizarre story of the month by far. And it's embarrassing and it's a disgrace, and there has to be a very, very, very detailed and good response as to why Manchester United have not been able to close this deal for Matias Tel.
Yeah, I really, really don't understand it, because when you actually write it down point for point, there is no reason why we shouldn't have done this deal. The whole obligation to buy thing, I can understand why we've sort of stepped back. But if it's just a straight loan and just a guarantee over playing time, then, we're screaming out for players in that position. The fact that he can play in multiple positions, suggests to me that we could guarantee him a 70-80% game start ratio, and we just haven't been able to do the deal. And it just sums up the whole best in class thing that we talked about. Who is negotiating these deals? We've still got Krusty the Clown upstairs trying to negotiate these deals of taking players out and bringing players in, because nothing seems to be happening. Nothing's moving forward. We are terrible in the January transfer window and have been for a number of years, and we're down to the last 5 hours. We've known this window was coming. You could see the fixtures from when Amorim took over. They haven't been good enough. Every fan can see what areas of the team are struggling and what type of players that we need to bring in. And like I said, we're in a position where all we've brought in is one wing back. It just isn't good enough.
Basically, the situation at the moment is most clubs in the Premier League, including Leicester, including Wolves, these struggling clubs,
Ipswich, flying,
are making moves on deadline day. They're discussing a swap deal, including, let me just triple confirm before I say the wrong thing, but Leicester and Wolves are in discussions at the moment for a swap deal for Connor Cody and Craig Dawson. It's a straightforward swap deal. They are discussing that at the moment. They're exploring that swap deal. Everybody but Manchester United and Arsenal and Chelsea, it seems, are making moves. City, here we go. Tottenham, here we go. Manchester United considering their options, FC. I mean, we may as well rename ourselves to Considering Our Options United, because why do we spend so much time considering but we never make any moves. It doesn't make any sense. Let's go through some super chats. Cruel member for 21 months says, not gonna lie to you, we are up Schitt's Creek without a paddle. Watch this space. It will be Amorim out by the summer. INEOS out. The bunch of clowns. So do you genuinely? So let's talk about Ruben Amorim for a minute.
Yeah.
So he joined Manchester United when he wanted to join at the end of the season, right? So, but we persuaded him to come. Do you think he was promised some reinforcements in the January window? Because all I'm saying is, right, if he was promised some signings, we haven't provided, and we keep on the form that we're at, he then starts to think, maybe this is an impossible job to do. Could he walk?
Okay, so there's a couple of factors to answer in that question. First of all, I think it's a combination of two things. I think he was promised, or would have been promised, certain things in January, which haven't prevailed, and then a lot more in the summer. But I also feel like he's got that air of arrogance about him that he looked at the squad and just naturally believed he could get more out of those players. I think he looked at the transfer value fees that we paid for some of those players, some of them being internationals or ex-internationals, looked at it and backed himself and thought, do you know what, I'm going to go into this squad, and just through his own ability, he was going to get more out of them. I feel like since he's come in, I feel the intensity of the Premier League, the frequency of games, the lack of training time, I feel like a number of things have probably caught him off guard, and maybe things that he underestimated. I feel like he's probably learned more about himself as a manager in the last 4 months than he probably had in his whole managerial career. The quality of the squad, I think, again, has caught him off guard at how poor they actually are, and the lack of football IQ in some of those players, again, has caught him off guard. Then you move on to the board. It's all if buts and maybes. We are interested FC, interested to everybody, but signed very little. I think that's probably shocked him as well, the fact that a club the stature of Manchester United hasn't been able to get deals done and really bring in players to support him. He's living on a never ever, where in the summer we'll get you this, in the summer we'll get you that, where he needs it here and now. The other final part for me to answer that question, sorry to go on, is that I just feel like he's got that Conte about him where I can see him walking. I really can, and I know that's wild, but if he's been brought here on false promises where we're going to back you with X, Y, and Z, and then the board doesn't come through, for me, he just comes across like the type of guy that is really outspoken, backs himself, an air of arrogance, where he will just go, do you know what? No. This club is not backing me. It's not giving me the tools that I need to succeed. And he'll think about his own reputation. And I think he would walk before he sits there and rots and goes down like a sinking ship.
It's definitely an interesting situation. It's definitely one to watch as the window carries on. It's 2:20. What an action-packed start to the Transfer Deadline Day show. Get your super chats in. I'm going to answer. We are going to answer all your transfer-related and Manchester United-related questions. Vigna Liar says, but we're calm, lads. We've got the best-in-class board. We have to be financially stable, you know. What do we know in INEOS we trust? No?
I'm not buying it. I said to you before, like, you talk about this whole lifelong fan malark. If you've watched this club since Sir Alex retired, you can see what's going wrong. And if you especially took note of it from under Ollie, Ten Hag, you're very much aware of certain players who have seen a number of managers and have let a number of managers down and have certain characteristics. You know exactly who needs to go and what changes need to be made. The fact that we've knocked on a manager's door, brought him in earlier than he wanted to, with a unique style of play, and haven't backed him and have just basically gone, there you go, this is what you've got, try and make it work. It's not going to work. And we're going to keep losing games. And it's just crazy to me that, you know, we haven't been able to do the loan deals and the IOUs to bring players in January to just give him more. And we're not looking at, we don't need to bring in 6-7 players in January. If you're able to bring in 2-3 players that can hit the ground running in January, that's enough to build up some level of momentum and get us to the summer, and then the rebuild can actually start. But to turn around in January and bring a left wing back in, and that's pretty much it. And someone in the comments is saying about Heaven, the signing that we've brought in from Arsenal, that he's going straight into the first team, that he's first team ready.
It was phrased by Manchester United as a first team signing, but he's not first team ready. No. All the Arsenal fans tell you he's not first team ready.
He's not first team ready, but that's the board's way of going.
We've given you two first team signings.
We've given you 2 first team signings, and we've also signed Ahmed on a long contract.
But that's not a signing.
That's not a signing.
It's great. It needed to happen, but it's not a signing.
It's not a signing.
We can see through you, INEOS. We are not falling for your games. Let's carry on. Darren Mullaney says we must go for Leon Bailey now. We will get into that poll in a minute. Wee says, Dear Sam, any Leacher replacement? That's his first super chat. Thank you very much. Dear Sam, any Leacher replacement? Manchester United haven't officially commented or said any word on whether we will go to replace Lisandro Martinez, but with that Heaven deal now in place and confirmed, it would surprise me if Manchester United moved for a centre-back. But it's deadline day. We're live. We will never say never. Paul O'Brien says, how do we mess up that loan? What sort of clowns are running this football club? Best in class. Spoofers. Protests need to restart. Glenn C says, our next league game is going to be interesting. And guess who Tottenham's next league game is? Guess when Tel's going to make his debut?
Not against us.
Uh-huh.
Is he really?
Yeah. Just saw that.
Oh, great. Destined to score the winner against us, isn't he?
Tottenham, apparently, producer Greg, I just got a little jump there. Tottenham will cover full salary of Matias Tel until June as part of the loan agreement with FC Bayern Munich. Maybe that's the reason Manchester United didn't move, because they wanted full wages covered, but still, we've just got Rashford's wages off the book, 75%. We'll get into
Rashford.
that. There's no buy option clause. Tel will be back to Bayern in June, so again, it's another saga to deal with. Anthony Tracy says United will spin Chido over Martin going into the first team. Serious player. Vignesh says it was a joke. Sam, it's Leah, not liar. Apologies for getting that wrong. Pete Phillips says, help, I'm at work getting stick for being Aston Villa's feeder club. With Martinez out, we're back to Maguire and Lindelof. How has this happened? And Vijaya says we should go for João Felix. João Felix, is my understanding, is closing in on a move to AC Milan. His agent, Jorge Mendes, is in London to close that deal. We will talk about Marcus Rashford. We will talk about Marcus Rashford now. Marcus Rashford, yesterday we revealed on the United stand the exclusive photos of Rashford and Aston Villa. Him sitting there, signing that dotted paper. Everyone said, oh, Sam, your photo's photoshopped. Oh, Sam, that's AI. I said, no, it's not. It doesn't look right. And it doesn't look right, but it was best for all parties. 75% of wages were covered for Marcus Rashford to go to Aston Villa. Multiple clubs were interested. Do you think Villa is where Rashford wanted to end up?
Probably not. I think the later they got into the transfer window, there was a lot of clubs sniffing, but very few clubs who financially were in a position to actually do the deal. I think the fact that we caught Villa just after the Saudi money had come in was right time, right place. For me, I would like to have seen him come out of his comfort zone and gone to another country and tested himself out there on loan. I like the idea of him going to AC Milan. I would like to have seen him in the Italian league. But then again, now that he is in the Premier League, I've got no issues with him going to Villa. I've got a lot of friends who are Villa fans. They seem to be over the moon and think that they've got a gem. I'm not so sure that they have, but I hope for Rashford's own sake that he is happy there and he finds some form. I think for me, a lot of the issues with Rashford seem to come, or the stories that you hear seem to come for his life outside of football. But if he's still going to be based in Manchester and then just drive into Birmingham each day, is that really taking yourself away from the temptation and the circle of friends and all that goes with it? No, not really. So I do hope that he can make the changes and adjustments, and he does hit the ground running. I don't think there's any Man United fan that wants to see him do badly. We'd all love to see him do well in a United shirt. So, but you know, it hasn't worked out. It hasn't worked out for a long period. I don't think anyone can just blame this on Amorim and say, oh, you know, Amorim singled him out and he's looking to make a statement with Rashford. I think it's a longer period. So. Yeah, we just need to see how it plays out. But yeah, I did see the photo that you posted, Sam, an exclusive from you. I did look at it, and it did look weird. It looked weird seeing him in a different kit, and weird. Stood next to somebody that wasn't a Manchester United person. Because we've always seen that. I remember seeing the pictures of him with Sir Alex when he was knee height kind of thing. It did look weird, but you know, you've shown me. I've seen you've got about 4 or 5 other different versions of that photo from the same photo shoot. So it was genuine. It was a world exclusive, and well done for you for dropping that.
Thank you very much. I appreciate that. Just another bit of news exclusive from myself. Talks are ongoing for Brighton player Simon Adringa to join Sunderland. He was previously quoted in a package with another Brighton player for around £100 million, but that player is now talks ongoing to join Sunderland. It's my understanding that deal is part of the Tommy Watson talks. Nothing advanced yet, but deal is moving. And now ESPN Julian Lawrence is reporting that Ange Postecoglou spoke with Mathys Tel at length earlier today and convinced him to come to Tottenham. This is a huge role played by the Spurs manager to get one of the most converted young players in Europe. So that's Ange Postecoglou directly involved in transfer negotiations for Matias Tel to join Tottenham. Can we sign Anthony Martial, says Bolo. No. Wow, we are desperate. We are desperate. Harry Maguire sent a super chat. Okay. Harry Maguire sent a super chat. He said, I'm glad the Glazers didn't approve any defender signings. I'm more than ready to play.
He wasn't great yesterday, was he?
I'm sure we'll get into yesterday's game.
He wasn't great.
Just wanted to get your Just get a message in that I need to check about Manchester United having an approach blocked for somebody. I will check and get back to you. But Patrick Dorgu, what do you think?
Yeah, first Amorim signing, interesting. Really looking forward to it. I think regardless of what system we play, we've struggled on the left side for a long time due to Luke Shaw's injury record. A player that we back, and when he's fit, we feel like he's one of the best in the league. But unfortunately, his availability just isn't great. So I'm really looking forward to seeing somebody come in that understands the wing back role and can play it. It also means that we can then potentially get Delo back onto the other side, which means that Mazraoui can potentially move into the middle to help replace Martinez. So it's a complete domino effect by bringing in one player that can play wing back. And this is what I'm saying, like, we don't need to sign 4 or 5 players in January. If we were able to bring 3 first-team players in that were ready and understand the 3-4-3 system, it would completely galvanise and transform our team from from January to the summer. But we just haven't been able to do it. And it's just really, really disappointing. But you look at him, he's fits the profile, big, strong, pacey, great engine on him. And I'm really looking forward to him coming in.
It's definitely an interesting and an intriguing signing, one that Manchester United actually did get right in with for Ruben Amorim, that left wing back position. It was needed. It was needed absolutely. It was heavily. There's rumours of people getting off private jets, the typical deadline day stuff, but we won't bring it in until it's confirmed. I'm also checking news right now. I just sent 2 different messages about how Manchester United have apparently had a approach blocked straight away for somebody, but I won't name that player until we get it confirmed. West Ham confirmed the signing of Evan Ferguson. Yeah. We kind of touched on it, but let's go into it more. Yeah. Manchester United obviously haven't and didn't move. Was it a regret, would you say, for not going for Evan Ferguson?
I don't know. It's a weird one, isn't it? Because, like I said, there was a time he was being quoted at 60, 70 million, and we were interested, but that was under a different manager. But, you know, as Amorim just looks at him and he doesn't fit the profile of what he wants. But I look at our strikers and I just really feel like he sent out a message to both players that he's not really happy with either of them. Like, for him to not start a striker yesterday, to me was wild. You know, you look at Mainu, he had one of his best games in a United shirt playing in the 10. For me, after that game, I said to myself, right, I don't want to see Mainu playing in any other position other than 10 now. Like, he needs a run of games in that position. Definitely more comfortable in the 10 than he is playing in the pivot. And then following game, he plays him as a false 9. It absolutely blows my mind. And he worked for 10 minutes, 15 minutes max. And after that, he just struggled. He just looked alien to him. So would we better off bringing a striker on loan? Yeah, we probably would have. And Ferguson hasn't had the greatest season. He's been frozen out, hasn't played a lot of football. We could definitely offer him football. And it's another decision I don't really understand. If there's no massive obligation to buy at the end of it, why are we not taking some of these players on loan to have a look at them?
It's interesting. Talking about loan deals, somebody that left Manchester United is Antony. Yep. Antony played his first game for Real Betis yesterday, and I was sent a little bit of kind of what happened in that game because I wasn't watching because, you know, I'm not a Real Betis fan. Antony made a great debut for Real Betis yesterday. He played at a 2-2 draw with Atletico Bilbao. He was selected man of the match. Antony said, I was looking forward to my first game, especially because it was at home in front of the Betis fans. I was very well received by everyone and I wanted to be on the field. I'm happy with my performance and for being able to help my teammates. We wanted to win. It was a difficult match, but we have the ability to win more. Antony remained on the pitch until the 72nd minute when he was then replaced. In addition to the goal, Antony was then crowned man of the match. He said, I needed a performance like that. I needed a performance like that, says Antony. It's not a mistake in your eyes to let him go to Real Betis if no other attacker comes in. Let me say it to you like this. If we get to the end of today and Manchester United didn't bring another attacker in, Marcus Rashford is gone, would you have kept Antony in hindsight?
Absolutely not. No. I've seen enough from Rashford and Antony that the decision to let both players move on, it was the right time. Neither were offering us anything in the first 11. Neither were putting any real pressure on players who are in the first 11. Both need to go away and play football. I think both have got to a point where it's good for them that they move on. If he goes to Betis and absolutely hits the ground running, and then we can get some form of transfer fee for him in the summer, great. It's not like he's been with us for 6 months. I think I'll use Xerxes as an example. Xerxes came in the summer, and by Christmas there was talk of, you know, he's ready to leave. Should he leave? Whatever. I hadn't really seen enough of him to make our minds up. Antony, the landscape is much bigger for us to be able to make a decision. There's certain leagues that I feel he'll do well in. In the Dutch league, he looked like an absolute monster in, which is why we signed him. If he goes to the Spanish league and he does well in the Spanish league, great. I'm happy for him.
That's as far as it goes for you.
Yeah, 100%. All it's doing is opening up the shop window that other Spanish teams or other teams around Europe will look and go, yeah, let's make an offer. He's available. Let's go and buy him.
It's definitely interesting. It's definitely interesting to say the least. So, in your eyes, is Antony's career at Manchester United over?
Yeah, I think it was over a long time ago. Honestly, I do. He's just a very, very limited baller, and I feel like you can get away with just being that one-footed in certain leagues. But if you are going to be that one-footed, you got to be Iron Robin. And he just isn't that. And I feel like he's been found out. There's not through lack of trying. You can't ever knock his work rate. He always tries when he's on the pitch, but he's just limited. So if he can go and find first team football elsewhere, and we can claw back some of the horrendous transfer fee that we paid for him, I wish him the best of luck.
Fair enough, and I'm sure most, if not all, the Manchester United fans in the chat agree with you. Get your questions in. It is transfer deadline day. We are here until the deadline. Goldbridge will also be here. Shenanigan says the market crashes has made United vulnerable due to a £45 million loss due to our debt being in US dollars, but our account is Great British pounds. This means we have to be prudent until the summer. Sounds like the INEOS spokesman under a different name there, sending that super chat in.
What was the name of the person who said that?
Shenanigans.
Okay, Shenanigans. What difference does that make with bringing players in on loan then? What's your excuse for that?
Shenanigans. You get at Jordan. You tell Jordan what you think. Matt says, so when are the protests going to start? Mass walkout? They won't. Disgusting club, fickle fan base. We deserve everything that is happening to us. Manchester United fans are fuming. They are I think Manchester United fans were we weren't expecting much. But the fact that we've let Rashford go, the fact that Xerxes and Højlund were on the bench yesterday, we're not winning games, we're constantly losing, and we haven't made a move for an attacker. There's still time yet, don't get me wrong, but as it stands, we haven't made a move for an attacker. It's not good enough, it's not acceptable, and there's really no excuses. There's
no excuses, and I'll tell you something. When Sir Jim was buying the club, he was in the press all the time, and there was statements and interviews and whatnot. Yeah. He's gone missing. Well, like, where is he? Get him out. It's all very well sending open letters to fans. I want to hear from him. I seen the thing the other day where fans stopped him and were rude to him. I don't agree with all that. When they shout anything about ticket prices, I understand the point of about the ticket prices going up, and that isn't right. But I feel there's a way to approach things and to articulate things and to approach a man in the street or in the car park or whatever isn't right. However, I'd like to hear from Sir Jim. I'd like to hear.
So say for example, it would never ever happen. But say Sir Jim was sat in that chair right now. If you could ask him one thing, what would you ask him? And chat, let me know if Sir Jim was sat next to us right now. What is one thing you would ask him?
That the club was a joke when you took it over, and I feel it's more of a joke now. I feel like
we've got worse since Sir Jim came in.
Yeah, because he's being painted as Scrooge, where we thought we were getting Scrooge McDuck, and that's the biggest thing about it, is he's coming in and he's cutting money on staff and charities and things that really hit a nerve, especially at Christmas time and whatnot. He's making really, really, really brutal decisions, but then doesn't seem to be following that up by putting his own money in and bringing players in order to make this team better. You've gone and signed a manager. When you made the decision to sack Ten Hag and bring a new manager in with a completely different style of play, did you not realise that you would need to get your wallet out and back that manager? Otherwise, it's pointless. Because our form now is worse than it's ever been. Sitting there watching these performances is worse than it's ever been. And people keep talking to me about possession stats or whatever. Yeah, the possession's great. But the possession's in areas where the opposition doesn't win your football games. No, but the possession's in areas where the opposition are happy to let us have it, because we are absolutely toothless going forward. We are pathetic. It's embarrassing. So then to let two attackers go, which I've already said, I'm happy for those attackers to leave because they weren't offering us anything in the 11 and they weren't putting pressure on players that are in the 11. But to let them leave and reduce the manager's options, you've got to bring bodies in. And we just haven't done it. One wing back is not enough. And then to see players go into clubs like Tottenham that we should be in for on deals, which on paper, I'm sure there is more to it than meets the eye, but on paper, it looks like we should be signing these players because there's no massive outgoings, there's no massive obligations to buy. Evan Ferguson going to West Ham, again, another player that we were linked to. Why are we not getting these done? That's two players on loan without massive outlays we should be bringing in, and they would make a difference to our team.
Apparently, according to sources in Germany, Sky Sports Germany sources, it's apparently Tel's choice, the type of the deal that's about to go through. So Tel can choose if it's a permanent deal. Tel can choose if it's a loan with obligation. Tel can choose if it's loan with buy option, or Tel can choose if it's just a straight loan deal, which makes me think that Tottenham have actually folded, and it's not as good a deal as it seems if Tel is in full control, if you know what I mean.
Yeah, but again, what can Spurs offer
That we can't.
or that we couldn't?
Yeah.
That's what I'm struggling to understand. I don't get it.
Agreement reached in principle for the loan of João Felix now between AC Milan and Chelsea, as reported this morning. It is agreement reached in principle. João Felix, another player Manchester United were linked with in that number 10 position. Would you have gone for João Felix, or are you happy that we've stayed away and he is now, it looks, on his way to AC Milan?
He's not a player I was really interested in, to be honest. Again, I feel he's a luxury player that comes into a squad that is already performing well, and then you want to add a touch of flair to it. What we need is workhorses, players who understand the manager's system and are willing to cover the ground and to put the work in. And I just don't see João Felix as that type of player. So he's one that I'm not going to sit here and be like, we should be in for. If he's gone to AC Milan, I think he'll actually do really, really well in the Italian league. Hasn't really worked out for him at Chelsea, but I feel that's more to do with Cole Palmer's form. He's just undroppable, absolute baller, and hasn't been able to move him on. He's on a 7-year contract. So if Chelsea can move him on to AC Milan, I feel that's good business for them.
It's definitely decent business for Chelsea, but they haven't brang anyone in. Another striker that could be on the move is Wissam Ben Yedder. He's in talks with Venezia FC over a deadline day move. What a fall off that is.
To where?
Venezia FC. They are... I've never heard of them.
What country's that?
I've never heard of them, to be honest with you. Let me get this up. Wissam Ben Yedder, according to Le Parisien, is... entered deadline day talks over a move for Serie A side Venezia FC. They are 19th place in Serie A. Wissam Ben Yedder could be on the move to a 19th place. Wow, that's a fall off. To say it politely.
I have absolutely never heard of them. Like, you know, the Conor McGregor, who the fuck is that guy? who the hell are they? Yeah, okay, all the best. Wish you the best of luck in Italy. Yeah.
Yeah.
My only hope is with Amorim that the board have said we get past, is it June 1st or July? June 1st is the date, isn't it? Mm-hmm. And then we come out absolutely swinging. You know, this is just me hoping, guys. Just let me feel better about myself. that we're going to come out swinging June 1st, and he's going to spend 200 million and bring in players that he needs. Plus, then whatever he manages to sell.
It's Venice, by the way, the club. Venice.
It's Venice. Oh, right. Okay.
It was just written in like Venezia. Yeah. Yeah, it's Venice. It's Venice. But Tel has landed at Farnborough Airport ahead of his proposed move to Tottenham. Yeah, that really threw me off. I can
just see people in the comments.
Yeah.
Tell him it's Venice.
Yeah, it threw me off. It threw you off as well, so I'm having none of that from you. Mathys Tel is in England now ahead of a move to Spurs. The structure of the deal to take Tel from Bayern Munich to Tottenham is still being negotiated. Postecoglou spoke in length with Mathys Tel this morning. United and Arsenal were also interested. Moving on. I
got a point on that.
Yeah.
If he has spoken to the manager, we know from statements that he's made that he's just all out attack, isn't he? Like that's what he's about. So if you're a young attacker and you've spoken to Spurs and he's described the way he wants to play football, that may seem more appealing to him than going to Manchester United and the work rate that's going to be required to play in Amorim's team and what's expected. Whereas we can see from Spurs, he's no defence, all attack. That may be a thing that he's looked at it and gone, my game is more suited to what Spurs are going to ask of me. Maybe. I don't know. I'm making excuses for Sir Jimmy, guys. I'm just trying to understand what the hell's gone on behind the scenes. But it's interesting that the manager's got on the phone. He is Aussie Bielsa, and he's got one way of playing football, and that's all-out gun-ho attack. So maybe that's more suited to him.
It's definitely interesting to say the least. Manchester United, an intermediary, tried to bring a unnamed midfielder from the Ligue 1 in France to Manchester United, but that talk was immediately rebuffed, apparently working on getting a name. There's private jets landing in Manchester. I'm expecting that to be the Manchester City signing.
That's just Mark coming to the office.
Oh yeah, it could be.
Yeah.
It could be Mark. Milan close to agreement for João Felix, as exclusively reported. Now a deal from outgoings from the Premier League. It is Mario Lemina from Wolves. He is set to join Galatasaray in a deal worth £2.5 million. This is according to transfer guru Ben Jacobs. This follows a failed attempt by Al Sha'ab to sign Lemina. That is another move that's going on. It's all going on at transfer deadline day. Manchester United, according to Tyrone Marsh at the Manchester Evening News. Chat, listen to this, okay? The Manchester Evening News are reporting that Manchester United's recruitment team are relaxed about the prospect of ending the transfer window without a striker. We are relaxed about the prospect of ending this transfer window without a striker. How? How are you relaxed about that? What person in the senior leadership team can be relaxed about the fact that we're ending this window without a striker? Let me clarify what was said. Tyrone Marsh, senior football writer at the Manchester Evening News, Manchester United's recruitment team are relaxed about the prospect of ending the transfer window without signing a striker. What on earth?
Yeah, we're just trading more and more.
I have no words.
Yeah.
Like, there's so little we can actually say, because what is there to say? It's a disgrace.
Yeah.
How are you relaxed about the fact that Rasmus Højlund was on the bench yesterday, Joshua Zirkzee was on the bench yesterday,
Yeah.
Marcus Rashford is now out on loan at Aston Villa, Antony has joined Real Betis, you haven't brought anybody else in, Kobbie Mainoo started up front. Yes, he did a good job, yes, we'll touch on the game, but Kobbie isn't a striker. Yes, he hit the post, yes, he had a few good chances, but he isn't the striker and he isn't the solution there. So Manchester United are relaxed, apparently, about not bringing in a striker. How does that make any sense?
Makes no sense whatsoever. Absolutely none. We've actually got one striker, because Zirkzee says himself that he isn't an out-and-out number 9. He's a 9.5 and doesn't necessarily want to play there or see his best position as being the number 9. There's no goals in our team. It just isn't there. And this talk of if we create more chances, then the strikers would score more goals. Okay, well, let's use that as the thought process. You've let 2 number 10s go and brought nobody in. So how does that work? If you're happy with your strikers, okay, you're happy with them, you can't be happy with their output. Okay, so what's the reason for their output, their lack of output? It's not being creative enough. Okay, well, you've let 2 creative players leave in Antony and Rashford. Not necessarily saying that they were the most creative, but you've let 2 players leave and you've brought nobody in. And there's deals being done all over Europe that are loans with no obligations to buy. So again, it's just no excuse. So, okay, we'll park that. You're happy with our 2 strikers. You can't be happy with their output because we are not scoring goals. So let's take it back. What are we doing to fix that situation in the number 10 position? You've got Kobbie Mainoo, who played well there. You've took him out of that role and put him into the number 9. Shambles.
Exactly. Mic drop moment. Shambles. That's all you can describe it as. That's all you can describe it as, because the matter and the truth is, it's a shambles. Arsenal explored a deal for Matias Tel. It did not move anything further. Now, he is on his way to Tottenham. He has landed in England. We are expecting that deal to be wrapped up and completed very, very shortly. Guys, we will be joined at 3:30 if all goes to plan by a very special guest, so stay tuned and we will bring you that special guest when we can. Joel Glazer is obviously still involved. Yeah, go on.
Can you do that super chat? Because I want to have a go at him.
Okay. Interesting. So it's all getting heated here on transfer deadline day. Go on. You take the floor.
Chili Chichi, your super chat, I hope I've pronounced your name right. Would you rather us go into another panic buy like Cass or Antony? We started a real process and 6 months in, everyone is crying. So is that aimed at the signings? Because I'm not really sure where you're going with that, because there are players out there that we could bring in for not crazy money that understand Amorim's system. No one sat here having a go at Amorim and saying that he's in the wrong or whatnot. What we're saying is, my anger, my frustration is solely directed at the board. And I've said this time and time again when I've come onto this channel. We've backed a manager after the FA Cup win, extended his contract, brought in players that we thought were right for Ten Hag's system. We've then not had the results, and we've made the decision to get rid of Ten Hag for a manager who has a completely different style of play. We've encouraged him to take the job then and said it was then or never, when he wanted to take it in the summer and have a full pre-season and a transfer window to bring in players that he needed. We've brought him in and we've left him high and dry. And it's not about panic buys. I'm not sat here saying that we should be going out spending 60, 70 million pounds on players in January. I'm not necessarily saying that. I'm saying that there's players available that on loans, or there's deals to be done to bring players in that can play Amorim's system and to get us into a position where we can be competitive in the Europa League and try and work our way up the league to get us to the summer. At this moment in time, we've got square pegs in round holes. He's in a position where he's dropping both his strikers and playing a midfielder as a false nine. It isn't working. What that's doing is actually affecting two positions on the pitch. It's affecting your number 9, and it's taking a good number 10 out of the number 10, where he played man of the match in the last game. So I'm not saying that we need to go out and spend crazy money now. I'm just saying we can still back the manager in a way where we're clever, we're creative within our budget, and we can bring bodies in that will help him play the correct system. So please clarify your super chat.
Sheldon Hickey, welcome to the United Stand Members Club. Gummy Smith, I'm done with INEOS. Paul Mullin loan incoming. Super Paul Mullin. Dino de la Ville says, Sir Jim, aren't you a front for the Glazers? Keep it real, bro. Gummy Smith again says, I'd ask Sir Jim if he is sundowning, and then I'm not going to read the final bit out. Z3 Music Official says, see us in the streets, not in the seats. Glazers out, INEOS out. Shenanigans said, there are fees and a salary involved in a loan deal. They aren't free. Would you rather spend 4 million now or use that as 20 million AMA fee then in the summer? What do you have to say to that?
We just took our highest earner, 75% of our highest earners just come off of our books. And we're fortunate enough that another club has picked that salary up. We're then in a position where we can use that budget to bring players in that can help us. So your argument is absolutely flawed.
No further comment.
It's just flawed. It's just keyboard nonsense. It's flawed. We've let players go on big money. We've got budget within the salaries to bring somebody in. That's how business works.
Nasser de Giga is having a medical with Wolves ahead of a move from Serbian champions Red Star Belgrade. Wolves, another one that's bringing in a player. Tel is obviously, as reported, has landed at Farnborough Airport to close his deal to Tottenham. Kai says, can you realistically see us signing anybody today as of 2:55 p.m. in the UK on the 3rd of Feb on transfer deadline day? My answer is no. Akil says Jan window was done when the Quenda news broke. What do you make of that Quenda news? Did you see it?
No.
I will bring it up. Let me just go back and get it. Tom Grant says this best be a wind up. It's not a wind up. Andreas says next it will be Manchester United are relaxed about not being in Europe this year. And
let's see if they relax when we start losing sponsors. Let's see if we're relaxed at the end of the season when Adidas turn around and say we're cutting 50% of our sponsorship deal, or whoever else turns around and says we're not sponsoring your shirt sleeve anymore, or your watch sponsor or your car sponsor. Mm-hmm. Let's see how relaxed they are then when money stops coming in. It all comes in because of performances on the pitch, and we are not good on the pitch.
I couldn't have said it better myself. Bodjin says, member for 66 months of the United Stand. Thank you very, very much. I feel like a striker is a low priority. We need defenders, wingers and midfielders first in my book. Creativity is then up front and stability is then in the back. You have done... Did you do this one from Chili Chili about Casemiro and Antony?
Yeah.
And then Sean has said, our only attackers are Rasmus, Xerxes, Ahmad and Garnacho. That is already bad enough, but it only takes one injury and we are completely finished.
Yeah, again, this is what I'm saying. Like, I'm not saying that we shouldn't have let Rashford and we shouldn't let Antony go. No, it's right to let them go. They were both in a position, like I've said numerous times, where they weren't putting pressure on players that are in the starting 11 and they weren't starting 11 players themselves. My point is, you've let them go. You've got rid of their salaries. Somebody should be coming in to give us options. That's it.
Agreed. I agree. A full... we're close to full agreement now for João Felix to AC Milan. I've just had a message. They are saying João Felix with a pen signature, so that deal must be close. I'm expecting it. Here we go from Fabrizio. Soon, João Felix will become an AC Milan player. I can also report João Felix is not in the Chelsea squad ahead of their fixture at Stamford Bridge tonight. João Felix will not be there. I'm checking a name of another player who is also not going to be present in that Chelsea squad. Jay West says, are they relaxed because they're going for Quenda and Gyökeres in the summer? If they are going for Quenda and Gyökeres in the summer, that does give some explanation as to why Manchester United haven't moved, but brief it and tell us and calm us down and tell us that the fact that we've trying to basically done these pre-agreements with Quenda and with Gyökeres. Yeah. But we've had nothing. But that's no back signs to my encouragement.
That's back to my June 1st theory, hope, dream, is that come June 1st, the manager was promised certain players. You know, Gyökeres has already said he was never going to leave in January, so I didn't expect anything like that to happen. June 1st, we're able to go again in the transfer window and make signings. I hope that the reason we haven't gone and done big deals now in January is because those deals are lined up further down the road. It doesn't help with the immediate pain that we're going through now in the fan base and watching the performances like we watched yesterday. But for me, there are still players we could bring in on loan that are not going to break the bank, that could help us get to the summer. So to just turn around and be like, oh, I'm comfortable because they know stuff's happening in June. Well, what about the next 5 months, guys? I don't want to sit and watch performances like yesterday for the next 3-4 months. I want us to be competitive in the league. I want us to try and win the Europa League and get back into the Champions League. But on the squad that we've got and the lack of football IQ in it, that's not going to happen. We've got to bring bodies in.
Exactly, we have to have reinforcements. And yeah, just again, I've just had another message. João Felix is now one step away from becoming an AC Milan player. Chili Chili says, name one player that we could bring that would suit the manager long term. We are clearly broke. No need to get an Nkunku who wouldn't be part of the long term plan.
Sorry, I just realised I keep saying June 1st. It's July 1st is the... July 1st. Yeah. Apologies, guys. Somebody's got their calendar stuck up their arse and keeps writing in the comments that I've got the month wrong. Sorry, what was your question?
My question was that Chili Chili said we are clearly broke. There's no need to get an Nkunku who wouldn't be part of the long-term plan. So can you name one long-term player that we could bring in and that it would suit?
I've not asked for long-term players. Everything I've just said is not about long-term players. I understand that bigger deals and more money to spend is going to come after July 1st, calendar boy. My point is that there's players we could bring in on loan now that could take us to the summer, like Tel, like Ferguson, if we're looking for a striker. There are deals out there to be done. But more importantly, I'm a fan. Like that, it's not what I do for a living. The board talked about best in class. They should have people in the boardroom sat now that can make calls and can bring players in. I shouldn't have to be sat here on the United Stand naming players that should be able to come in and make a difference. Best in class should be able to do that. And this should have been happening from months ago. We should have known from when we signed a new manager, he was going to need support for a system that was completely different to what the previous squad were being asked of them. So there are players out there on a short-term basis that could come in and help us get to the summer window.
It's all heating up. It's all kicking off in this transfer window. Get your super chats in, keep them coming in. What a first hour here on deadline day. 11,000 of you with us to see us through
11,000.
the deadline. We hope you're having a fantastic Monday, and we're hoping Manchester United might shock us and do something that would make our Monday even better. Gabe has said, who is even left to get with our budget? What budget? Rowan Burke with the super chat. Nkosi, sorry if I pronounced that wrong. Zemisa says, I'm now an alcoholic thanks to Glinios. Joe Alexander, member for 48 months. It is crazy. I live in Tampa, that's Tampa Bay in Florida, and let Avram Glazer into traffic in front of me in his McLaren. I should have stopped him and asked him to sell the team. Lee Burnham, member for 31 months, says, hi Sam and Jordan, great show so far. Sammy Mortbell has said we have an interest in Douglas Luiz, but we are not close. Do you have any more information? Manchester United obviously interested in numerous players, but it doesn't look like that Douglas Luiz deal has any legs to it. Definitely,
we are interested
at the
FC,
moment. We are, and we're considering. I told you what we are at the beginning of the show. We're considering our options FC.
Yeah.
What? Manchester United are shameless, by the way. We've just tweeted at 3 p.m. on deadline day a picture of Dorgu saying our newest recruit. Producer Greg, I'm not sure if we can get this Manchester United tweet on the screen, but if we can, I'd love to show the chat. It's coming. In my ear, I've just told you that I've just heard that the tweet that I've just said will be on the screen. Our newest recruit, says Manchester United. Look, with a picture of Patrick Dorgu.
Yeah.
Read the room.
Yeah.
How difficult is it to read the room? Let me take you through some of the comments. The United Stand have replied, Stevie Wonder could have read the room better. United District have replied, this is fantastic timing. Greg, studio producer, replied, can he play striker? Amarin Era replied, you lot are shameless. That's great, but bring us some attacking reinforcements. Can he play up front? Read the room, read the room, read the room. How can you not... Our newest recruit when we're dying out for an attacker. I feel bad for Dorgu.
Yeah.
I genuinely feel bad for him.
But you know what? This is what happens then, because, you know, these young players then come in, the weight of the world's on their shoulders because we feel let down by the board, and then we're like, okay, well, we've only got one signing, so let's pile all our hopes on his shoulders that things are going to get better. And let's be honest, there's only so much you can do from left wing back. It's just unnecessary pressure that the young lad doesn't need. I'm glad that we have addressed.
You can see the tweet on your screens now, by the way, guys.
Oh, newest recruit, yeah. I'm glad that we have addressed the left side, because, like I said, it's been an issue for a number of years. But it's mad, isn't it? Just as we sign a left-sided player, Luke Shaw suddenly decides he wants to see grass and is suddenly training again. So yeah, that'll be interesting.
We're a circle. Watford FC outgoings, incomings. They've just signed Caleb Wiley, a left back. Ryan Porteous has joined Preston North End on a loan deal until the end of the season. Felix set to become an AC Milan player. Wow. It's only 3 o'clock. It's only
explosive
3
opening.
o'clock. What an explosive opening.
Yeah.
It's 3 o'clock. If you're just joining us now, Manchester United have been dealt a massive blow. Mathys Tel has just landed in England, but it's not to sign for Manchester United. It is to sign for the club he previously said no to, Tottenham Hotspur. What a coup for Daniel Levy. What a striking force for Tottenham Hotspur. Rangers have signed Dundee midfielder Lyle Cameron on a pre-contract agreement. This is coming from Sky Sports News. And Florian Plettenberg has put out some information on Matias Tel. He said Tel is a striker and not a winger. A striker Manchester United need. A striker Manchester United have failed to get. I mean...
Right. I thought he could play anywhere across the front three. That was my understanding, that he could play in either the 10s or the 9.
Florian Plettenberg, speaking to Sky Sports News, Tel is a striker and not a winger. Up to Ange Postecoglou to play him in the right position. He is not a winger. He is a striker. Let him strike. Let him score goals.
Interesting. Okay.
To run you through the latest as of 3 p.m, let's do a quick recap. Evan Ferguson, at age 20, has joined West Ham from Brighton on loan for the rest of the season. Brighton then confirmed the signing of Stefanos Simas, 19, from Bundesliga side 2. It's my exclusive information also that I understand that talks are ongoing for Simon Adingra to join Sunderland. Nothing is advanced yet, but the deal is moving Forward James Ward-Prowse, a midfielder that previously left West Ham, has returned to West Ham from Nottingham Forest after the two clubs came to a mutual agreement to end his season-long loan. What could still happen for the rest of the day? What are we watching? Manchester United apparently considering their options to bring an attacking player in, but remain relaxed about the situation if that isn't to happen. What an absolute disgrace. I'm so excited to hear what Ricky, what Maud, what Beth, etc. have to say when they join us. Yeah.
I'm just looking at the poll because we asked about Bailey and Tel. 77% Tel, 23% Bailey.
But would you take Bailey right now if it? Let me ask you this. Yes, just a simple yes or no's in the chat and a simple yes or no for you as well, but you can go into a bit more. Leon Bailey or nothing?
Leon Bailey. Leon Bailey, yeah.
It must be.
Yeah.
It's got to be Leon Bailey.
You have to.
It has to be.
Have to.
It has to be. 3T_X says, Ajax's phone number, anyone, bring back Wakehorst, maybe Igalo. What's he up to now? Igalo followed me on Twitter the other day.
Did he?
How random. How random is that? It was so random, but I was like, oh.
I loved it when he started for us. I was happy for him.
Cheers, Igalo, if you're watching. Hello. But yeah, he said, Ajax's phone number, anyone, Woot, maybe Igalo. Where is he nowadays? How has this club messed up this badly? If Amorim walks, I'm walking with him. Kev1382 has said, I've heard Sergio is going to play himself up front.
Wouldn't surprise me. That's why he's relaxed.
Definitely.
No massive outgoings then. Do you know, it's just painful. It's just painful. They've just turned us into a laughing stock. It's got to a point now where other fans just don't even banter me anymore. They're just like, yeah, you lost again. I'm like, yeah, we did. They're like, oh, cool. Who you got next? Like, that's what it's literally come to now. Like, my phone used to ping off with people every time we lost. Now it's just boring. They don't bother.
In a group chat I'm in, talking about Manchester United, I've just looked, there's a massive long message in from a Manchester United fan.
Okay.
But the top line, and I think he is spot on, in the nicest way possible, what is there to be positive about?
I'll tell you the one thing that is to be positive about right now is that we haven't sold Garnacho on the cheap. Because I really...
Please don't jinx it. Please don't jinx it.
No, honestly, that's just the only saving grace, because I think a couple of weeks ago when he was first being linked to being sold, it started off, yeah, we're going to get 70 million for him. And I think, you know, some of the fan base, including myself, was like, somebody knocks the door with 70 mil, we'd take it. Producer Greg was definitely with me on that. If we got a decent sum of money for him, we could understand the sacrifice. But as it went on, it started to drop around the 40 mark. We would have been like, nah, I feel like we'd be getting robbed and selling a talent for undervalue. But it looks like that hasn't happened. I know there's still 4 or so hours or many hours left. That's the only saving grace, because you can't put anything past this board. And I really thought someone was going to come in on the cheap around the 40 mark and we would have tried to take it.
It's interesting. It's all heating up in this transfer window. I'm hearing that Galatasaray have reached an agreement on personal terms with Mario Lemina, expecting that deal to advance. Obviously, their transfer window closes at a different time than the English transfer window closes. I'm just checking to see if there's any latest developments, anything Manchester United, not that I can see.
Have you heard anything about any other outgoings? I know we're talking about incomings, but anyone else potentially might be leaving?
Manchester United outgoing. So once Patrick Dorgu came in the door, Tyrell Malacia was told that he is free to go on loan. He was closing in. It was an extremely advanced loan for him to go to Benfica. That deal collapsed. Real Betis were interested on Tyrell Malacia. Real Betis were interested for Tyrell Malacia, but nothing advanced there as well so far. Real Betis and Manchester United have a fantastic working relationship. Obviously, Antony has gone there. They're also interested about potentially bringing in Tyrell Malacia. But I'll ask you this. Malacia out, Dorgu in, Antony out, no one in, Rashford out, no one in. Right now, as of 3:10, what would you rate the transfer window and why?
Well, I don't know if the Martinez thing will change things now, defensive-wise. You know, if he's out for the rest of the season and Malacia actually stays, so that we're not light in defence. Not necessarily that I think he would suddenly become a first team starter. But again, it's just about having options at the back. So that might have scarpered any chance of him moving to Betis. In terms of rating the transfer window, out, I think the fact that we were able to do a deal to get Rashford out the door, considering the manager went in so hot and heavy and left him out for so long, and the fact that Rashford was the first one really to play his cards and say that he was ready for a new challenge. I think if the window had closed and Rashford had made that statement, the manager then had left him out of 7-8 game weeks, and then he was still with us, would have been a very, very awkward situation. So the fact that we were able to get him out, and the fact that we were able to get a team that was able to cover 75% of his wages, which I never ever thought would happen, I think that's turned out quite well. Antony had to go. So the outs I would rate at a 4, because I still feel like we could have moved more players on and actually got some money. 4 in -4. I think that the -4. Terrible work on the incomings. Absolutely dreadful work. Like I said, there was bodies that could have been brought in without spending massive sums of money. We're seeing teams do deals, and we haven't. Without spending big money, there's teams doing deals for players that we should have been in for, and we just haven't done it. And yesterday's result should have been a kick, the final kick up the backside that the board needed to go, do you know what? Through the night, we need to work on this and we need to bring players in.
I couldn't have said it better myself. Some more transfer news. Chelsea working on a young, talented midfielder. They're deciding internally which player to go for, according to Fabrizio Romano. My understanding, they've spoken to Sporting Lisbon about 19-year-old midfielder Dario Esugu. He has been on loan at Las Palmas. They want to add another midfielder before 11 p.m. Chelsea working on a midfield deal before 11 p.m. Yeah.
Who's the Manchester City youth player that they've been linked to again?
The one that Chelsea have been linked to.
Yeah, there's a Manchester City player. Someone in the comments will know. But Manchester City supposedly are nervous about ending up in a similar position that they've ended up with Cole Palmer. So want to try and hold on to him or put a buyback clause in or whatnot. I was reading about it this morning.
Nico O'Reilly, they are turning their attention now. They were interested in that, but they're turning their attention to other midfielders. City said they would want a huge offer to even entertain that.
Right, okay.
So they are not touching that. Fabrizio Romano, Alejandro Garnacho expected to stay at Manchester United. Fabrizio Romano is reporting that Alejandro Garnacho is expected to stay at Manchester United. Now, this is significant. Yep. This is breaking news. This is the first confirmation that we have had from anybody that Garnacho will not leave today, because that was on Sky Sports as one to watch at about 7 a.m. on TV this morning. Alejandro Garnacho expected to stay at Manchester United, according to Fabrizio Romano. There's been talk the entire summer, the entire January, about Alejandro Garnacho leaving, about Alejandro Garnacho staying. Garner staying. Get your thoughts in, get your super chats in. I want to hear from you. Alejandro Garnacho staying at Manchester United, barring any last minute changes. Fabrizio Romano. Jordan?
Well, first of all, that was right on cue because we just spoke about that.
We did.
But again, absolutely stinks of just glazonomics that, you know, on transfer deadline day, we announced that he's staying. So it comes across like a signing. Ahmad's new contract could have been done outside of the transfer window, but again, we do it in the transfer window. So again, it sounds like another signing. It's just more propaganda and nonsense that the board just feel like we're idiots and then they can keep pulling the wool over. And unfortunately, there are fans out there that will literally be like, yes, Garnacho staying. It's like it's a new signing. It's not a new signing, guys. The board are not putting money in their pocket. It's their way of just prolonging the pain and getting us to a point where the transfer window shuts. And it's like, oh, well, we were working on keeping players and signing Ahmad's contract and whatnot. So we ran out of time and we couldn't bring anybody's in. They've had plenty of time to make the decisions, to bring players in, to identify targets, and they just simply haven't done it.
As I was reporting about 10 minutes ago here on the United Stand, AC Milan have reached a verbal agreement with Chelsea to sign João Felix. This is coming from David Ornstein, but you heard it first here on the United stand. AC Milan reached verbal agreement with Chelsea to sign João Felix. Deadline day deal now for the 25-year-old attacker. This is a straight loan with no buy option. Portugal forwards full Chelsea wages are covered, and Milan will pay a loan fee to Chelsea worth €5.5 million. What a fantastic deal. It's an incredible deal.
So what was the thing then? Why they couldn't go for Rashford and they went for Kyle Walker instead? I thought that is it the same nationality?
It was one or the other. I'm not sure. I'm going to have to look into that. But he has João Felix and will, if all remains on track, he will become a AC Milan player. So
that's a good move for him.
Yeah, it gets him playing because he can't get into that Chelsea team. There are way too many players in that Chelsea team, so he can't get through. But whilst we're on the topic of Chelsea, let's talk about a player Manchester United were linked with and still remain linked with, although a deal looks difficult, Christopher Nkunku. Christopher Nkunku was linked with a move to Manchester United. At the moment, the stumbling block is the price that they want and the wages that he is on. Would you be somewhat interested in a deal for Nkunku? And chat, would you, at this current moment, take Christopher Nkunku? Let me know.
Right, it's to do with EU players. That's the reason why.
Brexit rules.
Okay, cool. That makes sense. Nkunku.
Yep.
So I've got a couple of friends who are really, really big Chelsea fans, and what they've said to me on him is that, he's playing in. Well, first of all, he has been quite injury prone. But when he has been fit, he just, again, hasn't been able to get into the team because of Cole Palmer's form. But in the Conference League in Europe, where Palmer isn't registered to play and Nkunku has played, they're saying that he looks like a bit of a baller. Enough of a baller for us to go out and shell a load of money on? No. At this stage, with 4 hours or however long's left of the transfer window, would I take a look at him on loan with no obligation to buy? Yes, I would. He's somebody that before he went to Chelsea that there was a lot of talk about, but just hasn't been able to stay fit and really show his true form. So maybe he is a player that needs to go out and play football. I just feel like we're in a position now. I do call this like it is Ngannou territory now, isn't it? Where you're just sort of like, do we take a body for just taking a body kind of thing? But someone like him, if he was available, I would have a look at him. Exactly the same situation we said about Bale. At this point now, we would have took Tel over him. But now, on the last day, final few hours, you would take these players with no obligation to buy. Yeah, you would. You would. Let's go through these super chats. The Good Day podcast says, turns out that the GK might actually have to play. JP Pigott 95 says, what are we going to do when we are paying interest on the current loan and then paying for the new stadium? We will have 20 million to spend per window. It seems like INEOS have got their little munchkins to come and spin some PR in our super chats, but we are not seeing. We see through. We see through you. Kiel Robertson says, why are Bayern's 19-year-olds ready but not ours? It's a good point. Hemo says, Lord Bentner to United confirmed. Here we go. Oliver says 12 points off relegation, only 4 forwards, and INEOS are relaxed. Mohammed says Victor Gyökeres to Manchester United. Here we go. Then my wife woke me up. I did see that. I did see that.
Panic time. Bye. And James Talks Sesh says give Obi Martin a shot. He can't be any worse.
He's got a bright future. He has.
Oh, Chido Martin.
Yeah.
It's a fantastic buy from Manchester United.
Yeah,
it's fantastic.
Yeah, I'm really excited to see how he develops.
João Felix to AC Milan. Here we go. Official bid accepted by Chelsea for straight loan with no buy option. Salary covered in excess and package of 5 million with loan fee. João is now set for AC Milan medical after his green light to the move last night. We are about to be joined by somebody else on this panel. We're going to get all their reaction from the mess that is Manchester United. Some other news: Arsenal have loaned out defender Maldini Kakuri to League Two side Bromley. Chelsea wing-back Caleb Wiley has joined Watford. Free agent Adam Reach has joined League One promotion chasers Wycombe Wanderers. Alfie Chang has gone from Birmingham to Walsall. Timothy Dieng has gone from Gillingham to Cheltenham. And Brad Hills has gone from Norwich on loan to Stockport. It is all kicking off, and we've only been live for an hour and 20 minutes. Get your super chats in. Tell us what you have to say. It is a mess, Manchester United. Mathys Tel has gone. We thought he was potentially Manchester United bound, and he actually is Tottenham bound. I am happy to announce that I have, and me and Jordan have been joined by Beth. Beth, welcome to the United Stand Deadline Day show. I will let you take over, but before I let you take over, I just want to get your immediate reaction to the fact that Manchester United have bottled the Mathys Tel signing, and he is now joining Tottenham. Over to you.
I mean, first things first, you acted like it was like Ronaldo going on to set or something. Everyone's going to be so disappointed that it's me. I've done a Jadon Sancho, haven't I? I've got here late. But no, thank you, everyone. Thank you to everyone in the comments as well. And thank you for you guys for, starting off the show. I was listening to it on my way in, and it's absolutely fantastic. Love to hear your reactions. The Tel deal, I look like a right idiot because I tweeted that meme of, the guy getting asked of what Premier League clubs have you heard of? And he goes, Manchester United, Manchester City, West Ham. And he goes, top Spur, like, who's that? And I tweeted that. And now he's actually going there and Manchester United bottled it. So I look like an absolute fool. I've not even checked my Twitter mentions, but I'm sure they're absolutely crazy right now. Am I?
No.
I mean, I probably am. I probably am. But do you know what it is? Apart from the fact that I will be getting cooked, which happens on a daily basis, so we move with that. Apart from that, it's the fact that Manchester United are so incapable. What frustrates me. I was looking at our forward line going into the rest of the season. You've got Højlund and Xerxes, which, let's be honest, is nothing. You have Ahmad and you have Garnacho. They are our options. They are our options moving forward.
Yeah.
It's actual forwards. Okay, Cobby played there, but he's a midfielder.
10 minutes.
He can play as a 10. I think he's great as a 10. But he's played one game as a 10 against FCSB. We have not got much depth at all. I'm looking at relegation fodder and I'm thinking it's competitive with what we've got.
Yeah.
Liam Delap smokes anything we have.
Yeah.
And it's like Manchester United, the fact that you said before that they were relaxed about this, to me, that's like when you say, oh they broke up with me, but I'm not bothered.
Yeah.
And it's like, you are though.
Yeah.
Like you are bothered.
We know you care.
It just screams of desperation. And the thing is for me is Antony and Rashford both needed to go. Yeah. I get that. Yeah. But I would have probably kept one of them if I knew this was going to be the outcome. Rashford had to go because of his situation with Amorim. But, Antony is not good enough for Manchester United, but neither is anybody else who's playing for us right now. You'd at least keep him over having nothing.
That's why I don't understand the Ferguson one to West Ham.
That's one I was going to bring up.
Yeah, how has he gone to West Ham? We were linked to him over the summer and they wanted 60, 70 million for him. He's gone there on loan. Why weren't we in for him?
He is gone there on a straight loan, and apparently Manchester United bidded 50 million and Brighton laughed it off at the time. I get it, you're under a different manager, De Zerbi, and different managers. This is what we say all the time under United Stand. Different managers thrive with different players. Ugarte wasn't doing it at PSG. He was fantastic under Amorim at Sporting. He's doing well again for Manchester United under Amorim. Like Dallo was really good under Ten Hag. He's not been good under Amorim. Players are better for different managers, and everyone has a preference. De Zerbi obviously really liked Evan Ferguson. There was rumours that Marseille were looking into a loan for him as well, where De Zerbi obviously manages now. But I would have. It's one of them where he wouldn't probably be my first option right now just because of the lack of game time and the injuries. But I would have took him.
Yeah.
I would have took him over nothing.
Yeah.
Of course I would have. You don't just go from being everyone labelling you the potential next Harry Kane to, which was overhyping at the time. We tend to do that in England, don't we? To then useless. I'm at the point where I would bring Chido Obi-Martin in right now, who should be just developing in the under-21s. He's smashing it. Yeah. I'm at the point where I'm looking at any striker in the academy, I'm thinking, have you got it? Have you got it? And it's like, it's unfair to ask them to come into this situation, but that's how poor Manchester United are up front. Ruben Amorim could not have made it any more clear yesterday.
Yeah.
He knows what he's doing. This manager knows what he's doing. I've said it time and time again, right? He knew what he was doing with the Rashford comments. Okay, yeah, I get it. Everyone was frustrated that the journalist kept asking about Rashford. There was multiple questions about Rashford. I understand that people were frustrated about that. But the reason why they kept being questions is because Ruben Amorim could have easily just sat there and said, I've already said, I'm not saying anything else.
Yeah.
No, I'm not answering that question. I am not answering the question. He could have done that.
Yeah.
But he'd always say, guys, I'm not answering that question, but this, and this.
Yeah.
And you'd always get like a headline out of it. He knows what he's doing.
Yeah.
He knows what he's saying. And by that team selection yesterday and putting Kobbie Mainoo up front, who is either a 10 or an 8 and has even played 6 before, he's not a striker. He did a good job considering he'd got thrown in there for the first half and then he seemed to struggle a little bit. He's a fantastic player, but he's not the striker solution for Manchester United. He left Højlund and Xerxes on the bench to send a clear message. I need a striker.
Yeah, what message does that send to those two?
Either fix up or leave in the summer. You are not good enough for me.
Yeah.
Do you not think the Manchester United journalists that were sitting and speaking to Ruben Amorim after the game should have been asking about and pushing him on the fact if he wanted a striker more than pushing him on the fact that what do you think that a player that doesn't play for Manchester United that is now out on loan, what do you think about that? Why ask him what he thinks about Rashford joining Villa? It's a waste of a question.
They're just chasing headlines, aren't they?
Yeah.
Rashford's name is like Beckham's name back in the day where it's just front and back page news. So that's why when you're in press conferences, out of 15 questions, 11 of them will be about Rashford. It's boring. And us as fans don't want to keep hearing it when we're watching the presses. We want to hear stuff about the rest of the team. And that's why, I massively have a lot of respect for Beth when she gets the opportunity to ask questions. It's actually questions that as fans we want to hear and we want to get that information out of Amorim to try and learn about him and what he actually thinks of the team. Even with I thought the Delo interview was great.
Oh,
when he turned to you, was like, I know
what you're doing.
I know what you're doing. Yeah, we know what you were doing.
Yeah, he's sound Delo,
Yeah, but again, like you didn't sit there and go, what do you think about Rashford's not playing then? Do you know what I mean? You've asked him questions where we're like, it's
just a waste of a question.
Know.
Imagine if you went all the way to Bucharest and went, Rashford's gone to Villa, what do you think? Well, who cares?
Yeah.
Like, actually, who cares what you think? Do you know what I mean?
I get it. Do you know, the one thing I would say is a lot of outlets, I'm not speaking to everyone, they have certain clicks that they need to get, and Marcus Rashford's name is going to get you clicks, like it's going to.
Yeah.
And it's a huge headline right now. So sometimes, they've got deadlines and you've got targets and that comes into question. We're very lucky as a community that when we do get to go into these press conferences and we do get to ask questions, there is no hierarchy or higher power above us demanding certain things.
Yeah.
Yeah, there's Goldbridge there with a gun behind the camera, you better ask this.
Yeah.
No, he doesn't do that. Like, we always try and come up with questions that will get answered, obviously, because sometimes people will message me like, why didn't you ask this? And I'm like, because one, they're not going to answer it, and two, they probably will never let me ask a question again.
Yeah.
But you've got to try and not go over the line, but also push the boundary as much as you can in terms of what you can get out of them. And we try and do that. Sometimes I think, maybe I should have asked this. Sometimes I think, maybe I should have asked that. But that's all hindsight. And I do think we're always trying to ask stuff that we feel like the fans would want to know.
Just a quick one, which has dealt another blow for Manchester United. It's being reported on social media that Tottenham are now pushing for an option to buy in the loan deal for Matias Tel. So Tottenham are trying their luck now for this Tel deal. Well,
I was obviously listening to you guys as I was on my way in, and I was trying to wrap my head around this Tel deal because I've not been able to go on Twitter and look at all the latest news. So I was just listening to you guys. But to me, it broke down with United because Bayern Munich wanted either the obligation to buy or a permanent transfer. But then it came out that Tottenham have agreed a straight loan. So I was like, well, we got told United couldn't do that because they didn't want a straight loan. I was like, are Tottenham just paying massive money for a loan that Manchester United won't pay?
Yeah.
Potentially. Is that what's happening?
Well, that's what I couldn't understand. I thought maybe we've walked away because there's a huge loan fee. So then, okay, that's why we've walked away. But supposedly there is no loan fee. But now if it turns around, actually there is an obligation to buy and it is a big fee. They've got money. They bid 70 million last night for Gahey. So they've got money. We haven't. I mean, we can't bid £7 for anyone at the moment. So maybe that's why it's more appealing to do the deal with Spurs. But supposedly it's and just got on the phone and has spoke to the player direct and has sold him the Spurs dream. I don't know what the Spurs dream is. Somebody tell me in the comments. But he's managed to convince him to go to Spurs over going to Manchester United.
Well, to be fair, when you... And Postecoglou, I know he's got his faults, and I know people have mixed opinions on him and the way he does sometimes respond after losses in the media and the way he reacts to journalists asking him questions. And sometimes he, can come off as quite rude, to be fair.
Yeah.
But when...
Amorim.
No, Ange.
Oh, Ange, yeah.
When you catch him when he's on form...
Yeah.
I feel like he could persuade me, even though I know Spurs is a club that is got, I think, very similar issues to Manchester United, but they are on a much smaller scale and allergic to trophies. They have that their culture is consistently losing and consistently bottling. Like, that is their culture, and I'm so sorry to Spurs fans. No, I get absolutely ripped into by Spurs fans on a weekly basis. Like, I've seen Spurs channels clip me up all the time, but I say to them, I think you should keep Ange, because I think he actually has the capability of changing the Tottenham DNA. And I think that was a good appointment. And I do think they've got a lot of good qualities. Their stadium is absolutely insane. And it's obviously not the fans' fault. I think it's they have similar issues to Manchester United from top to bottom.
Yeah.
There's something going on there that causes this culture. Like, how many managers have they sacked? How many different approaches have they used?
Conte called him out, didn't he?
Look at Nuno. Look what he's doing at Forest and what he was doing at Spurs.
Conte now, top of the league in Italy. He's going to win the league again.
Exactly.
They've got major problems. However, I'm really not a big Ange fan. I feel like he's got one way of playing and he keeps getting found out. But, we'll see.
Yeah, we will.
Let's do it.
Yeah, let's do it. Okay, Sam, you can introduce.
Let's do it. We are very, very happy and feel very privileged on the United Stand to now be joined by our first very special guest of the day. It is the one and only Luke Littler. Luke, how's it going?
I'm okay. How are you guys?
Good, thank you. Good, thank you. So let's just we'll touch on the darts, of course we will, but let's get into the hot topic right now of Manchester United. You've been keeping track, I'm assuming, with the transfer window. You're a massive Manchester United fan. We have bottled the deal for Mathys Tel. What's your initial reaction when you read that?
Well, it's one of them ones. He wanted to go to Tottenham first, but then he wanted to see if other clubs were interested. So we obviously didn't get the deal over the line. I think Chelsea were involved, but now he's chose to go back to Tottenham. So I don't know how Tottenham fans are going to feel about that.
Yeah, I mean, it's not great for Manchester United when a player's going to Spurs over the club. I mean, Luke, thank you for joining us on the show and congratulations on the World Darts Championship. Unbelievable. Obviously, you've done that at such a young age. Manchester United have a lot of young players, Rasmus Højlund, Alejandro Garnacho, Patrick Dorg, who's now just come in, a young player. Do you feel like there's that extra pressure when you're younger and, Manchester United, all the eyes are on them, with you and the early success you had, a lot of eyes on you. Can you kind of sympathise with the players in that way?
Yeah, the first one that comes to mind is obviously Rasmus Højlund. He come into the club. Obviously, Anthony Martial, he was still there. But obviously, it took Rasmus. It took his time to get the league goals, but obviously he was scoring in the Premier League. I think he was feeling that bit of pressure. But I think we all said once he gets his first goal, he's going to just score, and that's what he has been doing. It's been a slow start to the season, but I think we stick behind Rasmus.
Luke, what advice would you give to some of these young players coming in that are being scrutinised at the moment?
For myself, I just don't listen to social media. That's probably one of the biggest things out there right now. Just don't look at anything. But obviously, in the football world, it's totally different. You've just got to keep your head down. And it's obviously different because when it's a darts game, you're on your own. But obviously with United, you've got a whole team around you. So you've just got to stick together.
Yeah, that's a good point. I mean, you just said, you've got to stick behind Rasmus there. So I know your opinions on that one. And then Alejandro Garnacho, there was rumours that he might leave to go to Napoli or Chelsea. It looks like he's now staying. Do you think that's the right decision by Manchester United to keep him, or would you have looked to sell him this window?
I think it's the right decision. Obviously, the way that Amorim plays, the work that obviously the wing backs have got to be putting in. I think Garnacho, I think he's got it. But obviously, some games will start the first half with a fully back five defensive, and then obviously you see in the second half the likes of Ahmad and obviously Garnacho, they come on for one of the fullbacks, and then that's when we go into that attacking role. But yeah, I think it is the right decision.
Yeah, I would have to agree at this stage in the window. I've got a couple of just like, fan questions that people want to know. So the first one is, out of the signings we made in the summer, which one do you think has been the best one for Manchester United?
Ooh, it is difficult. Who did we even sign? I know we signed.
Okay, I'll give you Xerxes, Mazraoui, De Ligt, and Ugarte. And Euro.
Yeah, I'll probably say Ugarte or De Ligt.
Yeah.
They've played a big part, and then obviously we've just seen Martinez. We've seen him get stretched off. So I think obviously the likes of Euro and De Ligt, they're going to have to come in, and they're going to have to obviously put a shift until the end of the season, because it doesn't look too good for Martinez once again.
Yeah, I would agree with that. It's so unfortunate. I mean, Sam, did you want to come in with a question?
Yeah, just obviously, as you mentioned there, on the fact that Lisandro Martinez is probably looking, apparently, according to the Manchester Evening News, that he could miss the entirety of this season. If you were INEOS, if you were Sir Jim, and you saw that Martinez has gone off, and you've seen that we're very weak in attack, to say it politely, what would you do on deadline day? Would you either bring in a centre-back to cover for Lisandro Martinez, or are you yourself, satisfied with the Maguires, the Lindelofs, these type of options? And then looking forward to up front, if you could bring in any player on deadline day right now, who would your ideal target be?
It is tough. Obviously, looking at the back, I think Maguire's played very well.
Yeah.
We've not seen much of Lindelof. I think is it his last season on his contract, so he could be on his way out in the summer. But I think there's just so many players that we could get up front. I think one of the big ones that we let go, obviously he's not an attacker, but Scott McTominay. I think that was one of the biggest sells that we've done.
Do you think that was a mistake?
I think it was, because look at what him and Lukaku were doing over in Napoli.
Music to Ricky's ears.
I need to get Ricky on the show. He'd be loving it.
Ricky would love that. Yeah.
I have no idea who you could sign up top. There's so many players out there.
Fair enough.
There is so many, and that makes it even more I don't know, I think frustrating for Manchester United fans who are looking at the fact that we are struggling to score goals, and we do feel like we need that extra depth. I mean, what do you make of Marcus Rashford going to Aston Villa? Do you think that's a good move for him? Do you think it's the right thing?
I think it's a good thing for him and his personal. But yeah, for me, it's if he goes in the summer to a different club, it's gonna feel weird. I said to the guys on Sky Sports at Old Trafford when I went to parade the trophy, I've seen him on his debut in the Europa League, his debut against Arsenal, and yeah, it's going to feel weird if he does go permanently.
Yeah, I feel like that as well. I feel like we've grown up with Marcus Rashford, being that star at Manchester United, because we're of the new generation where, obviously we know about the old legends and stuff, and we've seen like the end of them, but the majority of our time as Manchester United fans hasn't been like the glory days, and Marcus Rashford has been one of them figures that has scored, the most amount of goals that I've been watching Manchester United, and I'm sure you have as well. So it is going to be strange, and it is sad the way it's going in that direction. I mean, just on that, another question that the fans wanted to ask was, who has been the best? I don't know. There's been so many, but if there's one post-Fergie signing that you could say has been the best post-Fergie signing, who would you name that as?
Well, we've made some really good signings since obviously Sir Alex went. Obviously we've been talking about the attack and stuff. I love Lukaku when he come to the club.
Big fan.
Are you related to Ricky?
Ricky's one of the guys that was on our show. He loves Lukaku as well.
Wow, we brought in the likes of like Zlatan. Obviously, he played very, very well in his first season, which I did love. I think
Zlatan and Bruno are two that people always name.
That's what I'm going to ask. Yeah, I wanted to ask you about Bruno, who divides opinion. He's our captain. He, on paper, is one of our most creative players, but he does definitely divide opinion. Are you a Bruno kind of guy?
Yeah, just what he's done. I think it was 5 years ago, yesterday or the day before. He's been at the club, and just what he does, on the football pitch. Obviously, all the other spectators and all the other clubs saying he just dives this and that. But when he's got the ball at his feet, he is special.
I would have to agree. He is my current, I think, favourite Manchester United player. I think he's one of them where a lot of people do have mixed reviews. But Luke, just more on you to kind of wrap up, and thank you so much for joining us as well. Obviously, we said congratulations on your World Darts Championship. And how was that feeling, like, as a Manchester United fan, taking that trophy and parading it around Old Trafford? I was in the stands, I was in my season ticket. I was there cheering as well. I mean, how was that for you?
Yeah, it was probably one of the best moments that will live with me forever and ever. Obviously, it was scheduled for before kick-off, but obviously Dennis Law, he did pass away. Lucky enough, I was sat right behind Sir Alex. And obviously there was the empty seat there where Dennis would have sat on match day. And obviously I was chatting to Sir Alex for a little bit, which was good. But for myself, it's one of the best things I've ever done.
I've just got a quick one, if you don't mind. Obviously, when we talked just there about Old Trafford and how the fans and how you were parading that trophy around, obviously, the home of darts, Ali Pali, that atmosphere is obviously always electric. Do you yourself thrive off the atmosphere, or do you prefer for the room to be a bit calmer when you're playing?
I think when there's no fans, so obviously we play some tournaments like behind closed doors, on the floor events, and I think us players would rather play in front of a crowd. And I think us dart players, and I think everyone knows that this is the only sport that the fans, they're always behind you. Does add that little bit of pressure at times. But no, I absolutely love when there's tens and thousands in the arenas, and I can't wait for the Premier League to begin this week.
How are you feeling about that? Excited?
Yeah, can't wait. Obviously, there's a little bit of pressure there to defend the trophy, but it's a long 16 weeks, and as long as I get top four, I'll go to the O2 for the semi-finals.
You got this. You've got this, Luke. Beth?
Yes, we're all backing it 100%. That's the one last thing I wanted to ask, because when you can relate it to football in some terms as well. I know you're as an individual, you carry all the pressure yourself, but do you feel like the more that you achieve, the more pressure that comes? Because, I'm just looking here, reigning Premier League, Grand Slam and World Series final champion. I mean, there's so much expectation. Do you think the pressure rises the more that you succeed, or do you see it the other way?
Yeah, obviously when you've won a major, obviously what I've done in my first year was unbelievable for myself. But coming into my second year with all the trophies and the major titles that I have to defend, it's something that us dart players, we know it's coming, so we know what to expect. But yeah, it's going to be a very long year.
Well, we're wishing you all the best of luck here from the United Stand. The viewers have absolutely loved hearing from you. Thank you so much for joining us. Lastly, will Manchester United win the Europa League?
Yes.
Yes.
Come on. The prediction from Luke the Nuke.
The Nuke, come on.
Thank you very much for joining us. We really appreciate you taking your time, and good luck for the Premier League season in the darts.
Thank you.
Thanks, Luke.
Thank you.
Thank you, everyone.
How amazing was that, guys?
Unreal.
I did say that we had special guests today.
But it was when you joined, everyone was like, so Beth's the special guest.
Yeah, that was the special guest, guys. Don't worry, it got better than me. I mean, credit to Sam, because you sorted that out as well with your fantastic connections, and you introduced the segment really well. So well done, Sam.
Thanks. There's only one Luke Littler.
There's only one Luke Littler.
There
And don't
he
you
is.
think it's mad? Like, we're speaking to Luke, who's already achieved so much, in the darts, and he's going to go on to be probably one of the best darts players we've ever seen, like, let's be honest, at his age. And he's spoken to Sir Alex Ferguson, he's had them behind the scenes at Old Trafford, and then we get to speak to him on the United Stand about his thoughts. He's just another United fan like we are.
Just a chill guy.
Yeah,
just a chill guy. Yeah, no, I really liked his advice as well to the younger players.
Yes.
I think that's important, and they can relate to pressures, different sports, but definitely similar pressures to a degree. So yeah, no, I thought that was good.
Yeah, it's something that we wanted to ask him, because I think that's one thing at Manchester United that gets a lot of players. Not only the aspect of the fact that they are young, the pressure of that stadium and the fan base, especially when you are at a low point. The pressure is every single week there, and you've got to have a certain type of personality to be able to deal with it. You really do. And I don't think it's a coincidence that Manchester United's home form this season has been very poor.
Yeah.
Because I think when you're at home, when you've got 70,000 Manchester United fans with expectations that you go out there and you dominate a game, and you win these games, I think a lot of the players feel it.
No, definitely. And do you know what? Again, with that, you can understand why certain players leave United and then go on to do well. Like, I'm going to use Elanga as an example. You know, he's in great form for Forest. Forest are absolutely flying. But I'm sorry, but there's completely different pressure playing for Man United than there is playing for Nottingham Forest. And I know, you know, people have gone, oh, we should never have sold him. We were right to sell him at that time, given the amount that he was playing and what he was producing. And, you know, there's a famous Ricky clip, he hasn't had a chance.
We need to roll about that too.
But, you know, it was the right decision at that time. And he's gone on and he's doing well and whatnot. But again, it's a completely different pressure. Ugarte, I remember when he first signed for us, one of his first starts, I was there, he lost the ball and the moan from the crowd was so loud. I just thought to myself, if you're a player playing at Old Trafford first time and you just lose the ball or make a crap pass and you've got 80,000 people on your back straight away, bang, like that must knock a lot of players' confidence. So it is a completely different pressure. You look at your guy, Onana in goals, like,
please don't say your guy like that. I don't want to be tarnished with that brush.
No,
right
no,
now.
I'm tarnishing you with it. No, but I mean, again, it's different being a goalkeeper playing in the Champions League, playing at Old Trafford week in, week out with those fans behind you. It's completely different pressure.
Just a little bit of news again, another blow to Manchester United. Sorry to deliver this.
You are full
didn't
of
expect
positivity.
That. Didn't expect that.
Sky Sports News are reporting that Aston Villa are now unlikely to let Leon Bailey leave in this transfer window. Manchester United were considering a move for Leon Bailey. Aston Villa, unlikely. That deal is off.
Let's get instant reactions to that. Everyone in the chat, what are your thoughts? To be fair, I'm at the point with Manchester United where it's just a body, like something's better than nothing. Yeah. But when we did initially get linked to Leon Bailey, it was never something that I was like, yay. Like, I think he's torn us a new one a couple of times. He, on his day, is a very good player, but I don't want another on his day player. I want consistent every week. And I also didn't see where he really fits in the system. I see him more as a, you know, like a right-sided winger rather than a right-sided 10. Maybe, I don't know, wing back. But I'd have to look at him more. But it wasn't anything that I was like buzzing about. When we got linked to Tel, I was like, oh, this could be really exciting. Yeah. Even, I know Gobage didn't want it, but even in Nkunku, I was like, this could be exciting if he can stay fit. Yeah. But Leon Bailey, I was always like, if it happens, great. Let's hope he does well. But it was never something I was going to, you know, go popping the billions out for. Yeah,
it is an interesting one. But again, was it someone that Amorim had identified and thought, I can get something out of him in this system? We just don't know, but it's not going to happen anyway. So we're just thin up top, like turkey hair transplant time. That thin up top we are at the moment. We are one injury away from like really, really being rock bottom. I just really hope that they throw someone out in the next couple of hours that isn't Weghorst, that we can actually play in a forward line and actually offer us something.
Yeah, I mean,
Nico Gonzalez is undergoing his medical ahead of that proposed move from Porto to Manchester City. So, barring any last-minute changes or surprises, Nico Gonzalez will become a Manchester City player. €60 million fee.
It's crazy how much money they've spent in January again. Absolutely crazy.
True.
It's ambition.
Do you know what it is?
Ambition. I'm sorry, it's ambition. And I know there's going to be comments. Manchester United want to do stuff, but they're up against it with FFP. They're up against it with PSR. They're balancing the line. Plan accordingly.
Or sell us to someone who's actually got the money to run a club this big.
Could you imagine Could you imagine? Obviously, this is nowhere near the case. So we are living in a hypothetical world right now when I bring up this scenario. But could you imagine if we lived in a different world and we kicked off the season, we're doing fantastically. We're in a title race. We're in a title race. You're probably like 5 points behind Liverpool, and like you just need that left wing back and that striker to get you over the line to try and win a title. But we'd organised our funds so we got to January and we have nothing there. Like, you've got to plan for at least something in the January transfer window. I get it. The majority of your business should be done in the summer. I'm on board with that. January is more difficult. But other clubs find ways, they find means, and they plan accordingly. We have not planned accordingly. If we truly wanted a forward player, which Ruben Amorim clearly did, we should have been ringing up Tel if he was our target in the first week of the January transfer window, not 2 days before deadline day. We should have been putting our offer forward then. OK, Tel, we're not going to be able to do that deal. Who do we want next? What are our other options? Instead, we wanted Nuno Mendes. We couldn't get him because of the price. We had that shock horror of a result against Brighton. Yeah. And we thought, right, Tachidoglu was already linked to us, but we're actually going to go and get him now because, you know, we really do need to help this manager out. To be fair, we ended up getting a good deal for him. But forward-wise, the fact we are probably going to end transfer deadline day in January without bringing a forward in, considering the situation that we're in right now in the league, our goal difference, the lack of goals, it's mind-boggling to me.
Yeah, no, it is. It's crazy, but this is not a INEOS recent thing with January. This is a historic thing. I think the last major bit of business that we did was Bruno 5 years ago in January. I can't think of, have we had any major signings in January since Bruno where we've spent big money? I can't think of anyone. This is a historic thing. So this is obviously how they are balancing the books throughout the year, where the money just isn't there in January and they're quite happy to not spend and prolong the pain to the summer, and then they go balls out and we'll spend 150, 200 million in the summer. And we were saying
after June 31st.
Yeah, literally. And that's the thing we were saying. We hope that this Amorim's been brought in on the promise that in the summer he is going to be back. They've identified targets. He's identified targets, and he says, right, X, Y, Z, this is who I'm bringing in the summer. And they've gone, yeah, okay, we'll go and get those deals done. That's what I'm hoping. But in the short term, there were players that were available on loan with no obligation to buy that could have come in and really helped us and got us to the summer. And we just haven't gone and done that business.
Yeah, I have to echo what you're saying, and it is it's the frustration of being a Manchester United fan, and you really did think with INEOS coming in, things would change. I do think things have changed. I don't think it's exactly the same. We are doing, in the transfer market, we are not going out and doing desperate, huge money signings like the Antonys and the Casemiros of this world. You look at our summer transfer window, and it has been one of the better windows of the past God knows how many years. You know, things are changing in our recruitment. We're going into the market for younger players and investing into our academy, and we've got Vavel there scouting. You know, we're looking at different talent pools, and we're pushing go on them signings as well, instead of hesitating and letting them go to other clubs and then being regretful that we've not signed them early doors. So there are things changing, but there's also not enough changing for me. Like, for example, if we do end up signing someone today, which I actually still hope we do, a forward player.
You hope we do, but do you think we will? Really?
No, I don't think we will, but if we did, well, the two things for me now is, if we don't, that's an absolute joke, I can't lie. But if we do, it still screams desperation. Even though I want us to.
Okay.
Do you know what I mean?
Yeah. Can I just make an interesting point? Yesterday when I spoke to Manchester United sources, I said to them, please tell me a couple of signings will come in tomorrow. They replied, one. Then I messaged again this morning, and their response was, I wouldn't bet your money on it. So something went wrong overnight. Is that confidence in that Tel deal? I assume so. But last night, Manchester United thought they were bringing in another player. This morning, when I checked at about 10 to 9, that confidence was gone. So something changed overnight, and nothing has moved, and it's 4 o'clock. We're counting down to that 11 p.m. deadline, and silence from Manchester United.
Would you, there's people in the chat asking questions, I'll get some super chats in now. Thank you everyone for your contributions and all of your comments as well. Get your votes in the poll. I mean, the would you take Nkunku polls going right now. We'll get some more polls going as well. Get your comments in. I can already hear Ricky arguing with people behind the scenes, by the way.
He's ready to go, isn't he?
He's absolutely ready to go. So stay tuned for that as well. But people saying, would you take Ansu Fati loan?
Ansu Fati will be... No. No's the answer to that.
That screams Desperation FC, doesn't it? Jesus.
I put it into the João Felix bracket of like luxury side that isn't going to be the workhorse that we need at the moment to get us to where we need to be.
Well, you think Ansu Fati would be a luxury signing? No way.
I mean, it's the type of player you sign where your team's already doing well.
Okay, yeah, I get that.
Like, we're the bare bones.
He didn't look great for Brighton when he played there.
Yeah. I still wouldn't take him. No. Even in Weghorst's season now of the transfer window, I wouldn't.
I'd take Weghorst right now.
I love that guy. I wouldn't take him back, but I did love that guy.
You said that straight-faced.
That again, I said it straight-faced, and people might clip that and absolutely laugh their heads off, and it is laughable. It is laughable. Guys, Ricky's even said it, I've had a conversation, and this is something we do agree on. I am not joking. Weghorst contributed more than what Højlund and Xerxes are contributing right now.
Igalo
and
did.
That is a fact.
Igalo did.
There's a reason why Weghorst plays over Xerxes in the Dutch national team currently.
That's true.
He contributed more than what Højlund and Xerxes do right now. The potential's there with them players, don't get me wrong, and they've got a higher ceiling, but he didn't score, but at least he had the link-up play. You know, at least he dragged defenders out the way. At least he did a job. He knew what his job was. And that's wild of me to say, but it would be an improvement. Do you know what I'm saying? That it would be an improvement. Obviously, I wouldn't want him to permanently stay at Manchester United. I wouldn't want that. But if you offered an improvement, he would be one. And that's where we're at. And we got rinsed for Weghorst. And I remember when we signed Weghorst, and at the time, I said, I predict he doesn't score a goal for United from now to the end of the season. I think he scored one pity goal in the FA Cup. But I still think he would do a better job.
Yeah.
And that's where we're at.
Yeah.
I didn't think it could get any lower, and it did.
Yeah.
And I don't want to be so super negative, guys, but I'm just...
it's a bit late for that.
do you know what it is? I'm just fed up of mediocrity.
Yeah.
I'm so fed up with it. Last couple of super chats, we've got Sashin Sharma saying, time to promote Chido Obi Martin, desperate times. Mark Dennehy says, Ferguson just gone to West Ham on loan. Why weren't we looking at him, a young striker with a point to prove? Exactly what we're saying. We all would have taken Evan Ferguson, wouldn't we?
Yeah.
Yeah, I was thinking about this, though. He's gone to play for Potter, hasn't he?
Yes.
Which was his manager, wasn't it? So that makes it a little bit more understandable why we might not have thought we could have got that deal done. He obviously might have wanted to go to play for...
He would have rather gone to United than West Ham, I think. He's a United fan.
Yeah, I hope so. But originally, when I just seen him going to West Ham, I was like, why has he gone to West Ham over going to us? But, you know, maybe the pull of trying to find form under a manager where he played well for previously. I don't know.
We've got some more super chats in. We've got Jacob Stubbs saying, hi, just joined. Are there talks? Sorry, guys, bless me. I had to sneeze then. Are there talks for United signing anyone? Currently, no. There's nothing really we're linked to right now, is there?
Just, as I said before, we're considering our options, FC.
But is there any option we're actually considering? Is it?
Not that's public at the moment.
I'll tell you what, though, there was people saying we'd wrap Garnacho up like a new signing, just the fact he's staying.
Yeah, we said that earlier.
Yeah, I was listening.
Yeah, mental. Ahmad's contract and Garnacho not being sold have been dressed as new signings. That is our board for you, ladies and gentlemen.
Mario Franco said these windows were supposed to be exciting INEOS windows. I am not reading that, but thank you for trying to catch me out. Should we sign that lead striker? And then I'm not reading the name. You can read it in the chat, and I'm not being fooled again. Ross McGlay, Magician, says, loved Luke being on the show. Fun one. What songs would you pick for the current Manchester United players for their darts walk-on?
Ooh,
that would have been
question.
a good one, actually. Unfortunately, I've only just seen it now.
Yeah. Sorry, we missed
What would your walkout songs be? Just if you were like a boxer or
White Stripes, 7 Nation Army.
Nice. Love that. Rob McCormack says, backed Luke to win on Thursday. That's what we want. Alex Marman says, would you take not getting a striker now if it means that we get Gyökeres in the summer?
Yes. Yeah. We're not going to sign a striker anyway now, so yes is the answer. Yeah.
Yeah.
I think that deal's done. I really do.
Oh, I wish I had your confidence, Jordan.
I do. I honestly think that deal's done. I do.
Gyökeres?
Yeah.
I'd watch out for Arsenal.
This is what I mean, right? Because
Why? I'm just being...
I badly...
You already know, do you?
No.
Okay.
I'm just saying Arsenal is heavily interested in Gyökeres' deal for the summer.
I badly, and I mean badly, want us to sign Gyökeres. And I really badly wanted Arsenal to either get Watkins or Sesko over the line in January. Reason being is they're our biggest competitors for Gyökeres.
Yeah.
Because you look at the domino effect of the transfer window. They were linked to Gyökeres last summer.
Yeah.
They really like him. There was rumours that City were interested. There's no way City go after getting Marmoush in. They've got Haaland and Marmoush now, and I know Marmoush is very versatile, but I still don't think they go for a Gyökeres. And why would Gyökeres want to go somewhere where you're not guaranteed like much game time when there's options where there is game time, especially when City seem to be on the decline right now. So I look at clubs that need a striker. Chelsea might try and go in because you know what they're like. They'll have, they've got Nicholas Jackson, but nobody's sure if he's the real deal.
Yeah.
So Chelsea are obviously a competitor as well, but if you get Arsenal out of the way with getting a Watkins or a Sesko, first of all, I want Arsenal to win the league over Liverpool, so if there's still any possibility, I think it massively helps them in that way. And second of all, he puts us in a much better position for the Gyökeres race. The thing, if we didn't have Amorim, I'd say we'd have no chance, to be honest, in the position that we're in.
Yeah.
I think a lot of it rests on, will we get Champions League football by winning the Europa League?
Yeah.
That's huge. And will we be able to convince him to go to Manchester United over Arsenal? Because I do think Arsenal will go there. And the only way we do that is through Amorim. But if you think about it, Arsenal are competing for the Premier League. Like, they are actively competing for that. They are way further ahead in their project. You're living in London. I love Man United and I have my red tinted glasses on, but we're probably going to finish bottom half of the table. It's a mountain to climb coming into Manchester United.
It is, but so playing devil's advocate here, I just feel for them to have convinced Amorim to take the job when he took the job, there had to have been reassurances, and there has to have been things that him as a manager would have insisted on. And I just cannot understand how he could have looked at our team and the goal scoring issue that we've got at the club is a historic thing. It's not something that's happened since he's come in or since Ten Hag's. It's a historic thing that we haven't really had an out-and-out number 9 that's been able to play it week in, week out. Cavani was probably the last that was able to play it, but was never really fit enough over a long period of time. How has he looked at it and not gone, right, okay, reassurances, in order for me to take this job, these are the things that I'm going to require to take this job. And then Gyökeres is saying that he's not going to go in January, but he will go in the summer. I don't know, I just got a funny feeling that deal is lined up and done.
I hope so. I really hope you're right, Jordan.
But it's the hope that kills you, as I told you.
And if you are right, we will come back to this.
Yeah.
And we will say, Jordan, you have got that vision for us. Manifestation, positive thinking.
Yeah.
What you can dream and believe can also happen in life, and I hope so. I mean, what the good thing about Gyökeres is he knows he can perform under Amorim. Amorim knows he can perform under him. You've already got that relationship. He knows his strengths. He knows his weaknesses. He knows his personality.
Yeah.
Personality is a massive thing.
Yeah.
Especially, like, for example, you look at deadline day today, and it's like, even if you do get anyone in last minute, which I don't think we really will now, but even if you do, you don't really have time to vet them fully.
Yeah.
It's a rushed job, hoping for the best, hoping it's going to work. And that's what it would be. And I really did think that we would avoid these deadline day kind of rush jobs now, but if we do end up signing someone last minute, it would truly be that Igalo style again.
Yeah.
Do you remember we were linked to Josh King that time?
Yep, I do. Same time. Yeah,
it was the same day, weren't it?
Yeah,
we thought that was happening for a while.
That was on the cards.
Yeah.
Like, where is he now? Like,
well, it was weird because 24 hours ago, Tel was joining Manchester United, and now it's here we go to Spurs. So everything can speed up within the last few days of a transfer window.
Yeah.
Any I was going to say, do you reckon there's any room for another outgoing at Manchester United? Like a Malacia loan or something? Because his Benfica loan fell through, didn't it?
Yeah, and then there was links to Betis. But we were talking about this earlier, and I was basically saying that I don't know if this Martinez injury would have scarpered that, because it's just another option in defence. And whatever way round you play that formation, do we really want to lose another body in defence? So I don't think that will happen now. I do feel like with us bringing in a new left wing back, it'll mean that Delot can play over onto the right, and then that means Mazraoui then can play in the centre, maybe to help cover Martinez. So there's other ways around it, however he decides to play the formation. But yeah, I can't see Malacia going now.
Yeah, that's another one that I don't get how Man United, and him and his agent, to be fair, haven't sorted something out in January, because we know he's not the real deal. We know he's not going to be, United's next left wing back for the future. He showed bright sparks when he first started off, but he's had that long-term injury now, and he just doesn't seem good enough at this level. But there is clubs out there that would take him. His wage isn't absolutely huge. How have they not managed to find somebody? That's what I don't get. I get there was a Benfica loan, it did fall through, but even that only just came on the cards within the last few days. You've got the whole window. Amorim was clear that he don't really fancy him. Do you know what I mean? Yeah,
I think the thing for other clubs looking, he'd just come back from a really long injury. And I remember being here in the Europa League when he started the game, and we all nearly fell off our chair. We were like, where's this come from, kind of thing. I think it was
I remember that.
Clubs having a look at him and making sure that he is able to play. He still looks really frail to me when he's playing. Like he is one heavy tackle away from injury again. I don't think we will have a problem with moving him on in the summer. I think teams will come in for him. But I think it's a case of him just staying fit between now and the summer. If Betis would have took him, he would have been gone. But I really just feel like that Martinez injury will put a stop to him going out.
It's not a great look that he is below Dalot in the pecking order for that left side spot, isn't it?
Yeah.
Because Dalot is getting rinsed left, right, and centre, and he's still not being able to get ahead of him. It's not a great look as an actual left-footed, but we will see how that one progresses.
Yes.
Jordan, thank you very much.
Thank you.
You'll be back. Mods, talk to me. I feel like I'm now speaking to myself. Everyone's kind of switching over. We're getting different guests, everyone, so bear with us. I'm letting you sort out. I'll read the super chats while you sort out your little mic thing there. We've got Ben Maxwell saying, would anyone be surprised if we get a here we go, Manchester United recall Antony and pay Real Betis a £25 million early exit clause? I would be surprised, because that would be absolutely ridiculous. But like I said before, Antony has not been good enough for Manchester United, and he needed to exit. But for the loan fee that we're getting paid, and the fact we're bringing nobody in, you might as well have kept him around. Nobody's pulling up trees. It's another body. It's someone if someone gets injured. It's cover, it's wing back, and it's cover within the forward line. Antony never was amazing, and he needed to go. But I tell you what, him and Ahmad linked up a little bit when they were together, and we scored goals when you have a more attacking wing back there playing with the forward players. If you weren't going to bring anybody in, I feel like you might as well have honestly kept him, to be honest. I know he got an assist for Real Betis last night. That's probably his level. Obviously, he's less pressure there, and he can go out and play his football and express himself. And I think he had a man of the match performance, actually, from what I heard. I've seen a little compilation of him clipped up and put over Twitter. They always go around, don't they? But yeah, we're not going to do what you've said there in terms of the early exit clause. But as much as he needed to go, we needed to replace him. And people say we've replaced him with Dorgu, but we needed a left back anyway. He could play multiple positions, not well, but he was somebody. And we've got that little options, then if you were never going to get anybody in for the amount that it's kind of cost us, was it really ever worth it? Denzel said, INEOS are not impulse buying by playing for the future. Let's judge them in the summer. Positive super chat then. We did hear the news come out that INEOS would rather walk to a good decision than run to a bad decision. So they always want to evaluate their options, which I do feel like rules out the deadline day hack job signing, the rush job that could be on today, but let's see. Christian Baxter 9 says, what would the mood be in the studio if we saw Rashford track back and defend at Villa? I think everybody knows what the mood would be like then, to be honest with you. The thing is, everybody here wants to see Marcus Rashford do well, but also it would be frustrating to see him do things at another club that he wasn't doing for Manchester United, but I kind of want him to do that because I want him to get minutes, I want Emery to like him, and I want him to play. So I want him to succeed. Whatever formula comes together for Marcus Rashford succeeding, that is what I want. But look, guys, I'm joined by a completely new panel. We'll get more super chats in a second. I am joined with Mods, I am joined by Tull, and I am joined by Ricky. Ricky, you ready for round 2?
Absolutely ready for it, darling.
If anyone was watching...
I've got an absolute cracker to bring to you.
Okay, give me 1 second because I just need to lay down the law before you do.
Okay.
Guys, I have been bombarded with messages from last night to this morning regarding Serie A versus the Premier League. Anyone who was watching the forum last night, I've had the busiest morning, so I've not really had time to go and get my ducks in a row and get all my cards to bring to the table. Ricky's ready to fight me down here, and I feel like I'm losing a fight. I'm losing an uphill battle. Basically, it's like I'm coming into the boxing ring with 2 broken arms, and Ricky's there, and he's been hitting the gym for the last week. So, just prepare for that. But no, I've seen so many people messaging me like, "Oh, what happened with you and Ricky?" We were just strong football debate, guys.
My missus turned it on halfway through, so I was only checking up on you. She went, "Those 2 all right?" They were probably going at each other. I went, "No, so they do it all the time."
Yeah, it's funny. It's funny, but no, it's all good. But guys, how are we feeling? Transfer deadline day, yeah!
I couldn't believe it when I switched the telly on and Tel was signing for Spurs. Yeah. I was absolutely astonished. Couldn't believe my eyes. They came home with the tail between their legs on Friday, Spurs, didn't they?
It was so embarrassing. I literally mocked Spurs on Twitter, and now I don't even want to open it. I don't know how we've let that happen. Paul O'Keefe literally said, a reliable journalist, Tel wants Manchester United, the boy wants Manchester United, he wants Manchester United. He rejected Spurs. Next thing you know, Sky Germany, Florian Plettenberg, who's a good journalist, he's saying Tel has agreed to join Manchester United, he wants to move there. And then suddenly United won't pay the money and Tel's now going back to Spurs. And do you know what the funniest thing is? Spurs have been rejected for him to choose Man United. It's obviously broken down between Bayern Munich and Manchester United, and then Tel's been like, actually, you know what, I will come. And they've gone, all right then. It's mad, isn't it? It's like
crazy.
Anyway.
I mean, I don't know a lot about this player, but I've been told that he's a really good player, but I've also been told that his preference is to play on the wing.
Yeah.
As opposed to a striker. Now, we need a striker. Now, if this manager really, really wants to... this could have happened. If he really, really wants to stick to his guns, we don't play with wingers. Do we? We don't play with wingers, so what's he want to sign a winger for?
No, I think...
Do you know what I mean?
I think what... Obviously, I'm not an expert on Tel and his profile, but what I was led to believe, and from what I know of him, I think the vision maybe Ruben Amorim had is a versatile player that gives you multiple positions he can play within the front 3. He can play probably right-sided 10, left-sided 10 and striker. And I think where you would have seen him, I think, but get in the comments down below, is his ability to carry the ball through the midfield and his dribbling ability in the midfield to carry that ball as a number 10. That's what I thought he would do, but he could also play as a striker as well. I mean, he scored that goal against us, a fantastic goal, didn't he, in the Champions League last year. He's only 19, he's got a lot of strings to his bow, and he's a good ball carrier, and we lack them. And people say, well, that's what Garnacho does, but he doesn't really do it to a high standard, does he? So.
No, he doesn't.
What are your thoughts, Tel? You feeling a bit down? Did you wish we would have signed someone today?
I'm underwhelmed, but I'm also not surprised anything Man United do anymore at the moment. It's got to have been over something minor, hasn't it? It does sound like they were 95% the way there. There's probably been some kind of haggle from United over probably a minor clause, but it could be to do with money up front, could be to do with the wages, it could be to do with a loan to buy option, who knows. But I imagine it's fell through over United not being completely happy with the deal rather than it being Tel. But yeah, like Rick said, the striker's the main one. I'm really underwhelmed by the lack of talk of a striker coming in, I've got to be honest. Even if it's anybody on loan, I know we're not doing the whole 30-year-olds sort of thing anymore, but if you were to give me a 35-year-old striker right now with a bit of a decent CV, I'm gonna bite your hand off. Do you know what I mean? I'll take anybody up front right now. So I'm underwhelmed that there's not been talk of anybody. Apparently,
this is what was coming out from Sky, but you know, oftentimes stories are planted in the media to make things look a certain way, I think. Apparently, Ange Postecoglou had a long conversation with Tel on how they will use him at Tottenham Hotspur, encouraging the player to change his mind.
I don't believe it for 1 minute.
It wouldn't surprise me. I love listening to Postecoglou talk football.
I said that before. I said he's.
I think he could sort me into signing for him if I was 20.
I said that.
Or whatever it is.
I said he's a very, even though you know sometimes he gets a bit of stick for being rude after he loses, because he obviously doesn't like losing games. When he's actually on form, he's a very charismatic character, and I think he's a persuasive character. But I don't think he's persuaded him to say, actually, I don't want to go to Man United. I want to go to Spurs. I think
it's after the
United deal has broken down,
and
he's been like, I'm either staying at Bayern Munich and probably not getting much game time, or I'm going to go to Spurs. And Spurs obviously didn't mind that he'd fobbed him off and then wanted to come back. It's like you trying to see someone. They say, actually, I prefer to go out with this person. They kind of don't fancy it, and not actually I'll go back to them. It's like, it's not great, is it? It's not great. Like, do you know what I mean?
But they got what they wanted. The Spurs got what they wanted, so at the end of the day, it kind of benefits them. I think it's just more embarrassing on our side. Like, we actually look like we don't know what we're doing. I say we. INEOS look like they don't know what they're doing, which is kind of the worst thing for me, because they were supposed to come in to make us look like we are supposed to know what we're doing. Like, if we wanted to carry on doing these kind of things, stay with Glazers, stay with Ed Woodward, because that's what he was doing before anyway. We were signing Igalo last minute or transfer windows. We were signing, like you said, those 30-year-old strikers. We've been doing that for years now, and it's kind of looking like if we do make a signing, it's going to be a last-minute kind of thing. It's not going to be something that we planned out for the last month or so. It's going to be something that's just, we're desperate right now. We need someone. Let's go and buy someone. So. I don't know, they seem very incompetent to me.
I'm actually hoping it gets to 6 p.m. today and one of those Glazers actually decides to intervene and say, sod this.
Let's go and get Danny Welbeck.
Yeah, anyone, mate. Anyone, we just had a quick call with him to get it done now. Let's just get it done. He'll come right now. I'm hoping one of them intervenes and just brings us. It's got to be a striker. I'm happy with bringing Dargu in, because, like, Rick kind of opened my eyes to it yesterday. It'll improve us in two positions, and Rick's right about that, because you're going to get Dalot back on the right, and you're going to get him on the right consistently now. He's going to be on the right, 9 times out of 10.
Dargu can do the business.
We don't really
know yet, do we?
Yeah, we've got to hope Dargu
Don't forget,
the
he
man.
plays for the bottom team in a really slow league at the minute.
but in an ideal world, let's say they've got it bang on the money with Dargu, and Dalot's going to shift back over to the right for a consistent period of time. You're going to get more quality on the right, you're going to get more quality on your left. We know Dalot can attack. Hopefully Dargu can do it. There's been stats flying about that. He has the most attacking output in Europe from a full-back of sin flying about, so that's good news. However, that strike position, we are playing with 10 men right now. I'm sorry to be harsh on Turks in Ireland. They're both somewhat young, but we are playing with 10 men right now. Yeah. Seriously, that's how bad they are. We've got to get a striker today, but I don't think we're going to.
Bob A said 2 a.m. nightclub tactics from Spurs, which I thought was hilarious. But we were just talking before, and I'd like to get your opinions on it before I leave you guys to it and then come back. I was saying Weghorst would be an improvement right now.
Yeah, I'd take him.
Anyone would be an improvement.
I'd take Igalo.
I quite like Weghorst. And I know you lot, well, I don't know about all of you, but most of you didn't at the time. I liked him, and look at us now. Yeah. I'll tell you also liked Igalo. I really did.
He's got a great
goal he scored at I know it's Derby County. Look, the goal was it Derby? He's got a goal away at Derby in the League Cup or something, Igalo, where he controlled it on his thigh and smashed it. He went into the roof of that like an absolute rocket. Now, I don't care who you're playing against, to have the ability to do it. It was just a fantastic goal. Yeah. And I wasn't, not just because of that, but I thought he was all right, Igalo. And didn't he go to China and start getting about 300 zillion quid a week or something?
Probably. They all do. But Weghorst, yeah, I think that's a no-brainer in my opinion. Like Tel just said, any option we better right now. Like anything. Like the fact that Amorim has dropped both of our strikers who we just bought a year ago or a year and a half ago, whatever, and he's dropped them straight away. And it's not a rotation; it's a drop. You are so bad. I can't start you in my team. That's what he said to them. You're so bad. I would rather start a 19-year-old midfielder in your position. That means any other striker in the world would probably do better. So,
going forward, by the way, that's dead interesting. That Mods. I know we got beat 2-0 by Palace, but we're getting beat every week at home. It wasn't worse. You know what I mean? Don't think that if we don't sign a striker that we might not now see Mainu playing that position on numerous occasions. Don't think that can't happen. It was certainly no worse, and in some instances it was better. He gets in the box and gets it under. He hit the post. I know it got deflected. He hit the post with a shot, didn't he?
Yeah.
It wasn't worse with Mainu playing there. So we will now be in a position where we'll be guessing between 3 players who might start at centre forward when we're trying to guess the team on a Saturday afternoon or whenever it is.
Yeah, I just think it means that Mainu can kind of go in his more preferred position.
Oh, if we sign a new striker, agreed.
It'll kind of
what
free it
I'm saying
up.
is if we don't think that you won't see Mainu playing at number 9 on a few occasions.
Do you think that could still happen?
Of course, well, why not?
Because I feel like that was more of a statement.
Yeah, but
it was more of a desperation kind of tactic.
It might have been, Mods. It might have been.
Yeah.
But did he do any worse than any of the other 2 players? So why not? Let's try that this week. Week.
I actually thought for the first half the guys who were playing in 10 actually for a while looked like, wow, we've actually got someone in front of me who can play off here. they were actually playing off Mainu and the wing backs are doing it too.
He came short for the. Look, I know Xerxes does it well sometimes, but he's like a dead. I think wiry might be the right word. The way he not struggles, but wrestles with players like Højlund does it, but he seems to get away from, wriggles away from him. He's a dead wiry sort of figure, and he gets away from people and passes it. And I think at that job of receiving the ball, I mean, obviously Xerxes better at it than Højlund, receiving the ball and passing it. But I think Mainu is at least as good as Xerxes at it, if not better.
Probably up there, yeah.
I'd say better. I'd say 100% better.
I'm going to start off with some super chats. I'm not sure which one Beth read last, but if I do miss one, the producer will let me know. So I'm going to go from Kaido. He says, like Mark said, practical. I'm not sure what that means. Super chat from Daniel Winsterley. They want obligation to buy, too risky given age. Super chat from Dale Nesbitt. Glennias are also asking for it with no communication and state of the team. Super chat from B-Rad B. With Butcher injury, is Haven now going to be used? That's an interesting conversation. I'll probably come back to that one actually. Let me just get through these. Super chat from the K-Stone. Our formation will not attract any attacking players, strikers / wingers, to be honest. Lack of service is even worse now. Why should we play 5 defenders against, I guess that's Southampton, but he didn't obviously type that. And super chat from, we've got a few down here. Super chat from Alex Ball. Watchdog, you play right back and Dano play left back. I mean, imagine. Super chat from Anto Mac. What good is a striker without giving them chances? I'd take Bailey all day for pace and creativity before another forward. Super chat from Andreas Goose. There will be no more transfers. We lose players and don't replace them. We are broke. We need players to win EL. We need to be in Europe. And last, some of them flying in. Super chat from Red Devil. When was the last time we won consecutive Premier League games? Surely this season. Surely. I can't remember, but surely. I don't actually know. I'll be honest, but I'm hoping anyway.
Great question.
Yeah.
I'm sure I remember us doing it once this season and being surprised that we'd done it.
Yeah.
Fulham, Southampton.
Yeah, was that it?
Yeah.
That's dead recent.
Was that straight after? Was that back to back?
I'm not sure.
There might have been
Was Brighton in between?
I'll check it now.
Brighton was in between, I think. Yeah.
We'll check it. Super chat from Benjamin Chivali. What's the latest with Mount's injury? I just realised I need a charger. What's the latest with Mount's injury? Not sure. We'll get some updates. I'll get Sam C knows everything, so he'll tell me. He's listening right now, so we'll get some update on that. And that is one more super chat from, a couple more here, from Rajdeep Guha. we can start integrating Chido. Hopefully, we're going to talk about some of the academy players later on in the show as well. And super chat from Desire, bring back Weghorst or Regalo. Are you kidding me right now? I don't want any Ole and Ten Hag players back. All right, so I think that is all the super chats, hopefully. Make sure you keep sending them in. We're going to be discussing them throughout the show. I mean, look, let's go back. I mean, we need to get all of our kind of opinions and on everything that's gone on today. We just spoke about Tells. Now, that striker option, I want to carry on talking about that. Someone had mentioned about Chido, and literally just about 10 minutes ago when we were in the other room, we were talking about who we would take on a loan. I know, Ricky, you spoke about a certain Brighton player, Danny Welbeck. I mean, talking that, is that actually a player who you think is, one, realistic, and two, probably the best option that we can go for right now?
Well, first of all, and I think you said this before, Brighton have now let Ferguson go to West Ham. So it's now less likely or less possible, even if it was possible.
Yeah.
So, they don't want to leave themselves short of strikers. Although I have just seen, I saw something on the ticker tape going across the bottom that Brighton have just signed a striker from a German club, I think. I mean, I'll for about 20 million quid or something.
I'll check on that.
That's that Brighton, that striker that they've signed for 20 million quid. Maybe we should have been signing him. We're not professional enough, and we haven't got the time on our hands like football clubs have to get people to watch all the games and realise who's any good and who's not any good. But I think they have signed a striker, so I might be barking up the wrong tree. But yeah, the reason I mentioned Danny Welbeck about 2 seasons ago, and people were laughing at me at the time. And around the same time, I mentioned Johnny Evans, and he ended up signing for us. You know what I mean? So Danny Welbeck, look, he's still a top performer in the Premier League. That's the first thing. Premier League experienced, a really good performer for a decent team. I know they got hammered 7-0 at the weekend, but they beat us every time we play them, don't they? And he scores goals against us. He's good in the air. He's great at receiving the ball, which I've just spoken about Manu. He comes into the spaces brilliantly, Danny Welbeck, gets the ball, turns and passes it. Now then, we absolutely desperately need to win that Europa League. We're not just not going to be in the Champions League, we're not even going to have European football next season unless we can win either the FA Cup or the Europa League. Now, Danny Welbeck would be able to play in the Europa League if we signed him, and it would increase our chances doublefold. Absolutely doublefold. And I'm already hearing United fans saying, we've got a great chance of winning that Europa League. Not playing like we're playing, we can't win that Europa League. Yeah. But we're not a million miles away. And especially, as we've already spoken about, if Dorgu improves us on the left and Dalot improves us on the right, then if we get a striker in that improves us, suddenly we're at least twice the team that we were yesterday. So I would think it'd be worth a gamble. Doesn't matter that he's an ex-United player. It doesn't matter that his career's nearly over, another 2-3 years, whatever you could get out of him. We might only use him for half a season or even a season and a half. But what would you have to give for Danny Welbeck? 10 or 15 million quid perhaps at this age, and Brighton signed him on a free, by the way, and I've had I bet he's been with him 3 years at least. Yeah. They've had 3 years out of him. They didn't cost him a penny, and they could sell him now for 10 million quid or 15 million quid, and he would improve our chances. Even if we only played for us for 6 months now, he would improve our chance. It's not even 6 months, is it? Of winning that Europa League. And winning that Europa League is an absolutely vital requirement, and it would give us a better chance. I'm not saying we'd do it, it'd give us a better chance, and I think it'd be worth the gamble if it was 10 million quid or whatever it was. Yeah, to be fair, I'm not sure. Brighton are very good at, I'm reading here, they did sign that centre forward, Jorginho. Did he score against us, the chance? Rutter.
Yeah. Rutter. Wasn't he the one he scored against us?
He scored the other week, yeah.
Yeah.
But I'm talking about today, they've signed a player.
Today, another one?
Yeah, I forgot about Rutter, but they've signed a striker today, according to Sky Sports.
Okay, well, I mean, we'll try and get updated on that. But I mean, Tul, what are your opinions on that? I know you obviously just spoke about potentially signing some more 30-year-old strikers, but do you feel like we are at the point where we do need someone to kind of just take us over this line with the Europa League, because that is probably our most important thing right now?
Yeah, I'm just hoping that the people inside the club see it as big of an issue as we do, because it's clear as day for us watching that we desperately need a striker. I'm hoping that they're not kind of settled for what they've got until the summer, because I don't think they'll get Europe without extra an extra man at striker this season. I just don't think what we've got's good enough. I really don't. I just don't back them to score. Not enough goals anyway to get us to a final and then get us over the line as well. Even in the FA Cup, do you know what I mean? Even if we lose the Europa League, the FA Cup, we're still in the FA Cup. We beat Arsenal, didn't we?
The FA Cup would get you to the
FA
Europa
Cup would
League,
get us into the Europa League. So we've got 2 chances there. So it's not like season's not exactly a write-off just yet. Do you know what I mean? It's very easy to just say, oh, it's a write-off because we're 16th in the league, but it's not really a write-off, is it? Because there is still a hell of a lot to play for. I am really disappointed that there's absolutely nothing about a striker. Like literally no. Like there's not even anything. Like even
there's not even like a rumour right now. There's
there's
no one.
nothing. Absolutely not. And even Tel. Like I was not overly excited about Tel because from what I understand he's more of a winger, and I just think we probably would have ran into the same issues we've got playing him as a 10, and then he wants to go out wide, and we probably would have been the same problem, I imagine. So, and look, if they're saying now the guy who put the super chat in saying the reason we've backed away from Tel is because they wanted an obligation to buy, good, because if we signed him with the green like that, we're going to go and sign him on a permanent in summer, and he ends up being again not the right fit for the squad, or either way, if he ends up being a winger. And when we play a formation without wingers, then what? Do you know what I mean? Then we'd just be ripping our hair out in summer. So I'm kind of I understand us missing out on the Tel deal. I don't think it's like the complete end of the world, like total embarrassment that Spurs have gone and got him. It could actually be a bit of an intelligent move from United. However, I also hear the argument what Beth was saying before about. We need bodies, like letting Antony and Rashford go. It's two bodies gone in a similar position, both as wingers. Basically, they were playing as 10s though. Like I said, we're not playing wingers. So, yeah, if Mainoo's going to be playing up top for the rest of the season, then you know he might get a few games now though, because you know I do think that first 45 minutes, even though we only had one real chance where Mainoo hit the bar, I thought the quality of football, in terms of like playing off the striker, you know, there was a couple little bits in that first half where Mainoo linked the play together really well, and he's dropping back, collecting the ball, feeding wing backs in. If you can get more out of that from whoever plays up top, then it's happy days. I'm not really. I know people talk about Gyökeres, however, from what I've seen with Gyökeres, he just looks like an out-and-out, like, get the ball to me and I'll put it in the back of the net. I want a footballer, man. I don't know about you guys.
I think he's still pretty good on the ball. Like he's like a mixture of Xerxes and Haaland, but 10 times better. You know what I mean? Like, he can do what Xerxes can do. He can do what Haaland
I was just using him as an example, but I really want a silky smooth footballer up top as well. I want someone who can put the ball in the back of the net, of course, but you know, I don't want this thing of, you know, you've got to get the ball to him. Like someone who can also come and do a bit themselves. Do you know what I mean? Maybe I'm away with the furries and I'm asking for too much, who knows? But in an ideal world, that's what I want.
So Brighton did complete a deal for Nuremberg. I'm not sure what team it is.
Nuremberg,
yeah, Nuremberg striker Stefanos Tsimas, or I don't pronounce his name, but he is staying for the club. Staying at the club until the end of the season.
Oh, so they haven't got him in.
So they haven't got him in yet. Yeah.
How much was he, by the way?
20 mil.
20 million. It's not pennies, but it's not an absolute fortune either, is it? You know what I mean?
But that is the kind of thing.
Clever shoppers, aren't they?
Brighton will go out and buy it. I think Baleba was 27 million, and he's going to end up going for. I think he could go for 100 million, in my opinion, in the next year or 2 years. So that's probably someone we probably didn't even know it existed. United probably didn't even know it existed, but he could come in next season.
Can I just come in on something Tul was talking about there? I've got an absolute, as I always have, I've got an absolute alternative view on something that Tul brought up there about us needing to replace, and I think he's better said that we need bodies in. I agree we need some better players. I agree we definitely need a striker 100%. But when you mention Rashford and Antony leaving, I honestly believe it's a benefit that he left, and I wouldn't want to replace them with players unless they're definitely better quality and they're definitely going to get into the starting 11 or got a good chance of getting into the starting 11. I think we're better off without those players than we. Let me finish here. You might wonder why. I think we're better off without those players, without replacing them. And this is what they might be thinking. unless you're replacing them with top-class players who can really challenge. Because let's be honest, none of them were challenging, even Rashford.
Yeah.
For whatever reason, none of them were challenging for a place in the side. Now, when they were, all these other players who were getting bits of games, like Xerxes and Ireland are battling and getting little bits of games. Eriksen's coming off the bench and playing as a number 10 occasionally for 10 minutes here, 20 minutes there, maybe, and starting in Europa League games. Obviously, Mainoo's sometimes playing as a 10. Garnacho's a specific one. I'm not a fan of Garnacho's, but a lot of the fans are. He's only getting little bits of games. If we still had those two players, all these players would all still be getting even less little bits of games. These players need to be getting more time on the pitch. Yeah. And it's a bonus that them two have left. And we don't want to replace them. We don't need to replace them. We've got too many players. Unless you're going to say, yeah, you know, some fans will say, well, Rashford should be playing, he's better. I don't think he is. Antony, I don't think he is. And there's just too many players all getting little bits of games here and there. And it's still like that now they've gone. So if Garnacho, I don't know, let's say Garnacho, and he's not my favourite, some people think he should be playing all the time. Let's just say he gets another 1,000 minutes of football this season. If them two were still there, it'd only be 600 minutes. They need more game time, the players who are actually here. We had too many.
Yeah, but do you think that the players, obviously the players that you're talking about, the Garnachos, the Hoylands, whatever, would you say it is important for them to get game time, even though they're not likely going to be here in the long future? If that makes sense.
The
Not necessarily Garnacho, but like
the
Hoyland
more
or
chance
Xerxes.
you've got the more chance you've got of getting regular starts.
Yeah.
You know, obviously, even Antony got the odd start. Rashford, before he fell out with the manager, was getting starts. So there's more starts, and the more starts you get, the more chance of your confidence growing. Obviously, the more chance you're getting on the score sheet if you're playing him all them attacking roles. Let's aim this specifically at Garnacho, because he's actually starting quite often and coming on as a sub quite often. It'd be less if them two were here, and it needs to be at least as much game time as you're getting. If you believe he's good enough, I don't believe he's good enough. That's my opinion. Yeah. Right, but people do. The manager obviously does. So you need to nail your hat on that and give him more game time. Not that I'd be doing that, but do you know what I mean? That's what you should be doing. And he'd be getting less game time if them two were still here.
Yeah, 100%. I mean, I've got some super chats here that I'm going to read through for missing these. So super chat from Kendrew26. Would you take Torres from Barcelona on loan? Ferran Torres, would you? No one?
He's just, I forgot about him. He's a striker, isn't he? Yeah, I would. Yeah, I'd take any striker.
Take anyone really.
Who else did he play for him?
City, didn't he?
Ferran Torres played for City and then they sold him.
Obviously then.
Super chat from EPL Roundup. After all these years, has Ricky changed his opinion on Oli as a manager? It was most certainly counter-attack, but we used to be compact in defence and midfield.
What, under Oli?
Yeah.
No, there's too many games under Oli where we were desperately short in midfield. I think Oli was in charge. Oli was in charge when Spurs got 6 at Old Trafford, I think, wasn't he?
Like the 6-1?
Yeah. I think he was in charge when City got 6 at 6-3 at the Etihad.
Liverpool got 5 at...
Was Liverpool 7? I think that was 7
was Ten Hag. Yeah,
that was Ten Hag.
We got a lot of...
Got 5 at Old Trafford though, didn't they?
We got battered a few times because we were too short in midfield, even when Oli was there.
Yeah. Super chat from Marcus. What happened to getting Victor Osimhen? He's in Turkey. I don't think that deal's going to happen. But if it does, I mean, we'll let you know straight away. Super chat from JT. We'd still be up something, but we'd at least have a paddle if we brought a decent lone striker. Okay. Super chat from Simajaya Red Devil. Does anyone know status of Victor Boniface after failed move to Al Nassr? Can United get a loan move? I guess we'll get Sam C to get a quick report on that. Super chat from Anto Mac Welbeck. Ricky Welbeck. 10 years since leaving United, has 17 goals in 10 years. You can't honestly say he will improve us. Same mistake as Igalo and Weghorst.
He wouldn't improve us.
He's saying that he's got 17 goals in 10 years. There's no way he's got 17 goals in 10 years.
Cannot be true. He's probably got nearly 17 just against us.
but even so, even so, he brings more to the game. He brings more to the team.
Yeah.
You know, even if he has only scored that many goals, he would improve our team. We've got to look to improve the team.
Yeah.
But that's wrong. But I'll have a quick look.
Yeah, I'll check Premier League. They might just be talking specifically.
They might just be talking Premier League. But I'd be surprised if he's only got 17 in the Premier League.
17 in 10 years is not.
About half of them.
1.7 a season.
They might have just been making.
I think he got 10 last year. It might be a joke, mightn't it? Yeah, he must be joking.
Super chat from Smoggy Monster. I think we'll see more opportunity for academy players as the season goes along. Lacey, Obi Martin, Amas, Kone, etc. to build up the squad. Yeah, we'll talk about the academy in a sec. Super chat from Ravel Burns. Off the mark with Jokeris take. He's a top footballer who drops off the front line to help with build-up play, linking play and bringing others into attack. Pretty much saying he's a more versatile or well-rounded striker. Super chat from Razvan. The midfield is constantly overrun no matter who plays there. We need to put another man in midfield. Also, starting 2 strikers might not be a bad idea. I'm not a fan of that. I'm not a fan of starting 2 strikers.
No, not with the strikers we've got, mate.
Yeah.
Then it'll be like playing 9 men on the pitch, so I'm not a fan of that one.
Both of them need to get substituted off. And super chat from, that might be it actually. So yeah, I mean, let's talk about the academy. I mean, people talk about, Ricky's getting up the
I've got
stats.
Danny Welbeck stats, yeah. He scores about 6 a season. All right, that's it. But he plays a lot of games. He played 24 games, 25 games, 31 games. He's getting like a goal every 5 or 6 games. But that's an improvement on what we've got.
Yeah.
But it doesn't mean that he'll continue that. That could go better, it could go worse. That's the nature of football. All I'm saying is he would improve our team. And Brighton are a better team than us, despite what happened to him at the weekend. He's part of the reason for that. He gets them to play better football. They've just let... We mentioned this before I went live. They've just let Evan Ferguson go on loan to West Ham. Evan Ferguson, about 6 or 8 or 12 months ago, was being talked about as the next £100 million big player. You know, he's only a young kid. He's got a few goals in the Premier League. He's already got a hat-trick in the Premier League. Marcus Rashford hasn't got a hat-trick in the Premier League.
Yeah, he does.
Right? He's already got an hat-trick in the Premier League, Evan Ferguson. They've just let him go on loan to West Ham. Now, all right, nobody's come in with a massive offer yet. They were, people were thinking he was going to be the next big thing, the next £100 million player. But Brighton still want to win football games. They still want to finish as high as they can in the league. Yeah. So they're not picking Danny Welbeck ahead of Evan Ferguson because they think anything else but the more chance of winning football games with Danny Welbeck playing than they are with Evan Ferguson playing. And that's why they've let Evan Ferguson go on loan.
Yeah, and to be fair, he's 20 years old. There's still a lot of development that can be done to his game, which I don't see why. I mean, we spoke about this yesterday. Like, when we have a player who's shown a lot of potential, we just want to keep him. We don't want to send him out on loan to potentially grow at another club and then come back and we've still got them. It's either we keep them now and we just play them every game, or we just run them to the ground, or we sell them. You know, look at a player like, Ilanga. Imagine we sent him on loan to Forest and we got him back. Angel Gomez, we sent him out on loan, got him back. Who else? There's a whole bunch of players that I could probably use the same example for. And Brighton seems to be doing the same thing. Like you said, Evan Ferguson was supposed to be a £100 million player. United would not send a £100 million potential player on loan. Could be too scared. We'd be scared to lose him. But a team like Brighton, they obviously know what they're doing. And I mean, their owners, their directors, clearly have got a better understanding of how to develop players. So, yeah, I mean, speaking on other young players, Chido Obi Martin, a lot of people saying he's 17, give him a little run. 10 minutes here, 15 minutes here. Let's just see what he can do. Is that something that you think, Tel, is that something that you think could be a possibility? Or do you think, nah, let's just keep him in the academy for now. Maybe next season we give him a little run around.
I'd give him, I'd certainly, maybe towards the back end of the season, once, maybe when it starts coming out that, it's mathematically impossible for us to get top 4, things like that. Then maybe I'd start giving them a run out. Maybe once we get about 30 games into the Premier League season, probably wouldn't in the Cup or in the Europa League. But let's be honest, in the league, we're getting to a point now in the league where as long as we don't get relegated, it doesn't really matter where we finish. I mean, we've all accepted that it's all about the Cup and the Europa League. So why not give him a little run, even if it's. There's been plenty of times when we've gone into a game of football where either Højlund or Zirkzee up front. They've been absolutely tragic in the first half. What's from having him? What's stopping us from having him on the bench and going, tell you what, let's give him the second half.
Yeah.
Do you know what I mean? If we're going into half time, 1 or 2-0 down or something like that, what's stopping us from going, let's give this lad the second half? And the one thing you will get absolutely from playing an academy player is you will get a bit of grit and a bit of fight.
Bit of hunger.
Exactly.
Yeah.
You will get that, and you will get the crowd. You'll get the crowd up off the feet, because the crowd needs it at the moment, man. Old Trafford's dead at the moment, mate, because there's nothing to be excited about. There's literally nothing to get up for. So, yeah, I wouldn't mind seeing him. I wouldn't chuck him in the deep end. I wouldn't go and start him or anything like that. But I'd certainly start giving him, maybe give him 20 minutes, then give him 30 minutes. Then if the other two aren't performing, give him the second half. And if he can get a couple goals, then you can start. Maybe you can make a case to get starts. But you don't know until you play him. You have no idea how well he's going to perform. So
yeah, I mean, you spoke about Old Trafford yesterday. Oh my gosh, that was probably the worst I think I've ever seen at Old Trafford in my whole life. That was the quietest game. I don't think anyone stood up the whole game. Like, we were sat down for a good 80 minutes straight. Like, there was nothing happening. Like, to the point where the Crystal Palace fans, I was telling you after the game, the Crystal Palace fans were like shushing, and it went silent in the stadium. I said, what is going on? I felt embarrassed.
The last 5 times fans have rocked up, mate, we get battered, so there's no anticipation anymore. Do you know what I mean? I don't think it's to do with, I don't think it's that we're playing boring football. I just think there's an anticipation now when you come to Old Trafford that we're not going to get a result.
Yeah.
Do you know what I mean? It's a lot different when you've won 5 games on the spin and then you come into Old Trafford thinking, I think we'll do these today. There's a bit more of an excitement and a bit more of a, you're just more up for it, aren't you? Travelling up to Old Trafford now, you're in the car or whatever. You're just thinking,
hope. I just got hope and pray.
Do you know what I actually said before the game yesterday? I said, I think we'll get beat 1-0. And it's almost like, we get a bit. I thought, right, I'll be optimistic. It'll be 1-1. That was my optimistic outlook on Palace coming to Old Trafford yesterday. I was like, do you know what? I'll be away with the Furries. We'll get a 1-1 draw at home to Palace, and we didn't even get that, mate. Yeah. So.
But to be fair, that first, I'd say the first 10 minutes was like, oh wow, this could actually
work.
Mainly,
Ahmad found him, by the way. We're expecting big things from them two together, aren't we?
Yeah, definitely. And you know what? My only thing with Mainly in the 9 is he does the dropping back, linking up play very well. It's to get in from that position to in the box is what he struggles with. Because you see him struggling to it's like he's got Timberlands on and he's trying to run back into the box because he's so a bit sluggish. But if he was a bit quicker and he could get back into the box a little bit quicker, honestly, I don't know.
It's just not. It's not drilled into him.
Yeah, he's not used to it.
These strikers who are the best at it, it's like they're born with it. It's like
instinct.
Seriously, it's like they're just born with it. I hate to bring up old players, but Scott McTominay was pretty good at it.
I used to play with an amateur centre forward who used to say to me, because I played centre forward myself as well, I'm talking about when I was a young lad and he was in his 30s. He said a centre forward has always got to try to be, and I'll use the phrase that he used, you need to be a gnat's dick from being offside. When that ball comes into that box, if you're this far from being offside, you can get onto that ball, can't you?
Yeah.
There was a ball played. I think Bruno passed it in the first half, inside left position. Bruno passed the ball to Garnacho in the box, and Garnacho laid it across the face of the box, about 3 yards outside the 6-yard box, 2 or 3 yards outside the 6-yard box. It went behind the defenders, and I've looked at it again. We've not got a player within 5 yards of those defenders. You need somebody that close to the defenders so that when that ball comes in, you're in.
First to it. Yeah.
You're in, you're on it. If we had a natural striker who would have been right on the top of the defenders, it'd have been a tapping. It'd have been an absolute tapping.
Yeah, and that's how the best strikers get most of their goals. It's not because obviously you're going to have your Haalands who are quick and strong and they can just battle and just create something themselves, but he's just so quick with it. His instinct is he's just 3 steps ahead of the defenders. And to be fair, you should be 3 steps ahead because it's your team. It's your players that you're expecting the pass to come from. So you should already know in your head, well, the likelihood is Ahmad is going to get the ball. He's probably going to try and drive it down the line and cut it back. I need to be here in this position. But for some reason with our strikers, they just don't seem to read the game that well and they're always in the wrong place.
To be fair at the time, and I know we're always saying about the quality of the what we're giving, the chances that we're giving. to our strikers. To be fair, at that moment, neither Xerxes nor Højlund were on the park. So maybe if one of them were, they might have had a tapping.
Yeah.
But yeah, I mean, yeah, we're gonna talk about the strikers later on. Hopefully, I mean, how long have we got left now? We've got about, what time? It ends at 11. It's 4 o'clock now, so we've got
7 hours to get something done.
6-7 hours to get something done.
I'd love to be a fly in the wall in that boardroom, mate.
Figuring stuff out, like what's going. I mean, it's probably panicking right now.
I'm hoping that I'm hoping there's 10 phone calls going on at once, mate. I'm hoping that each individual person got someone else on the phone constantly. Got a big list of numbers. Who can we go through? Anyone, mate. Anyone. Well, not quite anyone. Not quite anyone. Well, you know what I mean. We need something. We need a quick short-term solution that will help get us by.
Have you watched the film Moneyball? Have you ever watched it?
No.
It's about baseball, but you want to watch it. There's a scene in it where the manager of the club is dealing with different clubs and he's got different phones and he's saying to his secretary, get him back on the phone from such and such a club, and he's keeping somebody on silent and he's trying to buy this player before he said, it's a fantastic scene, and I'm hoping it's like that.
But look, I don't know how transfers work like behind the scenes, but surely 6 hours is enough time, like. Maybe not to fly them in, but to at least get something done over the floor. I don't know, innit? I remember when De Gea was going to go Real Madrid and the fax machine broke. And they couldn't get him.
You can't do that anymore because they use DocuSign, don't they? So you can do it online now. Yeah, you can just sign the contract online now. So you can't.
The fact that there was a fax machine anyway. Is
you
crazy.
can't use the fax machine excuse anymore. What's that, mate? I'm losing you. Deadline's over.
Couple more super chats from Rod. The club's an absolute joke. Not even convinced we have a chance for Europa anymore. I mean, hopefully we do. Super chat from AJ. Can we put the academy talk in the bin? Have you watched them play? They are not ready for men's football. I'm not saying there isn't talent, but too soon. I don't think anyone's saying they have to start, but it's given opportunity. That happens all the time. Clubs give academy players opportunities. They might not show that they're ready to start, but they show that there's something there. Look at Collier. I mean, Collier, he's 21. He was 2021 before he finally got his opportunity, and eventually, I mean, how many games did he play before? But now we're saying he should start. It didn't take him a long time. It didn't take him a whole season or 2 seasons. It took him a few games to get good opportunities, and now he's in the team. So I don't think there's any problem with giving someone who's, I mean, look, Lamine Yamal 17. He was 16 when he started playing. I'm not saying we've got a Lamine Yamal in our club, but if you're 16, 17, he was 18 when he came through. Like, we had young players.
I think it's very basis by basis, isn't it? So you could have someone absolutely brilliant in the academy, but they might not take to men's football straight away. Do you know what I mean? But you could have someone who's not exactly the big shining light in the academy. I'm sure when Collier was in the academy, there was probably a couple of the lads in the team who were banging all the goals in and on the score sheet every week. However, he's the one who's come in and who's took to men's football. I think in each individual players. And it's not even about the physique of him. You could look at Collier and say he's not necessarily built for men's football yet. Mainu, when he came in, you wouldn't have said Mainu's built for men's football yet, the physicality of it. But if they're good and they've got what it takes in terms of the mindset, if they can step up and get amongst the lads and get themselves up for big games, I think there's more to it than just what they're doing in the academy.
It's based by case by case. Super chat from Mr. This thing's moving too quick. From Mr. Where's it gone? Sorry. Mr. Miracle. What is acceptable for Ruben to survive next season? I think he survives anyway.
Well, realistically, we weren't really expecting too much from the season anyway. I think we all accepted last season that this squad, it's not going to be a quick fix with this squad. I think we all knew that before we even won the FA Cup with Ten Hag. So even if we finish this season trophyless, and we finish 14th, it don't matter. It is what my foil we spoke about earlier. I'd love to know what the chat thinks. If we were to finish trophyless and finish 14th, 15th, 16th, whatever, do you not think we could potentially benefit? I know it's boring, but could we not potentially benefit from having no Europe next year and having more time on the training pitch? Because most of those players need coaching, a lot of coaching, mate. Yeah, so they need loads of coaching. I know it's boring. I know having one game a week, it really is boring. It's horrible midweek when your team's not on and everybody else is playing. However, I just think maybe that's what we need right now, just to take it a bit slow, sort of thing, rather than trying to do everything all at once. But then you could also argue the other side and say maybe, well, the guys need experience in Europe. But I wouldn't be completely devastated if we didn't get Europe, put it that way.
I think on the flip side, I get what you're trying to say, but I mean, you spoke about it before. On the flip side, one, would you prioritise coaching the players or prioritise getting new players in? Because having Europe means we're probably going to get better players in because we're playing in Europe. Players want to go to a club that is playing in Champions Leagues, Europa Leagues. So that there is that side of it. And also, like, I don't know, I just feel like there's certain clubs that I'd actually, that benefit for. Like, for example, let's say a team like Forest, they want to get Europe next season because they've probably not been in Europe for, I don't know, how many. I know Forest obviously won a European competition before.
It's been a long time.
It's been a very long time since they've had Europe. But for them, they're probably thinking, yeah, we could potentially get Europe this year. But that could be a big effect on them next season because of depth and they're not used to it and stuff like that.
Yeah, we see that.
It happens to a lot of smaller clubs that get, like, have to Leicester, it's happened to other clubs.
Villa almost, I know they've picked up a bit of form recently, but Villa aren't exactly at the heights they were last year. Yeah,
I just feel like for United, the size that we are, we shouldn't be, not having Europe shouldn't be a consideration. I don't think we should be at the point where we don't have Europe, we're going to play better. We should be playing better regardless. Like we've had Europe. We spoke before. There's only been 1 year in the Premier League era that we've not had Europe, and that was David Moyes' first year, where he got sacked after 7 months and we finished 7th or something like that. I think we didn't get Europe that year, I'm pretty sure. But other than that, we've had Europe every single year, even in bad years, and we still continue to kind of carry on. So I think, I don't know, not having Europe is it's not a good excuse in my opinion for these players. But I mean, going to the next super chat. Also, actually, no, back onto that super chat. I feel like they kind of meant what would be acceptable of Ruben next year to survive that season. So this year is a bit of a write-off. Next year, let them know in the chat as well. What does he have to do with a full season, potentially a good window, a decent window anyway, with some players coming in, some players going out? What has he got to do next year in terms of league position and trophies as well to survive?
He's got to win some games at home.
Yeah, hopefully.
I know it's a really simple thing to say, but he's got to win some games at home. We can't keep getting beat like that at home every week. Surely that's going to fix up once he starts getting his players in. And if it doesn't fix up soon, then it's real alarm bells going to be ringing big time. In terms of trophies and league finish, look, it's always going to come back to the league. You know, you can have the one-off this year of finishing wherever we're going to finish. However, we can't consistently be finishing outside the top 6.
I was just going to say that.
Yeah.
It breaks my heart to say it, but we've got to finish in the top 6.
We've got to be there or thereabouts, at least.
To say that, when I've lived through the years of trebles, doubles, you know, never being outside the top 3 under Fergie, so it breaks my heart. But we've got to be in. If he doesn't get top 6 next season, there's got to be serious questions.
Serious questions.
I think so.
I agree because top 6 should just be standard for United anyway. Like that shouldn't even, like you said, that shouldn't even be a conversation. But when I look at the rest of the league right now, competitiveness, like competitive wise, or whatever the word is I'm trying to think of, it is super difficult now. Like we're not just talking about a top 4. We're not even just talking about a top 6 anymore. We're talking about a top 8, a top 9 even. Teams like Brighton could easily get into top 6. Bournemouth, Aston Villa.
Compared to ours, though.
Aston Villa, even Nottingham Forest now, they're not going to fall off next season. They might even get better, you know, and then you got your standard top 6, Chelsea, Arsenal, City, Liverpool,
Newcastle.
It's not a top 6 anymore.
There's loads of good teams.
There's a lot of good teams. So the competition has changed now. It shouldn't even be 6 teams. There should be like 7 or 8 teams that are good enough to even be in Europe.
Well, I'll tell you what I think as well. I think that the teams who look like they're getting relegated, I reckon there's at least one player from each of those teams who would improve our starting 11.
At least, minimum.
So straight away, you've got players who aren't even going to be in the Premier League anymore. They would improve our side. I don't think we've got to go and make colossal signings and present them like we're a Champions League side, we're in the Europa League. Come to us. There's players who be going down to the Championship who we could definitely pinch who would make a difference. The lad from Southampton, 6 points all year.
Tyler Diblin.
That Tyler Diblin would massively improve us, mate. He massively,
he embarrassed us.
Yeah, he would. When he came. Genuinely, he would improve us massively.
Where would you play him?
I know where you get.
Because he's probably a number 10 in our system. So
yeah.
you're asking him to play ahead. To me, our best 2 10s are Ahmad and Mainu. And as much as I rate him, and I agree, I know where you're coming from, I'm not sure he gets in.
But I wouldn't mind what an 18-year-old, a 19-year-old, and a 22-year-old to be our free options. Like,
Have they got Bednarek as one of the centre backs, Southampton?
Yeah.
He'd improve our squad, if not the team, without a doubt.
Yeah. I mean,
Delap at Ipswich.
Yeah. Or Mari Hutchinson, he'll be. I mean, he's never going to come United, but he's a great player as well.
Who's 18th right now? Is it Leicester?
Leicester. I don't think. It's probably Leicester.
It's probably not as many.
I mean, to be fair, Vardy would do well for us right now. He probably would. Yeah. They've probably got a few players as well. But what did you say? Top 6 for next season?
It's got to be top 6.
It's always got to be top 6.
Yeah.
Before, like, we've got to at least. This is 2 seasons in a row now, lads, and not to scare you, but this is going to be 2 seasons in a row where we've not finished top 6. Now, on a trajectory, that is that is like from where we've been.
We're rock bottom now.
That is right at the bottom. Seriously. So we've got to at least put together 2-3 seasons here of finishing top 6 before we can even start talking about top 4.
Yeah.
The gap between 6th and 4th is massive, mate. Do you know what I mean?
From 6th to 8th is massive. I'm telling you, Newcastle is they're going to be thinking, if I'm a Newcastle fan, I'm thinking, give me 2 years, I'm competing for a title. If we could keep our best players and develop on it, they've got some great players in that team. 2 more years of big signings, they've got the money. They can do it.
Their squad is
They're going to be thinking about a title in the next 2-3 years. So that's another team that's past the top 6 now. They're talking about.
I get what you're saying. A lot of the other squads seem a lot closer to it than us. Newcastle for definite. You know, I think they're only maybe 3 players away from really having a go at the top 3.
I've just some news in.
All right, let's go. Forget what I'm saying.
It's not even transfer news. It's more negative. Sorry. I'm sorry, guys. It's more negative news for United. Lisandro Martinez has tore his ACL. So he's
out for the season.
Out for the season. ACL injuries, difficult. Sometimes some players have never really come back fully from that kind of injury. I'm not sure what his last injury was. It might have been was it an ACL the last one that he obviously just came back from?
I know it was his knee.
It was something to do with leg anyway, I'm sure. But that's a big blow. I mean, in terms of our defence now, I mean, we spoke about earlier this season we obviously brought in 2 defenders, Yoro and De Ligt, to kind of help us with injuries. We've had another big injury now. I mean, what does that mean for us? Does that mean Yoro's going to have to get more play time? Does that mean potentially Luke Shaw's going to have to start coming in? And I mean, again, do we even want to rush him back into the first team, considering how
Lindelof was on the bench at the weekend, wasn't he?
I even forgot he even played for us, to be fair. I forgot he even played for us, Victor Lindelof. But
he's in the squad. I think he's in the squad quite consistently now.
Yeah.
And I honestly don't think there'd be any difference. You know, look how bad we are. Think about it. I don't think we're going any worse.
It's hard, it is hard to make us worse.
I don't think
it really is hard to make us worse.
But we can be worse though, because we've been saying we can't be worse for a long time, and we continue to get worse. So I think we can.
Let's remember this. Now that he's out, in fact, I'm going to check it in a bit. I'll take a photograph of it. How many points per game we've got, and I bet we don't get any less points per game for the rest of the season than what we've got now.
I mean, let's not jinx it. But if we go below 1 point per game, it will be very bad. Anyway, let me finish up these super chats. I've completely forgot to finish them. So super chat from Pizza. Let's not act surprised here. If a player wants to come to Man United, then look at how the fans treat Rasmus, Xerxes, or Onana after little time they turned down. Yeah. Okay. Super chat from Anto Mac. 35 goals in 10 years. Welbeck has since leaving United. That does sound a bit more realistic. Again, that might just be Premier League.
So it's not just about the goals. This is what I'm trying to explain. You see, I've just explained that Brighton, they nearly always beat us. I'm not sure how many times, but I think they finished above us last year. They're going to finish above us this year. He's their favourite starting striker. Does that not tell you anything? You know, he will improve us as a team if he plays for us. And by the way, he will also, if their managers are right, and it's not just one manager, it's 2 or 3 managers that have been picking him for them.
Yeah.
So let's assume they all know what they're doing. It's going to weaken them. And they're only about 6 or 8 points above us. Do you know what I mean?
Yeah. Super chat from Andreas Goose. We need Europe to get funds in Man U. Yeah, we spoke about that before. Super chat from, there's a couple more in here, from, again, Andreas. First, give Ruben players and then set what we expect. Good point. I think he's talking about his expectations for next season. Give him the players first. I mean, if Ruben somehow goes into next season without like a couple good signings, or not even just signings that he wants. They might not even look like good signings, but they're players that he wants. I think it's difficult to even give him some kind of high expectation because he's just playing with the same team. Super chat from, there's no one there, Robert McCormack. We also need 10s capable of sticking it away, finishers in the team. Someone like Ahmad, great finisher. I think Maynard's a great finisher as well, to be fair. Tyler Diblin, I mean, I'm not going to get him, but another player who could probably put it away. Keep sending your super chats. We're going to keep going through them. We've still got quite a few things to talk about, but I want to quickly speak on some of the signings that have been made so far in January. So, I mean, the top signing so far this January has been Kvara. Obviously, you know, he went to PSG, 70 million. And that's a player that we were obviously looking at. Xavi Simons, another player that people were talking about for United, went to RB Leipzig for 50 million. John Duran, we spoke about him yesterday for Aston Villa. Al Nassr for 77 million. Crazy. And Marmoush, City, 75 million.
75 million.
75 million.
Spend another 75 million.
75. City have done a lot of, like, I think City have got the top 3 highest signings so far this January
What
window.
position is he playing at Marmoush? I don't even know who he is.
He plays pretty much like an Alvarez kind of.
Yeah, he's kind of second striker. Could probably play 10 or striker.
I'll be honest,
well.
he's a great player. I watched him the other day.
Who have they signed him from?
German, Frankfurt, was it?
Yeah.
Frankfurt.
Right,
He looks good, Rick.
Right.
I watched him against Chelsea. He looks
I just think, how does City always find these players? I mean, they pay a lot for him anyway, but
Doesn't sound like he's too hard to find. If Tull's watched him,
they also signed a centre back as well, Vitor Reis, for 37 million. That's obviously just done this January.
And the Egyptian fella, what's his name? He's centre back, isn't he?
Centre back. I'll try and find him. I'm not sure. And the sign that Kusanov.
Yeah, I think that's yeah.
Kusanov, for 40 million. So City are making a lot.
So City have spent 150
City have spent a lot of money. City have spent
15 million.
Yeah. In fact, I've got up here. I'll get it. I had it on my screen before. I'll try and find it again quickly. Yeah. So transfer window spent so far. City spent 126 million. Sold nobody. Brighton have spent 40 million. And sold about 3.2, and United have spent 29, which is just doggy.
Can I just come in on City as well, though?
Yeah.
There is no way City have put all that together in January. I guarantee you, when it started going downhill for City in about October, bet they had those lot lined up, ready. I bet they were just waiting for January to go. I bet January first came round, they were on the phone to all of those clubs getting those deals done. Whereas with us, you know, I feel like we've got to January, and then that's when we started really having a look.
Yeah.
Whereas to me, I get the feeling City had all of that lined up before we even got to January. Just more of a proactiveness about them, a bit more of a determination. Do you know what I mean? They've won everything for the past few years.
They just know what they're doing.
They had 1 or 2 months. Right, they probably got to about October. 1 or 2 months of it was bad form. Don't get me wrong, it was catastrophically bad form. But it's not much different to what we're in right now. Do you know what I mean? And straight away they fix it there and then. Do you know what I mean? Whereas
I mean, City.
We get by more. We're more like a we'll get by sort of scenario rather than put a stop to this as well we can. Yeah.
I mean, you call it bad form. I mean, they're still up there.
Oh, absolutely. But they did go on.
It was like 1 in 12.
I think November they didn't win a game.
It was 1 in 12 or something like that, or 1 in 11.
October, November, they really had like they were losing every week.
I mean, up until now, they just got beat 5-1 by Arsenal.
I'll tell you something I heard yesterday as well. Listen to this, you'll like this. They've conceded more than us this year.
Yeah.
City have conceded more goals than us.
I don't know how that even works. Like how? Like when did that even? You know,
I heard it last night.
We'll get the facts up. Let me actually get the
check
facts
the table for me.
Are you talking about in the Premier League?
I'm not sure.
It's got to be Premier League.
It's got to be Premier League. Carragher said it.
Yeah, one more. We've let 34 in, they've let 35 in.
Wow.
That's staggering.
Wow. City. Wow. I mean,
that is staggering.
that is incredible. Yeah, I think. Wait, let me get it up here. I've got it. Goals conceded, 35. Yeah, we're 30. Wow, we're 11th to be fair. We're 11th, so we're actually higher up than we are on the table.
But it's not too dissimilar from last year, where it's the same thing. We can't make goals.
Yeah, it's
we
embarrassing to be fair.
But anything.
I mean, let's go back on. I want to talk about the centre back options a little bit more, because there was a super chat earlier about Aiden Heaven. Obviously 18-year-old, but just bought him from Arsenal, centre back. He is joining the first team straight away, so he's not coming in to play in the academy. He will play a few games, probably on the under 21 stuff like that, but he's come to join the first team. That's the whole goal. It's not just to put him in the academy and sell him off in 2 years. No, they have probably higher expectations for him as a player. Now, obviously, I've not watched him a lot. I've not seen Arsenal academy play, but do you feel like he's a player that could potentially come into the first, as in like play a bit of 30 minutes, considering, I mean, Yoro's 19, 18, so similar ages. Obviously, Yoro has played a lot more first team football, so he's got a bit more experience. But now that with Martinez going out, I mean, you spoke about Lindelof, is Aiden a player that you feel like could get that opportunity to play in the first team?
Hindsight's a funny thing, isn't it? Whereas
Foresight,
foresight, sorry. Whereas now, you know, when he got put in the first team, there was a lot of people saying, what's all that about? But then on the same day, Martinez has got injured for the rest of the season. So do you know what I mean? That's
like they knew something was going to happen.
It's. I don't want to say it's worked out, because we're still in a deficit, not having Martinez, but you know, it softens the blow a little bit. At least we've got some kind of left-footed centre-back cover now. I'm sure he's a left-footer.
Yeah, I think so, yeah.
I'm sure he is, yeah. I've never watched him, but I'm sure he's a left-footer.
You might find they throw him in. It's difficult to answer the question. I've not seen him kick a ball. In fact, I've seen less of him than Beth's seen of the Serie A.
Where is Beth? That's only in the room. But yeah, I mean, I'm hopeful anyway, because from what we see from Euro, and I know, he's had more first-team football, but I feel like with centre-backs, if you're mature enough and you've got the physical attributes, you can do a job. Kambuala came into a team at 19. Must he was like amazing, but he did a job. I mean, he started the Liverpool game.
He looks all right. Where is he now, Kambuala?
He went to what team? He went to somewhere in Spain, I think.
Spain.
I think he went somewhere in Spain.
That's right, yeah.
Yeah, I don't think, was it Sevilla? I don't think it was Sevilla. It was one of them teams anyway, but he obviously got a move from it. You know, he was good enough to show other clubs that he's good enough to play first team football. So I'm not against it. I'm not against giving him an opportunity if we obviously need it. Right now, I'm sure the starting lineup's going to be, you know, De Ligt, Maguire, and probably Euro. I wouldn't be surprised if that'll be the starting lineup going into every game. But
and Mazraoui will obviously going to be ahead of him still. Luke Shaw might be back.
Lindelof.
I mean,
we're not actually short of centre backs, are we?
In terms of like Luke Shaw, we know he's obviously back in training. How quickly would you put him into the team? Because I know you said, I think yesterday, that you don't mind bringing him in if he's ready, if he's fit enough.
I've been reading for at least a couple of weeks now that he's in full training. So you know, if you're in full training, I suppose he's got to play in a couple of. I don't know whether he's done this yet, but if he's in full training, he should have played in a couple of training games. You know, amongst the squad. Yeah. And once you've played in a couple of training games, you know, you fit to play as far as I'm concerned. If you get through it with no problems. So if he's fit to play, Luke Shaw's got to play that position.
So we're just putting a track. Kambuala was playing yesterday with Villarreal. And they won 5-1 and they're fourth on the table. Right, so he probably got a better move than he wanted.
We're doing all right, innit?
Yeah, he's doing all right.
Seems everyone who leaves now is doing all right, doesn't it?
Forgot about him.
You know, it'd be funny if we could put together an 11 of players that have left in the last 3 seasons. See how they do against our current 11.
I mean, the player who was left, and they did have a here we go yesterday, obviously Marcus Rashford. What do you think he's going to do at Villa? In terms of, you know, they are playing Champions League football. They are probably trying to push for as high as they can in terms of Europe positions. I don't think they'll get a top 4, but they definitely want to get a top 6 and get into, you know, a Europa League at least. How impactful do you think he will be in that team? And will you be surprised if he kind of hits the ground running?
Now, I've not watched a lot. Like, I don't watch Villa every game. However, when I've watched Villa in some of the big games this year, doesn't Morgan Rogers play on that left-hand side?
Morgan Rogers can play left or centre.
Yeah, I think he's probably better in the middle, in my opinion.
I think when they're at full strength, I think they're all right in the middle. They've got John McGinn
and they've got
Tielemans, and they've also got that other kid who played at the back yesterday. Kamara, is he called? He's not bad. I think he played when they beat City the other week in midfield. So when those three are all fit, Morgan Rogers plays on the left. So if they're fully fit, Villa, I don't think Marcus will be in the team, but they've got a lot of players injured at the minute, haven't they?
Yeah.
So he might get in the team. one thing I would like, look, I don't like. He could hit the ground running. He really could. I was amazed. I was amazed when Jesse Lingard went to West Ham. I didn't rate Jesse Lingard, and he scored about 10 goals in 12 games or something for West Ham. But I don't know how them things happen. It's just football, isn't it? It's not, you know, it petered out, and then he struggled after that. And I think he's playing in not South Korea now. He's playing, isn't he, Jesse Lingard? So it could happen for Marcus that he could hit the ground running. He could. But what I do want to say to both of you, and I'll say it to others later, is I've been fed up of hearing people, and I think the manager might have started it, saying that he's not trying. If it doesn't work for him and he doesn't do well, it will not be for the sake of trying. So don't come back at me and say he's not trying, right? Because he's going to want to impress his new manager, his new teammates, his new fans. He's particularly going to want to impress the manager that's not picked him here and sent him out on loan. He's going to be absolutely pulling his tripe out. So if he doesn't do well, think of a different excuse.
Yeah. No, I agree. I mean, the whole trying thing, it didn't, until Amorim said it, I didn't believe it anyway. But when Amorim said it, I thought, you know what? If anyone was going to know, it would be Amorim, because other players in the academy, they always speak highly of him in training. But somebody said he's probably the best trainer that you see. And even Beth, when she said she saw him training, she said he's one of the best players in training. And we've seen a bunch of other academy players say similar things. But when Amorim said it, I thought, you know what? If he says it, it has to be true.
It can go deeper than that as well. I also used to hear people say Eden Hazard was the worst player in training. So
I believe that though. I actually believe that.
It doesn't necessarily
correlate.
Yeah, I mean, do you know what? For the most part, it probably does. To be fair, it probably does, but you will get anomalies, is what I'm trying to say.
I think at Villa, honestly, because you said it's a whole new start, you know, new teammates, it's away from Manchester. I think that's very important. We spoke about yesterday, getting out of the city. I know he's going to be commuting and all that, but for the majority of the time, hopefully anyway, he won't be in Manchester. He'll be more around a different group of people, different teammates. It's just a new mindset. That refresh can help a lot of players when they're playing bad. Just a complete clean slate. And he gets the opportunity to just prove himself again. I feel like proving yourself always kind of puts players at their best, because like your back's not against the wall. It's a completely new fan base. United fans are going to watch him. Everyone's going to watch him to see how good he is, because we're all going to want to see if he plays well. But like even in the stadium, the Villa fans, from speak, I've got a few Villa friends, and they're excited. They're like, you know what, I'll take him. I don't mind him. You know, even if he doesn't start, I don't mind him. They're going to be behind him. They're going to want to see him do well, because they just lost a big attacking player, so they're going to want to see him perform well. So I feel like it could work for him, and I kind of hope it does work for him anyway, because you're not going to want to see a player fail for no reason.
That's what I wanted to touch on there about John Duran. I don't think Villa have signed Marcus as a long-term fix. I do think it's been probably brought up last minute with Duran going out the door, and it was obviously with the money that came for Duran, it was for a club of Villa's size, it's money that you cannot turn down. You've just got to, and obviously Duran wanted the move. Obviously the contract he was offered was a life-changing contract, so I think they just very quickly came to terms with the fact that Duran, who has been one of the best players this season, is going to leave, and I think Marcus is probably a stopgap for Villa. I don't think he'll be at Villa next season. Could be wrong. I do think it's just we're a striker down. I think you could see Marcus playing as a striker at Villa, to be honest. I think they'll give it. Not over, but I think you could see him getting a lot of games.
Like a second striker.
As a striker, mate. I don't think it'll work out, because we've seen him playing at 9 and it's not a pretty sight, but I think they could give it a go.
At the weekend, you know that, don't you?
Did he? I didn't know that.
They played. I watched the game on Saturday night, 5:30.
Was it Wolves?
They lost at Wolves, and I think it was halfway through the second half. He tweaked his groin. Don't know how long it might keep.
Yeah, no, he is. No, you're right.
I think he'll miss 2 or 3 games, and I actually think that they really swung into action after that game. Was it Saturday night that the news broke that it was definitely happening? I think it was.
Yeah, just got some news here from Sam. Sam C reports. So David Datro said Fofana has officially been recalled from Turkish club Göztepe. Chelsea striker now back at London club. So yeah, Fofana's back at London. City. Send me that again. It's a bit. I'm not sure exactly what that means. But yeah, Tottenham trying to revive the Sassy deal after original no from player. So Disasi, Chelsea defender, centre back, potentially could be going to Tottenham. That deal is back on. So I mean, that'll be Tottenham.
If Spurs get that back on, that'll be amazing.
Yeah.
When they've been knocked back by 2 different players and they've already got one of them on side. If they do that, that's some work.
Spurs make it. I mean, Spurs need to make something happen right now
So
they are in the. Yeah, I mean, you already know that we do as well, but Spurs especially, considering their whole season is literally banking on them possibly winning a Carabao Cup.
Spurs are below us in the league, aren't they?
Yeah.
Yeah, but they're not too far though. Not too far. About 2 points, but the form that they've been in it is looking bad for Spurs, I'll be honest. And the run of the games that they've got as well, I would not be surprised if we see them like a few points above relegation. Like maybe like 17th place or something like that. It is looking bad. So the fact that they're making deals, it's good for them. And Daniel Levy seems to know what he's doing because he took a player off us, which is embarrassing in my opinion. Like to lose a player to Levy is horrible. But super chats here, one for Mario Franco. Dan James would upgrade us. I'm not Ricky Son, I swear. Super chat from, let me find the next one. From BR, we need a profile that can play second striker. Super chat from, got some more news here. Breaking news for Manchester United this time. Tyrone Malacia is on his way to PSV and medical is expected soon. Tyrone Malacia, I know that the Benfica deal kind of broke down, but I mean, that's another player that's obviously leaving the club, another left-sided player, which in my opinion, he wasn't doing what we needed him to do anyway, so it's not like he was a greatest option. I feel like whenever he did play, he kind of held us back a little bit, but he's obviously finding a move out to PSV. I mean, what are your opinions on that?
Yeah, he was off the pace when he came back. I was actually a little bit optimistic when he came back. I know he had a shocker in the first game he came back. I think it was a Europa League tie. It might have been 20 or something like that. I can't remember. But I had a little bit of hope that maybe if he can find a bit of match form, get a few games together, if he finds his sharpness again, maybe we'll benefit from having a left-sided player on the left-hand side. But he did get a few games, and that sharpness was just never coming, mate. Yeah,
it is difficult though. I mean, being out for almost 2 years of like football, it's almost impossible to come back.
Completely understand it. Yeah. It's not the same for everyone. I recall Luke Shaw was out for a long time, and when he came back for that final for England in the semi-final, I recall him being the best player for England until he got subbed off. So, there are some I think the quality that Malacia had already.
Yeah, it wasn't that high.
It wasn't that high anyway. Yeah. Do you know what I mean?
Yeah, 100%.
It wasn't that high anyway. So even if he was to get anywhere near what he used to be, he probably still wouldn't have quite cut it for what United needs. So,
I mean, breaking news: Malacia is potentially, well, not potentially, it is likely that he's going to be going to PSV. So, I mean,
permanent or loan deal.
Permanent or loan? I mean, Sam's here. Sam, is it permanent or loan? To be confirmed.
Okay.
To be confirmed. So we'll see about that. Let me carry on with these super chats. Got a super chat from Slow Sports News. After waking up feeling something might happen today, then feeling totally disappointed, I'll be desperate for a Weghorst signing or something like that. I mean, you never know with United. We might even go there. Super chat from Anthony Tracy. When is United briefing? Obi Martin is ready at 11 p.m. Possibly. Super chat from, this laptop is freezing, Andy Atherton. We must listen to Ricky the GOAT. He said Rashford was overrated. True, he said Batomini was decent. True, he said he rated Ahmad when Ten Hag dropped him. True. I mean, one of Ricky's fans in there. Another super chat from, if this laptop will stop freezing. This laptop's frozen. I'll try, okay, got it back up here. Super chat from Cruel.cs. What is your biggest concern with this United squad? Ricky, what's your biggest concern with this United squad?
That's a good question. Lack of a striker, really, isn't it?
Yeah.
Lack of a striker, it's got to be. And it was the lack of a left wing back, but hopefully that's been remedied. I'm never going to say it has been remedied until I've watched the player a few times.
Yeah.
But hopefully that's been remedied.
I'd say the noise that's coming out about the lack of money we've got to spend.
Yeah.
Because by God, it needs I know we've already chucked a lot of money at it, but it's going to need a lot of signings we need a big window, man. This summer window has got to be massive, and it's got to be the right players. However, we've got to see at least 5 coming in, haven't we? You'd think.
In the summer.
It's got to be about 5, hasn't there?
I mean, 5. I mean, we had 5 last summer. I'd
argue that apart from Xerxes, I think So who came in last summer? We had Yoro,
Delete.
Ugarte, Delete. So first of all, those three, I'd say those were improvements on what we'd have. Xerxes, I'm not convinced on. Was there another one? Mazraoui. I'd say Mazraoui was an improvement.
It was a good window, really.
I think it was a good window. However, one good window, that's one good window versus the 8 bad windows we've had in the 4 years before it. Do you know what I mean? So we need another 3-4 of those. That window that we did, we need another 3 or 4 of those windows before we're going to get anywhere near a completely different looking squad. With the squad's we need to set it up so in 3-4 years' time that squad looks completely different. It's got to look completely different. Yeah, it's got to be a complete revamp, similar to how when Fergie left, and 2 years later that squad was, you know, there was only 1, 2, 3, 4, not a handful of players left from what Fergie had. I know it didn't work out for Van Gaal, but it's got to be a similar approach.
Yeah, I mean, for anyone who's just come in the chat or they're not sure what's going on, Martinez is out for the season with an ACL injury. Huge blow for Man United. Huge blow. And in my opinion, he's just been coming back to like his best. Like he was, like it seemed like he was progressing each game. He wasn't making as many mistakes. His passing was improving, and now for him to go out, this is a question to you guys and obviously to the chat as well. Long term, is this something that United should be concerned about? Is this something that we should be thinking? This is the second time now that he's had a big injury. Do we want another Luke Shaw? Do we want another player that, even though he might be a great player and he could be, great performances for us and be a first-team option, but those injuries, they're not only are they consistent, but they're big. It's not like it's a little knock on the ankle or it's a shoulder. It's a big injury that could affect him, in the long term anyway. When he comes back, he might not be the same player. Is this something that United should be thinking about going forward?
It's to go without saying that they'd be concerned about the injury, because if you look at the past 24 months with Martinez, how many of those months has he actually been fit? Can't be any more than 8, can it? Yeah. Out of the past 24 months, and how long have we had him for? We've not had him much longer than 24 months, have we, shortly? So, in terms of the investment, they spent a lot of money on Martinez. Don't forget, was he 60 million quid? 60 odd million quid or something like that. So in terms of investment, it's not good. But I think the bigger problem that they've got is that wasn't a problem position originally. That was, when you looked at that 11, that was actually one of the very few positions that we pretty much had nailed on. Martinez was probably, for the foreseeable couple of years at least, was going to be that left-sided centre-back of the three. Yeah. And now you've got another problem to add on top of your massive pile of problems that was already up here, and now it's just another big problem to go on top of it. I don't even know how you'd go about it. But right now, they're just going to be worrying. They're just going to be hoping that it's not going to carry on over into next season, because those ACL injuries, that could be 12 months. Yeah. It can be a full 12 months, which is going to take you into this time next season, which you're going to be more than halfway through next season, which is too long. We can't really do it. So I think they will probably right now be having a little a revamp of their initial plan with, what's the lad called, Haven?
Aiden Heaven.
Heaven. They're probably right now tinkering with what the initial plan was to integrate him into the squad. I imagine as we speak that's being changed a little bit. He's probably going to get a lot more time than we anticipated.
A couple of super chats here quickly. One of them from Cruel at CS says, who would you sign? If there's any players, we spoke earlier in the show about potential sign. I think we're all just desperate for a striker. But which striker is another conversation. Do we ever go experienced, but then it's like, do we really want to do that again? We've done that for the past how many years? Or do you actually go out and find a good player, maybe not in his prime yet, but he's gradually getting into his prime and could bring something to the team? I mean, I don't know if you've got any names on your head, but I'd actually have a direct name that's realistic.
It's tricky in January, isn't it?
Yeah.
You get the scraps usually.
I'd go for the next. I've just said before.
Danny Welbeck
I'd go for that. But I would go for an experienced striker, somebody who you think can do the job for you this season. Yeah. We've got to try and get in that Champions League by winning the Europa League, and it seems a bit far-fetched as a United fan that you can even. I mean, a lot of probably it doesn't seem far-fetched, but the way we're playing, it's far-fetched. But it isn't far-fetched if we get a decent striker, and if Dogu can do the business at left back, Dalek can play it right back, we could, we could make a fist of it and have a chance in it.
Super chat from Anders Stanson. Has anyone been relegated but qualified for Champions League, for the Champions League?
Relegated and qualified?
Oh, so what won like the Europa
It says
League?
ECL. Oh wait, Europe. I don't know if they mean Champions League or Europa League.
Well,
or ECL.
Wigan were in the Europa League and the Championship.
Because they won the FA Cup though.
Yeah.
Yeah. So technically, yeah.
That's probably the closest. Yeah, that's probably the closest we've ever seen to it. Yeah.
We're not going to get relegated though, so let's not even.
Yeah, let's not even go there.
Yeah, let's not even go there. Another super chat from. Oh, this laptop is freezing. From Ravas McCluffy. After Sir Alex, David Moyes. That's why our club started this downfall. Whoever recommended David Moyes done this to our club. I'm pretty sure it was Sir Alex who recommended David Moyes. So, I guess that's a shot at Alex Ferguson. But I mean, look, moving on. I mean, there's another couple of signings. I mean, we want to, not signings, but potential positions that we spoke about yesterday, and it's the goalkeeper position that we never really got to really touch on properly. And I think we're not going to necessarily look at it in January, but in the summer there's been conversations of, are we going to go and get Costa? Are we going to replace Onana, replace Bayandere? One of them's going to want to leave eventually, because I think Bayandere's kind of proven to himself and proved to other people, I can play first team football. I'm not a second keeper. Same way how Dean Henderson said, I don't want to be a second keeper, I want to be a first team keeper. I think Bayandere's going to probably be the same. Is that something that you feel like United need to actually think about heavily, or do you feel like we've got another good season with both of them staying at the club?
It's a very tricky one, that, Maud. I think we've got enough issues and enough money that we need to spend on other situations. I know they've dropped, especially Onana's dropped a few errors, haven't they? But I think between and for me, I would keep just because, unless, look, I'd love to be a fly on the wall and be able to see what the club are looking at, a bit like I'd like to see what Brighton are looking at. I bet Brighton, if you could speak to whoever is in charge of Brighton's recruitment now and say recommend 3 goalkeepers across Europe that you could go and buy for 15 million quid each, they'd probably say go and get him from Turkey, go and get him from Greece, and go and get him from Holland, and it'll cost you the total of 50 million quid, and all 3 of them are at least as good as Onana. But I don't know who those players are. Do you understand what I mean? If I did, I would say, right, let's replace him. But because I don't, I would say stick with these 2, because we need to spend our money. We need to spend our money more wisely, I think, at the moment. Yeah, I mean, I agree. I don't think it's a huge priority. I don't think they're both good enough for United, as in like to get us back to the Premier League. But in terms of, you know, just being able to get us over the line, especially for this season and potentially even next season, I would go out and waste a lot of money. About the Martinez thing that you was talking about, and I didn't cut in. I don't want to sound as though I'm being really cruel because of the situation that he's in now, Martinez, and I wouldn't wish that on one of my enemies. I'm really sorry for him, and he has been playing quite well recently, and he also suits this manager's formation, the way he wants to play and the way he wants one of his centre-backs to push really high up to try and stop them getting out. And he's done that really well. He's scored a couple of goals recently. He got a great assist. For Bruno, didn't he, against Rangers? But for me, overall, what I've seen of Martinez while he's been playing for us, he isn't the player to take us where we want to get to. So I don't think it's a disaster for the fella. I feel really sorry for him, but I really don't think it's a massively important thing to United. I really don't. Who for you, Ricky? By the way, hello everyone, I'm back. Sorry, I was you know when you're like a back seat in the conversation. That was me as I was getting ready to come on. I was like interested in what you had to say, so I just kind of joined in the conversation without telling the audience because the camera's not on me. I am back. Hopefully that's a good thing. Some of you might want to, I don't know. Some of you might not be happy about it, but I am back. And Ricky, for you, who is the starting 3 now? Is the centre backs for Ruben Amorim? Because Martinez was basically nailed on starter every time. Yeah, well, it's a tricky one, Beth, because we don't know the fitness of Luke Shaw, do we? If Luke Shaw's fit to start him. Simple as that. He might only last 2 games. He might last 10, 20 games. I don't know. If he only lasts 2 games, then you've got to look again. And this heaven, if he can play to the left, I don't know. But you know, we've got plenty of options. We could have De Ligt, Maguire, and Yoro. Yoro's played on the left a few times. He's not left-footed, but he's played on the left a few times. So you've got De Ligt, Maguire, and Yoro. Hopefully we've got Luke Shaw ready to play. That's the rumours. I keep hearing it for a couple of weeks now. Luke Shaw's ready to play. You've got a new kid. You've also got Victor Lindelof. So there's, and I've not mentioned Mazraoui. You know, we've got 7 still. 7. So that's a lot. There's a lot. So there's no, you know, there's not, as far as that numbers wise, I'm not concerned. And I also don't think, I mean, obviously you just joined back. I said before, Martinez has been playing fine, perfectly decent. But how much are we going to miss him? Let's gauge it like this. Check how many points we've got now per game, and I bet we don't get less points per game from now on till the end of the season. Do you know what I mean?
I get where you're coming from. I know you've always had that opinion on Martinez, and it's nothing to do with the injury. Obviously, the injuries...
No, so I do feel sorry for him.
The injuries... The thing is, for me, I just heard...
And he has been playing okay.
I was watching the show from like the background before. I agree with what Tel was saying. The issue for me with this injury is I feel sorry for him. My heart goes out to him, especially because I do think he was having an underwhelming season, and then since 2025, he's really improved. Like over the last couple of months, he's been getting back to that Martinez that we knew in that first year, and he was thriving in Ruben Amorim's system, in my opinion, and he was one of the most improved in that system. And for him to get the injury at this point, especially because we know he's such a leader as well behind the scenes, I do really feel for him. The thing for me which is worrying is this going to be a recurring thing now? Which is what Tel was saying, because he's had a couple major injuries now. And this is another major injury.
I've just tried to explain, Beth. I'm worried about that for him. You know, he's been a United player. He's put his heart and soul into it. I respect him, and he's been playing well recently. But he's not the answer, I don't think. I'm really sorry to say it. So I don't think it's I honestly don't think it's a massive loss. And as I've said, let's just see. We can't go, look how poor we are. We can't go worse, can we? Surely we're not going to go worse. Don't tell me that. I
think sometimes he's caught out defensively in terms of when he's being run at.
Yeah.
But I think progressing the ball at the pitch and moving the ball from back to front, he is a really important cog in that system. But like you said, we have got other options. I've seen people messaging me yesterday saying, do you reckon United are going to go in for Disasi? Do you reckon United are going to go in for another centre-back? And I said no. And if we do go for a centre-back and we don't go for a forward, I would be fuming, because even though Martinez is a huge loss, and he is, in terms of Amorim obviously really likes him, he picks him every game, Mazraoui I think can cover there, and Mazraoui for me is in a best back three of Manchester United. I think he's a centre-back in that system, right side the majority of the time, but I think he's also comfortable on his left foot. He could do there. Covers the space really well. He's quick. He's agile. He also is good at driving the ball forward because of his natural position of being a fullback. So he could play there. Maguire has played there for England, like you said. You know, there is options there. You could play Maguire, De Ligt, Yoro. You could play Mazraoui, De Ligt, Yoro. You've still got a centre back on the bench. Of course, you know, Lindelof is coming to the end of his United career. He's going to go in the summer, but he is fit at the moment. If Luke Shaw can magically stay fit for more than one game, maybe you could use him. But we have got options there. And at the end of the day, if you sign in Aiden Heaven and you putting him in the United first team and you're giving him a United first team squad number, you believe he's ready to go into the first team. I'm not saying he should start every game, but surely that means you believe he can play in the first team, he can play first team minutes. So don't put him in the first team if you don't think he's up to it. I'm assuming now, because of what Manchester United have advertised to me, that he is good enough to play first team minutes. So we'll see how that progresses. We've got options. Options FC people are saying in the chat. We don't have anything exactly stand out. But where for me, where we've massively dropped the ball in the transfer window isn't due to defensive reinforcements. It's due to attacking reinforcements, forward line and attacking wing back options is where we needed to address. We've got Darwin, but not addressing the forward line is super frustrating. We also have Sam and Jordan back with us. Ricky, you could go and have a break if you want, or you can stay with us. It's completely up to you.
I'll go and have a break.
Go and have a break. Yeah, of course it is. Of course it is, yeah. So, camera back onto me, let you know. Jordan.
Yeah.
You're back.
I'm back.
I've heard about Tyrone Malacia potentially going to PSV.
Yeah.
We were just talking about him.
Yeah.
Staying and how he's not managed to get a loan, and I think he's dropped the ball because he needs to go and play football.
Yeah.
Looks like he's gone and got himself a loan.
Yeah, I am surprised, given Martinez's injury, that we'd want to weaken our defensive options any more than we already are. But you look at it, Johnny Evans is still there, Lindelof is still there for the rest of the season. Yeah, we've got other options. I think that if we bring in a left wing, sorry. All right, there we're bringing in a left wing back, which will then mean Delo can obviously swap sides, which means Mazraoui is now free as another option to play in the middle. Then yeah, I think. Sorry, Ricky's arse in my face, just throw me off a little bit. Yeah,
is that not a regular thing for you, Jordan?
Not male arse, no. No.
I thought you'd talk about Ricky's in particular.
No.
Oh, hilarious.
Anyway, yeah. I am surprised. It's PSV, is it? that
Someone's put in the chat, Ricky's working for a transfer. I can't go with it. Oh, bless him. I absolutely love that man so much.
The worst is I tried to power on and ignore he was there.
Yeah.
Right, so it is PSV, it's not Betis. Right. Yeah, I am surprised, but I do feel like a run of games will help him get up to speed. I don't think he's going to get that at United. But I am surprised that we are willing to reduce our options at the back.
And reduce us. It feels like we're getting rid of a load of people. No one's coming back.
No one's coming in.
I mean, Sam, what is the latest update on Tyrell Malacia, if you can give it me?
Yeah, I'm just trying to confirm the terms of the Tyrell Malacia deal, but what I can say is that he's close to PSV, and this will get done pending medical. I'm checking about the wages and a potential buy option, so as soon as I get a reply, I'll tell you.
Back to the Dutch league, and to be honest with you, I think that suits him in a league of that standard. No disrespect, but obviously it's just, you know, it's an easier league than the Premier League, and I think Tyrell Malacia getting game time in a league where he's done well before, which he did for Feyenoord. That's where, you know, Manchester United became of interest. I think that's the important next step in his career, especially considering the massive injury that he had. We've got Patrick Lynch in the chat saying this transfer window is just a continuation of the austerity measures being done throughout the club. Amorim expected to work miracles with bare bone squad. Brace yourself for no European football next season. Gummy Smith says, for Ricky, he's gone, but I'll ask him when he gets back. If you were Amorim, would you begin to bring through some of these talented youngsters from the academy? Cheeto, Godwill, etc. I mean, I'll answer that. I'll ask Ricky when he comes back as well, and I'll get your opinions on it, Sam and Jordan.
Yep.
Do you think Amorim will touch the academy from now until the end of the season, or do you think he won't want to throw them into the mess that is there?
I feel like if they're ready, then yeah, he will have a look at them. I mean, you look at Collier. No one was talking about him at the beginning of the season. There was no real mention of him under Ten Hag, and he's come in, and for me, he looks like, you know, one of our better options in that double pivot role. He's keeping Casemiro out of the team. And again, you would never have said that at the beginning of the season. So
Ten Hag did really like Collier, by the way, but he just got injured. That was the issue with it.
Right, okay, fair enough. But it wasn't somebody like your Amads, your Garnachos, Mainu were players that everyone was...
He wasn't someone you expected to come in and play.
Yeah, everyone was screaming out for. So I feel like, yeah, if they're ready, then he will definitely give them an opportunity. But having said that, that's not something that we should be relying on. And it's not an excuse for the board to turn around and say, well, there's players in our academy. We should be supporting the manager properly and looking into the transfer market in January and bringing players in. But like you said, it just seems like it's just a one-way ticket out of the club at the moment.
Yeah, that's how it feels. I mean, Sam, what are your thoughts?
Yeah, just a little bit of information also in my reply to this. I was told earlier to keep an eye on Ruben Amorim potentially bringing in 18-year-old youngster James Scanlon. He is played 4 matches, 1 goal, 2 assists, 18 years of age, player that Ruben Amorim likes. So I would watch to see in the coming weeks if James will be in and around first team training and the first team squad.
I've heard a little bit about him. I've heard some really good reviews. I know a few people that are really tapped into the academy. I used to watch a lot of the under-21s games when Kobbie Mainoo was in there, actually. And I remember I was looking back at my old Instagram stories when I first started doing the United stand, and I'd watch the academy games and I'd be like, a really standout player today was Kobbie Mainoo. He looks like the real deal. I would need to find it and post it. But you can tell, you know, so when someone has got it. I've been focused mainly on the first team for quite a long time. And so I've not been able to watch the academy as much. So I've seen some players that I'm like, it's something I really want to do this year is watch more of the academy. But I know people that do, and they've mentioned him before and said how much of a talent he looks. So
you were out in America when he was playing the five-a-side, wasn't you, Mainoo?
Yes.
And you seen him then.
I thought you were on about James Scanlon then, and I was like, I can't remember him being there.
No.
But no, Kobbie Mainoo, he was so mad because he was literally playing right in front of me on Venice Beach. And, you know, you just, when you see players play Old Trafford and stuff, you're in the crowd, you're a bit far back, and, you know, it's a professional game of football. I get it, you know, he's not playing with the, you know, professionals. But watching him right in front of your eyes is crazy. He's so technically good, it is insane. Like, one of the owners of Venice Beach FC, he said to him, it'd be so cool if you could like rebound the ball off the wall into the goal. It's like a huge thing. He literally instantly does it. Like, it just stuck to his feet like glue. And even the owners of Venice Beach FC, who have had people there, like they've had Mbappe, they've had Camavinga, they've had like top quality players, they said to me that I don't know if it's because he was trying a bit more or, you know, because sometimes players, you know, won't give it everything because they don't want to get injured. But they said like he thinks he's the best one that they've had. Like, technically with the ball.
Big statement.
Which is crazy.
But he was just coming back from injury, wasn't he then? Because he was out there he wasn't on the tour, was he?
No, he wasn't coming back from injury. He was coming back from the World Cup. The Euros.
Ah, right,
the
okay.
Euros,
Yeah, okay, cool.
So, that's where it was at. But yeah, I was actually speaking to somebody on the plane home from Bucharest as well the other day, a United fan, and he was saying to me, we're not bringing enough through our academy. He was saying, obviously, you know, Mainoo has been good. You know, Garnacho, we did buy into our academy, but he is an academy graduate. And you've got, you know, the Rashford, Greenwood before whatever happened. McTominay came through. Collier, we bought him in from Brighton. But he said, you know, you get the odd player every year, maybe every couple of years. But he said, like, look at what Manchester City are doing. Okay, they don't all play for Manchester City, but you've got players all across the league coming from their academy. And he said United aren't producing enough, as in, like, you know, you've got Cole Palmer, you've got Morgan Rogers, you've got Jadon Sancho, you've got, you know, there's so many players, Chelsea as well, you know, Levi Colwill, you can list them all off, like the players, Chelsea and City are probably the most dominant. United need to be flushing out that talent a bit more, but we are investing into our academy and we are doing well in our academy, so it will be interesting to see, with the lack of quality in the first team squad and the lack of options, if Ruben Amorim does kind of dive into it, because that's what he was known for. At Braga and Sporting Lisbon as well, he's known for bringing young players through. Like, look at Kenda now, who we're probably going to buy in the summer. He's still 17. Godwill Kokonki's on the bench occasionally, and he's a 16-year-old centre-back, so let's see what he does with that. Ricky, you back?
I'm back, love you.
So only a quick little break there.
That was a quick break, wasn't it?
Did you not need much time?
No, I didn't need much time at all.
Just need to just stretch your legs?
Stretch my legs.
Did you want to come back into battle? Because we've not had time to properly chat, have we?
No, we haven't.
Did you have anything you wanted to say about our little debate?
About Serie A?
Yeah.
I was watching Sky Sports today, and I remember, obviously we'd had a little bit back and forth on the group, and you said something to me about the football clubs. And what I'm saying is about, and I'm sure you've all read it, there's 5 big leagues, and those 5 big leagues, all the players all move around, and I don't think there's just too many of them who come into the Premier League and go into Serie A, and I tried to find it out on some AI thing that I'm on. They can't even count. Can't even count how many players have played in both leagues. Then you came back to me and said, the players that we buy into the Premier League, he said something like the clubs research them and make sure they've got the physical attributes to play in the Premier League. as opposed to playing in the Serie A league, which, if anybody's not seen it, we're talking about Beth saying it's a slower league. So I noticed on Sky Sports today, so this is in response to you saying that to me, that they research these players and make sure that they've got the physical attributes to play in the Premier League. So I noticed Wolves have bought today, if they've gone through, Sam might be able to tell us if they've gone through, they've bought a centre-back from Red Star Belgrade, and they've brought a midfield player from Rennes in France. Not massive clubs. I imagine the transfer fees will be between 10 and 20 million quid, not massive fees, but they've bought them to come and play in the Premier League. Now, there's, like I've just said, there's hundreds and hundreds of players who play in all these leagues, and they cannot just be picking out the ones who have got physical attributes. And I also said on that long thing that I put on there, all the managers are foreign, all the players are foreign. How can it be that this league plays in a British way, which it used to be when I was a young man, that people spoke about British football being different to Italian football, but at the time, and this seems to still be going on, at the time most of the Italian clubs had Italian players and most of the British clubs had British players, and it isn't the case now. They've got foreign managers, they've got foreign players, and yet you're telling me they play in a British style. It doesn't add up. Now, these two players that they signed for Wolves, who are a Premier League club, have they done their own work to make sure that they think, yeah, these players can play in the Premier League, they're fast enough, because we're talking about the speed of the play, whether that's speed of passing or speed of foot, I don't know. So if these two players are good enough to play in the Premier League and they're only signing for Wolves, why haven't AC Milan nicked them? Why hasn't Inter Milan nicked them, or Juventus, or Fiorentina, or Roma, or Lazio? If they think they're good enough to play in the Premier League, and also another question, this manager of Wolves, you're talking about him checking that they fit enough and strong. This is what you said to me, fit enough and strong enough to play in the Premier League. If he was managing Fiorentina, do you think he still wouldn't try and sign the same two players? It just doesn't make sense, Beth. It just doesn't make sense.
I understand the points that you're putting across, and I think they're really intelligent points. What I did correspond to that on the group chat, and I won't go into this all day, is that you are right. So many foreign players come into the Premier League, a lot of foreign managers as well who are doing a really good job. I mean, Pep Guardiola, who's won the Premier League for the last 5 years, is a foreign manager. But these managers have adapted their style to fit the Premier League. Look at what Mikel Arteta's done with the amount of look at his back four. Look at the height and the physical presence that he's got all over the pitch.
It's just good players, Beth.
Yeah.
If he was the manager of Inter Milan, he'd have signed those players for Inter Milan. It just doesn't add up.
Look at Pep Guardiola in terms of how he changed his whole defensive backline. Yeah. Because City were leaking goals. Early doors in Pep Guardiola's managerial career in the Premier League, he learnt from that, and he went and got physical players and completely solidified his back line. City was super hard to score against, and they were fantastic at scoring goals. Obviously that's kind of tailed off now, and the omission of Rodri's really hindered them. But the Premier League is known for, maybe it's something to be looked into now, because I get the point you're saying, it is known for being a higher pace and a physically strong league. That is what it's known for, whereas Serie A is known for being very tactical and focusing on the technical side of the game. That's what I was trying to say. But you might be right.
There's some really technical players in the Premier League, isn't there?
There is.
It made me think about Juan Mata. I used to say Juan Mata was United's fastest player, and people used to laugh at me because I think of speed of mind and speed of touch and speed of passing. And people, fastest player? No, Rashford's nowhere near as fast as Juan Mata. You can't run as fast as the ball. You cannot run as fast as the ball. Get it down and pass it. Can't beat that.
That's something that I, in my years of speaking to you, Ricky, have really started to appreciate that the players, technical ability on a football. Christian Eriksen's very similar, isn't he? There are certain players that are just so intelligent when it comes to being a football player. Ahmad, I think, has got that as well. Kobbie Mainoo's got that. there's other players that I think maybe need to work on that side of their game, but they have other attributes. So it's interesting. Any thoughts to weigh in on Jordan? I wanted you on the forum yesterday to try and defend me. Morton Tull stayed out of it.
I completely missed it, and I told you I couldn't find the forum because the title had changed.
Oh yeah.
So I was going to watch it on the train today, and so I haven't heard this whole debate.
Simple question.
Go.
Is the Premier League a faster paced league than Serie A?
Yes.
I knew you'd back me. But anyway, we'll leave it there.
You set me up there, haven't you, big time?
Yeah, we'll leave it there. But anyway, anything else you wanted to discuss?
I will go back, I will watch the whole debate, and I'll put a message in the group.
Okay.
I've seen your comments earlier, and I was like, I don't know what's going on. I need to go back to the beginning. But in general, I would say the Premier League is a faster paced league, in general. But
You're dying to put your evidence forward, aren't you?
Do you want me to say something?
The Italian league I'd regard as more technical.
What?
He can't help himself.
What drives me mad? What drives me mad is somebody goes over there. Oh, this bit's on there, so you'll see it when you watch it. You know, when somebody goes over there from England and does well, people always go, oh, it's because it's a slow league. Like it's been said about Antony, people saying he's scoring goals now because he's. And I worked it out. I did the maths. He's scoring less goals there than he scored last season. For us, he's scoring less goals this season per minute on the pitch by some distance. But it's taking him more than 50 minutes extra per goal. And people always say that, but that's one player. As I've just said, there's hundreds and hundreds of players played in both leagues, literally hundreds. Yeah. And I just think it's a crazy thing to say. If it is a little bit slower, the difference must be so negligible. Don't use it to say, oh, it's easier for him because he's playing in that league. Look, there's a couple of super clubs in the UK, in England, and those super clubs are nearly always the best clubs in Europe, best teams in Europe. But then below that, like it's always City or Liverpool. If City and Liverpool were in Serie A, they'd win it. I'm sure they would. But they're going to win this. They always win this. And the rest of the league is all much of a muchness for me. All much. You know, if we played anybody from the top, look, we're a pretty poor side now. But I wouldn't. Let's just pick an half decent side who were in the top 10. Say Brighton. I wouldn't like to pick the winner if Brighton played Roma or Lazio or Fiorentina. Do you know what I mean? Yeah. It's just madness. Go on. Let's move on and talk about United.
Let's move on, but I wanted to bring it back in because I felt like we needed a round two on that one. We've got some super chats in saying, David Curriner, thank you for your super chat. Give it to Mike, he says, in all seriousness, will any striker matter? Last time I checked, one of the worst teams of getting the ball to the striker or any striker. Bips, the musical disciple, says, I agree with Ricky, the EPL arrogance has to stop. Lenny Oro says, could Inacio replace Martinez this summer? Sporting Lisbon centre-back that was floated around the market, who Manchester United have had interest in before and Ruben Amorim's worked with. Freddie SW says, watched most of the academy games. Scanlon is really promising. Gabriel Biancheri as well. Jim Thwaites will be the next Bruno. Awesome free kicks. Sam Brock says, up the Cheadle Reds. Cobby's going to be a star. By the way, lots were talking about Collier after Ten Hag's chat on the pitch after the FA Cup final. GR says, United stands should do an academy watch. Thoughts? Definitely a segment that I've thought about bringing in that I think we need to look at. So yeah, thank you for that one. And Mason Hughes says, Rashford having a fresh start. He's 2 hours down the road and still within the English media spotlight. No obligation to buy either. A bad deal for me. Not Ricky, Jordan, we were talking a little bit before about Rashford being only 2 hours down the road in the Midlands. Yeah, well, when me and Sam were on earlier, I said that I personally would have liked to have seen him come out of his comfort zone. I liked the link to AC Milan. I thought that would be good for him to go there because it's a slower league, Rick. No, but I would like to have him to come out of his comfort zone and really had to just really put his head into football and just concentrate without the pressure of the press and whatnot. I feel like what we're going to have with him going 2 hours down the road to Villa is that, you know, all the headlines are going to be about him. Every game is going to be about him. If there are distractions in Manchester and he's still based in Manchester and commuting, are those distractions going to affect him and whatnot? These are all things that we'll have to wait and see. But go on, Sam, what you got for me?
Oh no!
Oh,
Bring it on.
do you know,
I'll bring it on.
every time Sam's phone pings and then his eyes light up, I think there's something big coming, but it was nothing. It was nothing. Yeah, so it'd be interesting to see how it plays out. I'll definitely be watching a lot more Villa games than I would have done. But I think, all United fans want him to do well. Nobody doesn't want him to do well. But it will be interesting to see if those distractions are there.
Yeah, I think that's the thing that Marcus, I was saying on the show yesterday, don't want to go around in circles about it because I know he's such a big name and a big headline right now, but I think that's Marcus Rashford's stumbling block for me, is he willing to do the right thing off the pitch? And I really hope he has that drive in him to start this new chapter. Like we said, he's still 26, 27. I think he's 27 now, is he?
27.
He's still got years left in him if he can just get his behaviours right off the pitch. I do think the talent is there to progress. I know, Ricky, you think the opposite.
Did you hear what I said before? I mean, I'll say it again now because I was on with Tull and Maud earlier, so I'll say it to you three. I've been hearing for weeks and weeks and weeks that he's not been trying hard enough, and that's come from the manager talking about that being in training. But then there's people and there's videos going around of him jogging and walking on the pitch, isn't there? And people saying he's not trying hard enough on the pitch. He's now going to a new club, and any player, absolutely any player, wants to impress a new manager. He wants to impress his new teammates. He wants to impress his new fans, and particularly in a situation like this, he wants to stick it up his previous manager. So if it doesn't go well, don't any of you come back to me and say he's not trying hard enough. I'm not having that excuse anymore if it doesn't work for him at this club. And I've said that while he's been with us. Don't forget.
Well,
let's see how it goes. But if it doesn't go well, don't forget he's trying his bollocks out.
I do think when it comes to Rashford, there's two ways this goes. Either he goes and smashes it, and then it's like that's the ideal thing really, because one, you get money for him, and that's important. And I always want every player to do well in terms of how it's going to benefit Manchester United as well. Not only United, but him as well as a player who's been through the academy. Or, like you said, them excuses go. It's not Manchester United that's the environment, because right now you've got Alanga smashing it up at Forest. Scott McTominay's doing well at Napoli. A lot of players that leave Manchester United seem to go on and do pretty well. If that Jadon Sancho doing all right at Chelsea, if that happens with Marcus Rashford, then you start to look at Manchester United and you start to think, what's the problem there with Manchester United?
We should already be saying that, though.
We should already be, but it comes under even more scrutiny. Whereas, if it doesn't work under Unai Emery, who, in my opinion, is one of the best coaches in football right now, and he's known for getting the best out of his players, they play a style of football that suits him down to the ground with that high line and playing in off the last defender. Then you do have to question him. If it doesn't work, though, I strongly believe it's because he hasn't changed what he's doing behind the scenes. But we'll see.
Well, yeah, I think you've hit the nail on the head. I think Villa and the type of football, the open, expansive football that they play is tailor-made for Rashford to go there and look good. And I think the things that Rashford does do well, when you look at those highlight reels, he can look fabulous in those moments. I think one of the other players you missed out when you said about players going away and do well is Lingard. When Lingard went out on loan to West Ham, he went and hit the ground running and looked...
That didn't last long, though.
No, it didn't. But again, it was a similar thing. He went out, looked like a world beater, and everyone was going, bring him back, and you'll do it in a United shirt. I personally feel he's going to go to Villa, and I do feel he'll rip it up at Villa. I think he'll do well. I really do.
Just a few bits of transfer stuff. There is obviously 4 hours now, 58 minutes left to go. My understanding on Tyrone Malacia is that the majority of wages will be paid by PSV and there will be no buy option. Tyrone Malacia on his way to complete this medical with PSV. No buy option, majority of wages set to be paid by PSV. The players that Ricky mentioned from Wolves earlier, the midfielder and the centre-back, Manesti and Jigger, have arrived. They're completing their medicals in Paris. Both deals will go through for under £30 million combined.
So there's no sign of Lazio or Roma hijacking those players because they're good enough to play in the Premier League and they can pay a bit more. They're not interested, no.
Oh gosh, oh gosh, oh gosh, oh
It's
gosh.
true, though, isn't it? They're not interested.
I'm going to hear about this Serie A thing for the next month or so. To be fair, I really want to fly over to Italy and go and watch a Napoli game, I think.
Great idea.
Yeah, we'll
Great
see.
idea.
Got some super chats in, and then I've got another segment that's going to entertain you, Jordan.
Okay.
To bring in with Ricky. You ready for the Garnacho chat?
Oh, yeah.
We were talking about it earlier,
That's
so
fine.
I need to bring that into zero. I'll let you get your notes
Let's
up, Rick.
find my list up.
Sean Turner says, Ruben wanted to stay at Sporting until the summer. Why did they bring him in now? They haven't backed him. Come summer, he'll be under pressure. Terrible Sporting decisions. Well, before I got onto Ricky's list, and be excited, guys, it's a really interesting conversation. I do actually want to bring in this because I was going to bring it before, and that super chat works to bring this comment in. And there's been a couple of tweets that I've seen, and I thought that's an interesting topic to bring up. And it basically was Ruben Amorim was asked to come in midway through a season for Manchester United. He didn't want to. He does it anyway because he's told now I'll never. And this is how the club repays him for taking that risk and joining midway through a season.
Yeah.
With nothing. With nothing.
Yeah.
He might as well have come in at the end of the year, because the thing is for Amorim now, which is the difficult part, is that whole new manager hype and the patience that you get when you first come in is gone.
Yeah.
And it will be gone come the summer. So straight away there's immediate pressure at the start of next season. He's had to have all of that, new manager. When you are in your strongest position when you first come into a football club, which is why I think he's dealt with the Rashford thing straight away, and he's even though he's not been getting the performances he wants, he's made strong decisions behind the scenes. But you've joined a club midway through a season that didn't get you in the summer because they didn't think the squad suited the way you wanted to play. You've left Sporting, who were super successful under you, midway through a season to join Man United because you were told it's now or never. And you get repaid with a 20-year-old left-back from Lecce in the January transfer window. And that's not me disrespecting Patrick Dorgu, because I hope it's a genuine success. Yeah. But it's not a nailed-on world beater that you're signing or anything like that. So, realistically, he's up against it. And how would you feel if you were Ruben Amorim? Would you feel a little bit like just kind of not the lack of support?
Well, we didn't get any form of new manager bounce. It was like a new manager drop, wasn't it? Didn't come back up.
Don't know about that. Looking at the results since the first couple of games,
we've improved. We haven't.
We haven't. We took over. We were 13th, and we're still 13th.
As in, we haven't improved in the sense of getting the results over the line and playing like a fantastic, like mouth-watering, beautiful football team. But there definitely is. The improvements may not be massive or large, but do you think there really has been no improvement? I think there's starting to be some positive signs. It's not all positive, but for example, first 30 minutes yesterday, we were all over Palace.
There's some positive signs when we play the big teams. We seem to, I don't know what it is about.
I agree with that,
we played well against Arsenal, played well against Liverpool. Yeah. That's dead recent, and 6 or 8 weeks ago we played well against City. It's a different type of playing well, though, isn't it? When it comes to having to take a team to the cleaners and keep the ball well and pass it around well.
It never seemed to beat the smaller teams.
It's more difficult, It's more difficult for us. Yeah. And I'm just talking about, like, from the very first instance, looking at our results-wise. I think we're only averaging about a point a game with the new manager, aren't we? And we got a point from the first game against Ipswich, so it's about the same.
I was saying earlier to Sam that I feel like he must have been promised something to take the job when he took the job, because his big thing was, I'm going to wait until the summer. And he wanted to wait until the summer. He wanted to finish out a great season with Sporting in the Champions League, win his own league, and somehow someone on the board convinced him to walk out, work out his notice period and leave. There must have been reassurances. Whether or not they were going to come in January or whether or not he was guaranteed a certain amount for the summer, we'll see. I also feel like
Sorry to interrupt you. TalkSport have just said just now no more incomings at Manchester United. So that's Manchester United's transfer window closed, according to TalkSport.
We could have told them that. That's slow sports news, isn't it? We could have told them.
Laurie Whitwell.
No one's confirmed it.
Yeah, but we're still hoping, aren't we?
Laurie
still hoping.
Laurie Whitwell's just put out as well, just now, no further incomes expected by Manchester United before transfer deadline day, which means it's a brief from the club, which means there's nothing.
It's done. We're done.
We're done. Yeah.
Great.
Yeah.
That means we'll see Manu at centre forward a few times.
Yeah.
And I'm not against it.
Are you not?
No, why should it be? He was no. I wouldn't say he was no worse. I would say he was a little bit better than either of the other two.
I'm not against it considering what we've got. I'd be going and calling Chido Obi Martin up and giving him a little bit of game time to watch. At least get him on the bench and giving him 10 minutes and seeing what he's got.
I don't know.
That's where we're at.
Yeah, I don't want to see him in the 9 because I thought he played so well in the 10.
Yeah. It's not a bad shout.
Yeah, I'd rather him in the 10. Yeah. I don't understand how you can have your best game in one position and then
get moved the next game.
Immediately the next game. If we played him 4 or 5 games in the 10 and he performed like that and we thought, he's picked up a couple of goals now from the 10, let's give him a go in a 9.
Give him 4 or 5 games at 10. It's a great point, that, Jordan, because if you got, let's just say you decide to start with Højlund, that tends to be his favourite. And also, when Xerxes comes off the bench, he always tends to do a bit better than Højlund was doing when he comes on. Just stick with that format for a bit, but with the 2 decent number 10s behind him, Ahmad and Manu, and maybe Will's just scored a couple of goals and started growing in a bit of confidence. Football can change like that in the blink of an eye.
Yeah, no, I agree. And this is my thing now about this transfer window where they're saying, we haven't gone and got a striker because we're happy with the striking options, but we're not happy with their output. But they're saying the number 10s are not obviously giving enough service. So if we've let Rashford and Antony go, why haven't we brought someone in the 10 that we feel can unlock a defence?
Sorry, just to butt back in very, very quickly. I've just had confirmation from my Manchester United sources. Nothing else coming in for Manchester United. Manchester United's transfer window is over.
In terms of incomings?
Yeah.
There might be, the outgoing's probably going to be my last year, isn't it? Yeah. And that's it. I mean, the thing is for me, and on that note, because Manchester United, as confirmed by Sam, will not be bringing anybody else in this transfer window. He's only Patrick Dorgu, which again piles the pressure onto a young player to be the answer to Manchester United in January. It's a lot of pressure to put on the kid. Hopefully fans are patient and understanding with him. His interview's just dropped, so I will bring in quotes in from that. But the thing is for me is Manchester United have known that Rashford is leaving this January for 6 weeks. They've known that. He was never, ever going to stay at Manchester United. It was, the relationship was irreparable with Ruben Amorim. He had to go. Yeah. So they've known for 6 weeks. You're telling me 6 weeks isn't enough time to identify, scout and negotiate a replacement. And talk to me about PSR, talk to me about money. There'll have been some loan you could do with the research and scouting that you have.
He's not a number 9. He's a left winger and he's not a number 10, so why do we need a replacement?
Because we don't have depth at all in our forward line.
We need a number 9. We do need a number 9.
We do,
better number 9. We've got plenty of number 10s to go.
So if he's going, at least bring in a number 9 to help.
We've got plenty of number 10s to go at. I don't agree with needing to replace Marcus Rashford, and I don't agree to needing to replace Antony. I'm not a fan of Garnacho. The manager seems to play Garnacho quite a lot. I said this, a lot of people will have seen this already because I've just said it to the other lads when I was on with Mords and Tully. If the manager prefers Garnacho, which he seems to, I'm not a fan of Garnacho either, as it happens, but that's irrelevant. Garnacho needs more game time. And the more game time Rashford gets and the more game time Antony gets, the less game time Garnacho gets. There was too many cooks spoiling the broth. How many players have we got that can operate as number 10s? And to me, neither Rashford nor Antony is a number 10. If you think about the manager and he wants to play with these like 2 number 6s and 2 number 10s, Bruno can play at 10, Christian Eriksen can play at 10, Ahmad can play at 10, Manu can play at 10. He likes Garnacho at number 10. Don't tell me it's not enough. And there won't be enough game time for all of those players. I think Christian Eriksen should be getting more game time than he's getting as it is now. If we had Rashford and Antony, he'd be getting even less game time. They're better off out the door without replacing him. and try and get some consistency of selection and get these players playing more game time. Like I say, Garnacho wouldn't be my first choice, but if he's the manager's first choice, he needs to play more.
Yeah, again...
It's replacing attacking players with attacking players, though. I'm not saying we had to go and buy like for Rashford, but if both Antony and Rashford are both attacking players, 2 attacking players are gone, we don't have any replacements for them. And even though, you know, Antony wasn't playing many games and Rashford was exiled, we need more depth. We need more depth.
We need a better striker, Beth, but I don't agree we need more players. I don't agree. We've got to get the right players in and the players that are good enough, and getting players that can come in and take over.
But from now
roles.
until the end of the season, it would have been better to at least have the option of
number 9.
Of somebody
I only
else.
agree with a number 9. You know, Ahmad, Mainu, Garnacho, because he's the manager.
Yeah, but you don't think Garnacho's good enough in 10, and a lot of people don't.
He's not my choice.
A lot of people don't. I think if we're relying on Garnacho to start in the 10 every week, that's not good enough.
It's got to be Ahmad and Mainu. It's got to be Ahmad and Mainu.
Yeah. What if one of them got injured?
Signing a better one than them's hard work.
What if one of them got injured?
If one of them gets injured, you've still got Christian Eriksen, you've still got Garnacho.
Do you not feel Ahmad's best games have come though when he's played further back at wing back?
That's true.
He's played really well at wing back when he's played there, but like we spoke about this the other night, this Dorgu, if he can do well on the left and Dalot can switch to the right, then we're going to be improved in 2 different positions, and there'll be no need for Ahmad to play as a wing back if Dalot's playing on the right.
I
and
agree.
Then you've got Mazraoui, obviously available to play as your right-sided centre-back, or even your left-sided centre-back.
You said last time
now that we've got a centre-back injured as well.
You said last time I was on that you hadn't seen him, but you were convinced he wouldn't dislodge Dalot.
Yes, he wouldn't dislodge him. But I'm not saying he wouldn't dislodge him because I'm not seeing him. But if we had a right wing back who was absolutely nailed on, because Ahmad can play there, but he can also play the centre. If we had a right wing back who was impossible to dislodge, then I believe the new left back coming in would have difficulty replacing Dalot.
Right. Okay. I can hear you.
But I'm hoping that he's at least good enough.
Yeah.
And can play there and do a decent job there so that Dalot can play on the right.
Right, okay.
And that, fingers crossed, he's left-footed as well.
Yeah.
Fingers crossed might improve us in 2 positions for one signing.
Well, sorry, again, to butt in just with some more news. Fabrizio Romano has confirmed what I just reported. Manchester United's current stance is clear. No more incomings are planned on deadline day. Dorgu, Heaven, Diego Leon set to be the January signings for Man United. Deals for Nkunku and Bailey were never close. Alejandro Garnacho to stay, internal decision made.
Right. So who have we signed? Heaven?
So we have got Dorgu, Heaven, Diego Leon. But
what position has he played?
Diego Leon, left back, I believe.
But he's gone back out on loan.
But he's gone straight back, so it's not really a signing. So
we've signed a centre back and a left wing back.
Their PSR position, Simon Stone says, made it pretty difficult to buy anyone without selling someone for a profit. Low market was assessed, but in the end, there are no deals. So 100% Manchester United, no more incomings. Tyrone Malacia set to complete PSV medical. That's it.
Basically, only Dorgu then.
The thing is for me, it's just obviously Aiden Heaven. I hope he does well, but he's very young. He's not even played a minute for Arsenal's first team yet. I don't think there's plans for him to come straight into the starting 11, but I might be surprised. Dorgu should play, but the thing is for me, and I said this earlier, and sorry if I'm repeating myself, but it's been a few hours now. As much as Antony needed to leave United, and he did, he's not good enough. For what we're getting back in return, why didn't we just keep him? We're not even... Okay, yeah, quite a bit of his wages are being covered, but we're actually paying some of his wages for him to play for somebody else. For what we're actually getting financially from that, why did we not just keep him? Because he offers support as a wing-back, if needed. You know, he can play in one of the number 10s, not well, but not many players are playing fantastically well for Manchester United right now. It gives you an option at least. Rashford never could have stayed because of his relationship with Amorim, but Antony did seem to be getting into the squad and he did get minutes. It's like it terrifies me to think Garnacho was put for sale, Antony's gone, Rashford's gone, and we didn't have a plan to bring in a well-scouted replacement for any of them.
I think it's more about a shop window, isn't it? They were going to sit on the bench, they weren't going to play. Whereas if they are playing Malacia, Antony, if they're playing football in other leagues, other teams see them, and then in the summer we can try and generate money from them.
James Ducker from The Telegraph. I want to get you guys' immediate reaction from this, right? Matias Tel is obviously Matias Tel is obviously about to go to Tottenham. He's completed his media duties from what I understand. Manchester United were unwilling to pay the £5 million loan fee that was demanded by Bayern Munich for Tel, and that's why we didn't get him, because we wouldn't pay £5 million. Let us know your reaction in the chat. Let me speak to you guys, and then we'll bring our next guest in.
Jordan. I can't speak. I can't speak in the words of Goldbridge.
Listen, if we haven't got £5 million, we can't pay it. With that broke. That's
Ricky.
Even Ricky's
Speechless.
That's where we're at.
Couldn't he have asked Mark to lend it him?
Surely we'll make that into an Instagram graphic or quote.
It's true though. Like, if we haven't got it, we haven't got it. You can't give what you haven't got. We didn't get any money up front, did we, for the loan fee for Rashford, Antony? No money actually came in, did there? So that's it. What can we do? We can't pay it. I mean, we're broke. We're broke FC. I don't know why anyone's surprised.
Lord. Manchester United could not pay the £5 million loan fee. And you know what? We must be absolutely skint, because Tel is worth that.
Yeah.
100% he's worth that, and he would bolster our attack. Okay, he's not an out-and-out 9. He's a versatile player that can play as a 10, can play as a winger, can play as a striker, but he absolutely gets into that team and bolsters that attack, and we couldn't fork out £5 million. I'm sure, set up a GoFundMe, we'll all chip together. Genuinely. Oh, wow, that is embarrassing, man. But let's bring in your guest, get his reaction.
Let's do it. We're bringing in our next guest now on the United Stand. With over 1 million YouTube subscribers, this is Ramel Henry, massive Manchester United fan, big content creator. Ramel, let's just get your immediate reaction to the fact that Manchester United bottled Matias Tel because of a £5 million loan fee, and our incomings are over.
Bro, I don't know about you guys, but I just feel like as the day has started, the day has just progressively got worse as a United fan. I've been refreshing my TL and I'm constantly getting bad news, worse news, rejection to Tottenham. Then they haven't rejected Tottenham. We've just not coughed up 5 mil. 5 million? Is that it? 5 mil? We couldn't afford that. Oh, mate, I'm gutted. I'm so scared for the rest of the season. I don't know what to say. I don't know what to say. I'm
it's crazy behaviour.
Baffled. As you said, the day has got from starting pretty bad to worse for Manchester United. I wanted to touch quickly before we get into the ins and outs of the transfer window. Just quickly touch for me on what you think about the fact that Lisandro Martinez is out for apparently 8 to 9 months. ACL completely ruptured that. I mean, it's just absolutely awful news. But if you were Sir Jim and INEOS, would you have brought in another centre back, or are you kind of satisfied with what United did? Where do you stand on that?
We signed Aiden Heaven and announced him yesterday. I feel sorry for him now, because I feel like we've put this amount of pressure on an academy graduate from Arsenal, and he just doesn't need that. I feel like we already put loads of pressure on our players already, and now Martinez is gone. Yesterday, when I was watching the game and I was being very depressed, as soon as I saw that challenge and I saw him go down, I looked at my brother and I was like, yeah, that's a knee injury. He's finished. He's done. I am gutted. He must be the most unlucky. Like, he's so unlucky. He's such an unlucky player. Like, it's not even the fact that he's just injury prone. It's just like environmental injuries just keep catching Martinez, man, and I'm gutted. He's one of my favourite players as well. Oh, man, it's just from bad to worse, honestly. How can we rely on Aiden Heaven? I don't know how we can rely on him.
I agree.
It's
like, he needs a chance.
It's crazy to think. Ramel, by the way, thank you for joining us. Great to meet you.
Oh, no, it's a pleasure. Massive fan of the channel, man. Massive fan. So thank you for having me.
I love it. I love to get new people on as well and hear their opinions. I mean, I completely agree with what you're saying there. I feel like Manchester United give Aiden Heaven the first team squad number and like announced it as a first team signing to be like, we've made more than one signing this January, and then they're like, oh right, now people are actually going to expect him to play and he's probably not ready and he probably needs some academy games under his belt before he gets into the United first team, but the fans have this expectation. But in terms of Ruben Amorim and what he needs for his system, because I think everybody knows that this squad doesn't really suit the way he wants to play, what would your top 3 positions that you think he needs to bring in?
It's really sad because I feel like at the start of the window we were linked to that midfielder from Rosenborg as well.
Oh
so
yeah, Nipan.
Okay, Nipan, exactly. Yeah, I was thinking, okay, defensive midfielder, because there's we need another defensive midfielder. Ugarte, I was watching him on one of the games, and my man is exhausted. He is so tired, and I feel like we can't rely on him for the rest of the season to play every 3 days. I think it's a joke. A defensive midfielder, a striker, and a winger. I feel like we needed but now we need a defender. So I feel like we need all those bases covered. But correct me if I'm wrong, did you just say that we're not expecting no more incomings at all?
Yeah, no more
nothing,
incomings at all today.
Absolutely
Bro,
nothing.
this is deadline show it's not going to last much longer. You've got nothing to report.
I know we've got nothing left. All we've got is we've got Ricky's his segment coming up on all the wingers he thinks better than Garnacho in the Premier League.
I'm looking forward to that.
And that's what we've got to look forward to for the rest of the day. It's a cracking list, to be fair.
Ask Romel what he thinks.
It's over 30 long.
Over 30?
It's over 30 long, yeah.
I'm guessing Alanga's at the top of the list.
He's
now.
asked if
He said it's Alanga at the top.
No, he's not right at the top, no, but he's up there.
Oh,
He's up there.
He's up there. He's up there. Jordan, can you hear Romel?
Yeah.
Is there anything you want to ask him?
Yeah. I met you the other week in the studio. Good to speak to you again, bro.
Pleasure.
I was saying earlier with Amorim that he's got a touch of that Conte about him, where if he cares about his own reputation and his own principles, which is why he's so headstrong in the formation that he wants to play, and that if promises were made in order for him to take the job when he took the job, if he hasn't been backed in January and he doesn't get back correctly in the summer, do you feel he's the type of manager that would just walk in order to protect his own reputation?
Honestly, I think you hit the nail on the head. I don't know, obviously nobody knows what conversation he had with INEOS, but I don't understand how you can expect a manager to come in and not back him in the January transfer window. It doesn't really make any sense to me, but he does seem like a manager that has a lot of pride, in a sense that if he's not getting backed, I wouldn't be surprised if he just said, you know what, forget this, it's not going to get any better, I'm going to leave.
Yeah.
I hope that doesn't happen. But if it did happen, would you blame him? I personally, I don't think I would.
Yeah.
Because, okay, now that we aren't getting any more players, would you guys take Antony back? Would you?
That's what I just said.
Back? Oh, you actually just said that?
I just said I wouldn't have let him go if I knew we weren't bringing anyone else in. Because at least it's somebody else.
Exactly,
he's just got an assist in one of the match as well.
Yeah, what, you got man of the match yesterday?
Yeah.
And he got assist and man of the match.
He didn't get man. I watched the highlights, bro. I didn't see much.
Yeah.
What do you mean you got man of the match?
He had a shot that the keeper parried and he scored from it. That was about it.
Yeah.
Does that count as an assist?
I think
it does in today's world.
I think he did 2 spinneroonies as well.
I tell you what, it's more than our forwards are doing right now.
Yeah.
I know. I get it. Real Bessis is a different level. I get it, but what I'm trying to say is I don't think he's the future of United, and he does need to go eventually. He does, but look at our attacking options. We've not got much there. If you weren't going to replace him or Rashford's fallen out with the manager, so it's impossible to have him. What was the point we're not? It's not as if we've sold him. It's not as if we've got money. We've not got any money for it.
Do we have? How many forwards have we got now? Have we got 4?
If you look at it, just forwards, you've got Højlund, you've got Xerxes, you've got Ahmad, and you've got Garnacho. So yeah, it's just 4. No. Although you could kind of include Mania into that now. He's being trialled as number 9.
if I could give any criticism towards Amorim, and I'm a massive fan of Amorim, I didn't get that. I got it at first. I think it was good to trial it until about half time. But after half time, I was like, maybe you should just get a striker on, because there was one play where I don't know who it was. I think it was, we got to the byline and someone crossed it in the 6-yard box and nobody was there. And I can't even blame Mainoo for that, because he's not a natural striker. But I feel like potentially if we would have had a striker on, that would have been there, quick tap in, we get an early goal, but that never happened. And I feel like leaving Mainoo at number 9 till the 65th minute, that was my only criticism. I was like, bro, like, you shouldn't have at least give them a chance a little bit earlier on, maybe the 50th, 55th minute, and then put an actual striker on and then do that. But
I agree.
man,
I thought at the time, I think that's the first time I've seen with Ruben Amorim where I think he waited too long for his subs.
I thought the subs were too late yesterday. Was it yesterday? It was
yesterday.
God.
Time
it's painful. However, what I just feel not only were they late, but he just got them wrong. For me, like, take Bruno off, put Mainoo back into the 10. Like,
Eriksen should have come on earlier.
Eriksen should have come on if you're going to make those changes. And for me, like, he's not. It's not that you can't criticise the manager. He's got options and he does need to play them in the right positions. And I feel a lot of the time he isn't helping himself, and it is taking him too long to work out what his best players are in the best positions in the formation that he wants to play. However, the board isn't helping him by not giving him more options.
I just don't know. I don't know how you guys feel about it. Where do you feel like our position in the league is going to be now, or in Europa League? Because I don't feel like we have enough players to compete on. Well, obviously we're not going to compete in the Premier League. I think that's long gone. But we're still in the FA Cup and we're still in Europa League. I feel like we don't have the legs to do both of those competitions. I don't know where we're going to end up now.
We're entering Mourinho season, aren't we? Where you've just got to prioritise the Europa League. And
that's what 100%.
I was going to say, Romel, if you were Ruben Amorim, what competition, either if I could give to you right now the Europa League, the Cup, or the Premier League, I'm assuming obviously you're not going to prioritise the Premier League. So if you were Ruben Amorim and you guys, would it be the Europa League that you're prioritising?
100%.
Because that's your route into Champions League.
It would have to be, because, like, imagine if we actually, obviously this is never going to happen, and touch wood, because that won't happen, but imagine if we got relegated. Like, imagine if we did, and we actually won Europa League. I don't know how that works in terms of, like, FFP and all that, but we get, like, 80 mil, don't we? Like, if we get Champions League,
just pay our way back.
Wrong.
You get a lot of money.
And a trophy, actually, next season. But I would personally, I think Premier League, there's absolutely no point now. I think we should just let go of that. FA Cup, if you win the Europa League, you get a trophy, you get Champions League. I would forget about the FA Cup, I'd forget about Premier League, and I would prioritise Europa League, because that is the only. I feel like that's the only way.
Do you think our current squad? Europe. Do you think our current squad now, with no further incomings, which means no striker and no cover for Martinez, is strong enough to win the Europa League?
What I will say is, and this is a massive big if, imagine if Luke Shaw is fit for the next 2 months. Like, that would actually solve a lot of the problems. The timing, it's almost like he predicted the future. The timing of him coming back, I feel like if he can stay fit for the next 2 months, that would help us so much more. And we can potentially take him off at the 60th minute, give Aiden Heaven like 20 minutes here and there, so he can feel out the league, and then use Luke Shaw for Europa League and things like that. That would be like a dream come true, but I just don't see that happening. I'm gutted. Honestly, I'm gutted.
I think, how many times have Manchester United fans said, we need to not rely on Luke Shaw anymore. We need to just completely just put him out of the picture. You need to think of him not even as a United player. But then it gets to these points in every season and we're like, please Luke Shaw be able to stay fit. It's the same story every time. I mean, Robel Tedis has just put in a super chat and he said, rank from worst to best. Scott McTominay at centre-back, Mazraoui at cam and Mainu at striker. Just shows where we're at as a club.
Oh, that is painful. That is so painful. I don't know. But right now, I'm not going to lie to you. Scott McTominay would be a godsend right now.
He would.
Get the smile on Ricky's face.
You're winning him over with your Luke Shaw and McTominay talk.
Because I feel like McTominay at one of the 10 positions would actually, his late runs into the box. Like I said yesterday, the 6-yard box, he could have just been storming in.
He'd be there.
I was going to say that before.
You speak volumes, you know what I mean? Like, I feel like Scott McTominay would be like a godsend right now. But yeah, I don't know. For example, I don't know like who this week will play in that left centre back position. I haven't got a clue because we don't have a natural, ready left-footed centre back. Do we now?
Hopefully Luke Shaw's fit to start.
Apparently it's not going to be till the end of the month, apparently. Is that what you heard?
The February.
About what?
About Luke Shaw. I heard he's not going to be ready till the end of the month because they want him to play indoor games first and go up to speed.
The manager said in his press conference the other day that the situation with Luke Shaw will be that first he's back into warm-up training, which he is, then they integrate into first team training and then contact, and then like behind closed door matches, maybe stick him in with the under first team lads for a bit, and then he's ready to have some minutes, and then he's ready to start games. So for any hope of Luke Shaw starting in the next 2 to 3 weeks, I think is very, very unlikely.
He's not just said that, has he?
Yeah.
Do you know what else as well? It's like, I know Martinez is a loss at the back, but he was another one of our only goal threats.
Going forward, yeah.
Assists, got the same amount of Premier League goals as Rasmus Højlund. So
I think his cross diagonal balls in were like insane. They were insane, and now we don't actually have that outlet now. Like someone naturally left-footed at centre back. I feel like we're just cursed on the left side of midfield. I mean, of the field. Like we've got no players there. Like they're all just disappearing. Did Malacia play left centre back at one point? I know he probably
don't think so. He's going anyway. He's going to PSV.
Yeah, he's going. Well, exactly. I don't know who plays left centre back. Is Kukonke? Is it
Kukonke? Godwill Kukonke.
Yeah, is he a left-footed centre back?
I'd have to absolutely double check it. I don't think he is, but I'll have to go and double check. I think he's right-footed. I'll have to check.
I'm just putting this out there. Maybe you could put him on for at least half an hour. Like is it Friday that we're playing Leicester?
Yeah.
I think it's Friday. Maybe you trial that and see how he does. I mean, you've kind of throwing him in the deep end, but at least then we know that maybe we've got someone reliable there.
To be fair, that is the perfect game to throw him in. If you are going to throw
he is left-footed. He is left-footed. Ramel's onto something. He's onto something.
Okay, it's the wrong time to do that, but like, all of that.
How old is he, that lad?
He is 16 years of age.
Stop it.
Forget that one.
No, have you seen him though?
He's been in and around first. He travelled to Fulham away the other week.
He's an absolute unit. I've seen him warming up. He does not look 16. And apparently, what I heard about him is when I was in and around it, is that Ruben Amorim really likes him. And he's been part of the squad a few times. So don't be surprised if he does. You're good enough, you're old enough, guys.
It's true.
You've sent a FC over here.
Do you know? I was thinking about
I don't know.
I was thinking about the Heaven thing, guys, and I don't know what everyone else's opinion is that we've given him a first team number, but he hasn't played any first team minutes at Arsenal. But if you were to say what is Arsenal's strongest position, you would say defence and their centre backs. So the fact that he hasn't been able to get minutes might not be necessarily.
That's a really good point.
Look at him. It's the fact that the competition in front of him, and they tend to not miss a lot of games, so he hasn't had the opportunity. Whereas with us, we're weak at the back. he may be able to get some minutes.
That's true. It's like, who's going to get minutes over Gabriel?
Yeah.
Sure.
Gabriel, Saliba. Who's the other one that plays there? Timber can play there. They've got players that can play centre back, and they tend to not miss games. And they're so important to their attacking.
And they're trusting youth as well.
Are you going to take one of those players out and put Heaven in?
What foot are you, Ramel? Can you do a job?
I'm actually.
Are you available?
I'm actually right-footed, you know.
Well, you're no good to us.
I'm like a Valencia heavy right-footed, so my left foot is just for standing on. So I've got no chance. I'll get torn apart.
The opposite of Antony. Ramel, thank you so much for joining us. I've got kind of a round-up question for you. I know this window we're not signing anyone, but if you were running Manchester United, you got into the summer, you need a signing to straight away back Ruben Amorim at the start of the summer transfer window, who would you go and sign?
I think the first signing would be, just to put a statement out there as well of intention, I'd actually go and get Gyökeres.
Yeah.
I'd actually just go and do that.
I knew he was going to say that.
If you sign him, obviously I don't want to, in case we sign him, I don't want to put massive pressure and just say, we'll bag 20, 30 goals a season, but I honestly think he would. I just think that guy is a monster, and I feel like if that could be our first signing, it kind of backs Amorim to the point where he's like, okay, I've got a striker now. You kind of weigh up the options, what to do with maybe Xerxes and Højlund, maybe. Even though I wouldn't want them to go, but you've got a guaranteed, proven, experienced striker then, so you can take from there and kind of build the team around his sort of style of play, because he's got it all as a striker, I feel. So that's what I'd do personally. But
I think you bang on the money there.
Yeah,
I agree with you.
I don't know.
Will he be attracted to Manchester United? Hopefully, Ruben Amorim's got the pull. Does anyone else have a last question for Ramel?
I was just going to say, you said there that you wouldn't want Rasmus or Joshua Xerxes to go. If none of them pick up form by the summer transfer window, would you still want them to stay?
It's a hot. If I just want to put a disclaimer. I love them both as players. I think they're both great. I feel like they've both got amazing qualities but we just need patience with them. But if I could get rid of one of them, it would probably be Xerxes. But if we don't have strikers that can get at least 10 goals a season each, then we have to look elsewhere, sadly. But I would probably
10 goals.
Yeah, 10 goals, just to contribute to the goal scoring of the team. I feel like if we was to get rid of one of them, maybe it would be Xerxes, and then you've got Højlund as backup for next season, and he can play midweek games in Europe if we're in Europa, and then you've got an experienced striker as well. So that's what I do. I don't know if anyone agrees with me, but that's what I do personally.
72 million backup striker, and he's been here for 2 years.
Yo, bro, I don't. Yo, you asked me a question.
I think I'd go the other way, and
that's my next reply when Ricky questions me on my take. You asked me a question, I answered it. That's all I'm saying.
All the answers, man.
Oh, you're working for INEOS, aren't you? You're working for them.
Yo, I got to pay the bills. You know what I'm saying?
Good one.
Ramel, it's been an absolute pleasure. You need to get down to the studio and we can do a proper show or come on a forum.
Honestly, if you guys will have me, I'll be there. But thank you for the opportunity to come on. I've been a massive fan of the channel for years, and a massive fan of all of you as well. So thank you so much, and what you guys do is great, man. Thank you.
We appreciate that. We appreciate it a lot, and I'm sure a lot of the viewers obviously know your stuff and know what you do. And thank you for taking time out to come and speak to us as well. Everyone's loving it in the chat.
Nah, no worries, man. No worries, guys. Look after yourselves, man. Hopefully we'll meet again soon.
Hopefully we'll be talking a bit more positively. You know, Ruben Amorim can sort out. We've won the Europa League. Gyökeres is on his way in. That's what we want.
Let's all just pray, guys. Let's all pray. It'll be good. Good times will come back. Good times will come back.
Thank you very much, Ramel. Have a great week.
Take care, mate.
Take care, man. Take care.
Absolutely love that. That was
class.
Good. That was class. Sam providing the best guests. But
that's what we do.
Yeah, thank you to Ramel for coming on, and I think Ricky at first was a little bit like that, but then he started bigging up Luke Shaw, started bigging up McTominay.
Well, I couldn't hear him the first 5 minutes, so that didn't help.
And he was loving it. No, but some really good takes there. And I think everyone can agree that Luke Shaw is going to be massive if he can stay fit. And also, I think the Gyökeres shout in the summer is what every United fan knows we need that. The spine of the team is massively important. Interesting that he spoke about the need for a defensive midfielder as well, because I've not seen anybody mention maybe a defensive midfielder in a couple of weeks. And I know
to take Bruno's place.
I think Collier's obviously took it.
Potentially. Well, he did say Ugarte thinks need a bit of a rest.
I would put Ugarte and Collier in there.
Yeah.
Slow Spots News says, I've seen reports on Luiz as a midfield option. It wouldn't be a bad option, and this would help release Manu and move Fernandes to number 10. Douglas Luiz, I'm surprised we didn't go in for him as well. A Premier League proven player that was top draw at Aston Villa. Okay, it didn't work out at Juventus, but like I said, different managers, different leagues. I thought it was fantastic.
He might have been too fast for the Italian league. He's quite slow over there.
Yeah, exactly. I'm joking. Douglas Luiz. But top player, I'm surprised we didn't go in for him. Going to get some super chats in a second. But Ricky, I know you've been waiting. Alejandro Garnacho.
Oh, yeah.
List. So, me and Ricky were having a conversation the other day, and basically, Alejandro Garnacho has been a huge topic of this transfer window. Is he going to stay? Is he going to leave? Should he stay? Should he leave? How much money should Manchester United expect for Alejandro Garnacho if he does leave? Because there is also a possibility he might go in the summer. It's not 100% wrapped up. Get your opinions in, get your thoughts in. But Ricky, where did you stand on this? And talk everyone through your list.
So when we were chatting about it, I think I'd seen a show that Beth had done where I think you were talking about we've got to get at least 60 to 70 million for Garnacho. So I said, I can't remember if it was a little bit tongue-in-cheek at first. I said 60 to 70 million. I said he's not even amongst the best 30 wingers in the Premier League.
Oh,
right. So
I was sorry for this.
So she said, "You're joking?" I said it wouldn't surprise me, and I didn't know it was off the top of my head. I said I'll make a list. So I've made a list. Wingers, and let's have a little vote on it, perhaps. Who I think are better than Garnacho.
Why don't we go one at a time and we all say yes or no?
Yeah.
Because I remember you sent me the list, and at first I thought there's never going to be 30, and then most of them I was like, yeah. There's a few I disagree with, but if
I've done it club by club.
Yeah, club by club. Everyone in the chat, get your thoughts in and go each one. And me and Jordan and Sam, if you want to get involved, I know he's looking at a lot of news.
No, let's do it.
We'll say yes or no.
So Saka.
Yeah, he's better, obviously.
Martinelli.
Yep.
Trossard.
Oh, I'm not convinced on Trossard, you know.
You're not convinced on Trossard, who might be winning the league for Arsenal anyway. Let's carry on. Go on. You're not convinced on Trossard being better.
Wait, would you put Trossard in that United team over Garnacho at the moment?
No.
I don't think I would.
Joking, aren't you?
I don't think I would.
I think I would. I've seen him come off the bench and score goals for.
He scores great goals for them.
He does, but Garnacho's good off the bench for us.
Yeah, but Trossard's a better player. He just does better things more.
I'm going to put that into. Let's put that one into the maybe bracket.
Okay, yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, yeah.
Liverpool, and I missed one for Liverpool as well. Salah.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Diaz.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Gakpo.
Yeah.
They've got another one as well. I missed one there, but that's
plays there for them.
That's six that I've named anyway.
Jota plays for them.
Jota.
Yeah,
That was it.
Yep, Jota.
Yeah. So he plays wide, don't he? He
Yeah.
can play 9 or wide.
Yeah.
So we're up to 6 that we've agreed on, and 7 in my mind because you've not agreed on Trossard.
Okay.
City, Foden,
Yeah.
Yeah.
Grealish.
Yeah. Sorry, but yeah.
Doesn't play there all the time, but you do use him there. Bernardo Silva. Obviously,
Yeah.
don't say you've got to think about that.
Yeah.
Doku.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So that's 4 City players.
Yeah.
I haven't mentioned Savino, who they've only just
2
bought, and he's a lot of
yeah.
money. And you know,
Good signs though.
I'm not convinced by Savino, but I forgot. I've lost count. We're over 10 there. Newcastle, Harvey Barnes.
He's better than Savino at the moment in time. Can I just say?
Okay.
Newcastle, Harvey Barnes.
Yeah, Savino, I didn't put in my list. I just thought I'd mention him. Newcastle, Harvey Barnes. I rate Harvey Barnes. I love the way he moves with the ball. He places the ball in the corner of the net. I think he's class. What do you think?
Yeah.
I think he's better than Garnacho.
That's
I'm
another.
putting him into my maybe bracket.
That's one
Another maybe. I think it's easily. I think he's better than some of the players they pick. But he does use him a lot. Gordon.
Definitely Gordon.
Gordon's better, yeah.
Murphy.
Josh Murphy.
Recently, yeah.
Murphy for Newcastle.
Recently,
yeah.
Murphy's been balling out, to be fair.
Which brother plays Newcastle? Is it Josh?
Josh Murphy.
I forgot how many we're up to there.
Yeah.
We're up to
plays for
about
Cardiff.
15.
One of them plays for Newcastle. They're brothers. I can't remember his first name. I'm going to put him in the maybe bracket.
I've watched Newcastle recently, he's been good.
He's in good form, but is he a better player?
You've not got to do a lot to be better. Get hold of it, pass it, make yourself available.
Anyone really don't like that.
You've not got to do a lot to be better.
Anyone said
Right, Chelsea. Neto, who's not getting in the team.
Yeah.
Sancho.
No.
No, not better.
I'm not a fan of him. I'm not a fan of Sancho.
Sancho's not better.
Right, I've said this on the show with Maud. I said it on the show with Maud. Sancho is a better quality football player.
I'll do.
But I don't like it. I don't want him in my team because I think Garnacho is more of a match winner.
He's a better quality footballer, that's all I'm saying. Right, so...
he's rushing me through this.
Madueke.
Yeah, I like Madueke.
Yeah, okay.
Whoa.
Every time I watch Madueke, I'm like, is that it?
Two have said yeah anyway.
Really?
I don't think I've missed...
I think he's a good player.
I think Madueke is a really
He
good
is.
player.
He's hit and miss, though, I think.
And Garnacho
So is
isn't.
Garnacho.
It doesn't
That's
mean-
true.
Doesn't mean he's
I
not
also
better.
do think Madueke's too selfish sometimes, but so was
You're losing your argument here.
Spurs. Son.
Not the moment.
But he's a better player, isn't he?
Oh, so you
He has
You
eaten.
just can't compare.
Yeah.
Well, you can't compare, but right now.
Yeah, look, Spurs are off form. They're near the bottom of the league,
Okay,
just
yeah.
like we are. But if we were playing a big game tomorrow, or we could have a certain player for the rest of the season, you could only have Son or Garnacho.
Okay, yeah.
Who are you going to have?
Yeah, Son. Okay, yeah.
Kulishevsky?
Yeah.
Yeah,
Absolutely
definitely.
fan. Brendan Johnson?
No.
Maybe not.
No.
Maybe.
Okay, there's one.
I mean, the maybe for me.
Forest? Elanga?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Hudson-Odoi?
Yeah.
Yeah. Brighton?
Jordan's not convinced on
No, I am. I just,
He just doesn't want to say it.
it's painful.
Yeah.
Brighton, Mitoma?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Minte?
He's good, but not convinced. He's only been a little bit of time.
Adingra?
Again, good, but not convinced. It's not been enough time.
Could be on his way to Sunderland.
Villa, Morgan Rogers?
Yeah.
Definitely.
Yeah.
I like Morgan Rogers.
Matson, who they just bought, apparently he plays left back mainly, but I've seen him play on the left wing. And Leon Bailey, who apparently
No.
was behind me.
No.
Would you have Leon Bailey there over Garnacho?
Do you know what? He's one that I've not seen a hell of a lot of, but I've put him on my list because I've seen a couple of times, and I think he looks a bit dangerous, a bit more bullish, if you like. You know what I mean? I'd probably say yeah, even having not seen enough of him.
Oh, you really don't rate Garnacho.
Fulham.
You have lit
There's
the
a
comments
cracker.
up.
There's a cracker on here. Fulham. There's a cracker between me and Beth. I'll leave you until third. Fulham. Adama Traore.
No.
You wouldn't have Adama Traore in your team above Garnacho.
No.
Are you sure?
No, I wouldn't.
No.
I wouldn't.
Why not?
Why not?
He all pace, biceps and baby oil. That's like no. I need more than
What's
that.
wrong with that? I've just skipped ahead to the end of my list. I actually wrote this at the time to Beth. I put, there's one in there who's been around for ages, who plenty might say not him. No end products, as if Garnacho's got great end products, right? Adama Traore. And I've put, think of this, if my team were playing tomorrow, and we just had an hard game against Fulham. I know we managed to beat them. I don't know how we did, but we did. If my team were playing tomorrow and they were directly playing against each other, Adama Traore was playing wide on the right and Garnacho was playing wide on the left, so they were direct opponents, I'd sooner have Adama Traore, mate, every day of the week, and I think he'd eat him alive. Anyway, so let's go back to the list. Bournemouth, Semenyo.
Yeah.
Looks red hot at the minute,
Yes.
doesn't it?
Yeah.
Brooks.
No.
Maybe, but not really.
Even though they beat us 3-0 every time they play us.
Well, yeah, but that's
Yeah, I
more
know
on
it's a
us than
team
it is
game.
on
I know it's a
Garnacho. Not
team
his
game.
fault.
Brentford and Bueno.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Definitely.
Vissa.
This is more of a striker, though, isn't it?
I like Risa.
It's different positions.
If you Wikipedia him, it says right wing.
If you Wikipedia him.
And if you get Bueno, it says right wing, left wing or centre forward.
I think Wissa's more of a
Crystal
striker.
Palace, Eze.
Yes. Oh, that was proven the other night.
Yeah.
Like literally, yes, last
Sa-
night.
Off the bench and
Sa, no.
Not for me. Not for me, sir.
In the maybe.
No.
So for me, but obviously we've lost count. But you've definitely all agreed.
Everyone's saying Clivert at Bournemouth. He's a yes.
Yeah, I forgot about Clivert. You've all agreed with over 20. Over 20. Yeah. Right, so there's 36. So that's the end of my list where I put there's 36 in that list. If you disagree, because I said over 30, I said to Beth at the time, if you disagree with 6 of them, it still leaves 30. And I think you've probably disagreed with about 6 or 8. So there's a couple of extra names that I forgot. We've named at least 2 that are not on that list, and we've mentioned them. Yeah. So it's probably 27, 28, 29 there, right? So then all of those players took us to over 30. Right, here we go. So I've gone United, Amad Diallo.
Yeah, he's better.
Yeah.
Everton and Dye. Have you watched him recently? And they're zooming up the league.
He's been doing very well.
He's scored a lot of goals and really good goals as well.
Yeah.
And Jai. Wolves.
I've not seen enough of him to say yes. Yeah. But he's been good recently.
Wolves. Wikipedia says he's a striker, second striker, or winger. Kuna.
Yeah, he's better.
Baller.
West Ham, Jared Bowen.
Yeah.
Or Kudus.
Kudus is a great player.
Yeah. Kudus, we should have signed the Ten Hag. He let him go to West Ham. Never know.
I don't like really swearing on it, but I was going to read it as I put it to bed. I know Mark does a lot, doesn't he? But there might be kids watching and it's pretty early. So, but this is because I couldn't remember his name. I put Southampton, that fucker who ripped us a new one the other week. I don't even know what his name is.
Terrorise Euro.
I don't even know what his name is. So that takes us to over 40. Over 40 that takes us to, and I know you disagreed with about 10.
You've at least got to say you disagree with 10 there.
Yeah, you might disagree with 10. But you don't all disagree with the same ones either.
I'd say some people disagree maybe 10 to 15 there.
Okay, it's 25 to 30 at least.
Yeah.
That we all agree are better, and we're expecting 60, 70 million. And I know he's young, some of them are young, some aren't.
Oh, well done.
I think your main point was that our United fans often overrate our players.
Yeah, but we've been saying that for years, haven't we, love?
Just a quick bit of transfer news. Manchester United in negotiations with PSV. The deal is not done yet. They have changed the negotiation. There is now going to be a buy option in Tyrone Malacia's loan to PSV. That wasn't in the negotiation as he was flying over, but they're changing it. At the moment, there is a buy option for Malacia in that deal. Still the majority of wages to be covered, but now apparently buy option. That could change again before the end of the day, but as it stands, there is a buy option. Just another bit of interesting news that isn't Manchester United related. Enzo Maresca, Chelsea manager, has dropped Robert Sanchez for tonight's Premier League home game against West Ham. Jorgensen starts, so finally the Chelsea fans get what they want with Robert Sanchez dropped.
About time, because he's been shocking.
He's been terrible, hasn't he?
Awful.
Yeah.
What a drop off from a player, because at one point I thought he was the real deal, and it's just.
Do you think he's better than Onana?
No.
Oh, you were nodding.
Ooh. Onana's not great, guys.
You think Robert Sanchez is better than Onana?
I don't think Onana is one of the better goalkeepers in the league, but I think he's better than Sanchez. That's not saying much though.
Onana's better than Sanchez.
Because I think Sanchez is poor.
Yeah, Sanchez is terrible.
Can I just say? I want to cut back in. I'm sorry.
Yeah.
Back to the wingers. Because I forgot one.
Bored of that conversation.
No, because I forgot one. No, I knew I'd forgot one because I said during it. I'll go back to that one in a minute because we had an argument about it.
Oh, is it Iwobi?
Alex Iwobi. At Fulham.
Oh yeah.
She said he's too clunky.
Clunky.
Right?
Why are you exposing me?
Fulham are 7 points above us in the league. He plays all the time. He's an automatic starter. He's got 7 goals and 6 assists in the league. And I'm only putting that in there because I know you lot, you're all these type of, social media people who talk about goals and assists all the time. So his goals and assists are perfectly well up there.
Iwobi is not better than Garnacho.
You don't think so?
Not for me.
He eats him alive for me. Eats him alive.
And that's football. Beauty of opinions, everyone.
Yeah.
Do you think?
I think we should move on from the Garnacho debate.
Yeah. I mean, it's definitely causing a lot of different opinions, and that's what football is all about. I mean, wrapping up on Onana, I'll make it pretty simple. Does Ruben Amorim need to get a new keeper in the summer?
Yes.
Absolutely. You can see the frustration from the manager on the touchline every time he makes a mistake. For me, Amorim looks like he's done with him already.
I heard from somebody close to Amorim's side in Portugal, I won't say who, and it might not be 100% correct, but he has told me some stuff before that has ended up happening. Everything he's ever told me has ended up happening. But, I'm never saying anything's 100% true, but I was told, and I won't say who it was, that apparently Ruben Amorim's already spoken to Diogo Costa about bringing him to United, and he's looking to get a new keeper in the summer. That's what I heard, but that might not be true, but that's what I heard. I just don't get where United get the money from for all of these signings in the summer, to be honest with you. Have you heard anything about the keeper?
Obviously, there's competition there, but if you believe the words of Ruben Amorim, the reason why India is starting these European games is purely based off rotation. Now, take that as you will, but I wouldn't be surprised if Manchester United do try and back and stick with Andre Onana, right, and then try and bring a new number 2 in.
What?
They're playing football.
Oh, okay. I couldn't hear that. I was too invested in your.
Yeah, well, you've got other sources now, so I'm going to go home.
Richard Valentine says 5 million for 5 months is too much for a loan fee. Goldio says, Ricky Pal, are you off on holiday anytime soon? Spain is nicest time of year, but you probably already know that. You're a legend. I rate it.
I like Spain.
Martin Belcher says it's not how many of these are better, it's how many of them Garnacho. Can Garnacho be better at the same age, hence value? That's where you lose people, Ricky. Do you get what he's saying?
I do understand that. If he gets older, he gets better. How old is he?
Garnacho? 20.
20, yeah. He can improve.
Nate Z Ace says, pathetic, this isn't TalkSport. I mean, it's a football debate and it's about opinions, guys. So
And let's be honest, it's a transfer show and there are absolutely no transfers. So we are trying to entertain you to fill time.
It's football chat that me and Ricky have off camera. Like, if we don't have it on camera if people get offended by it, but it's just a genuine conversation of Ricky messaging me being like, I think there's 30 wingers in the league that are better than Garnacho, and I'm like, list them then. And he does. Like, it's not, that's not toxic, it's just an opinion and debate. Howder88 says, Ricky, what was your first deadline day transfer you remember in the modern time, and how does it compare to now? Hype, prices, really and so on.
I can't even remember transfer deadline days. I remember signing Berbatov. He was a fantastic player, Berbatov. And that was on. I'm pretty sure that was the last minute. Well, so I think he was going to City, wasn't he, at one point, and then United signed in Berbatov. But I can't remember what was my first transfer deadline day. That's my first transfer deadline story that I can think of. Berbatov signing for United, and what a player he was. What a player.
Yeah.
Sarthak says Ugarte and Collier drop Bruno de Ligt as captain. Sean Dunn says we forget we are paying teams to take our players. United to the End says, wow, is there no way to move Casemiro until 2027? Darren Mulaney says, when is Mount back? Rice and P says, would you pick finish 15th with no cups, relegated and win the Europa League, finish 17th and win the FA Cup? Does Ruben Amorim survive any of these scenarios? Well, that's okay. Trying to think, I'd rather not get, I don't want to get relegated, so whichever one isn't getting relegated. We're not going to.
The gap's too big already.
Yeah.
Some of them teams might not get the amount of points we've got now.
We're not going to, but I think it was a hypothetical scenario. But relegation would be absolutely disastrous for this club, and it won't happen.
It won't happen.
Ardo says Mido will do the job for us. I think me and Chido will be Martin there. And Dale Nesbitt says Casemiro centre back. We won't need to do that, and absolutely not after that Crystal Palace disaster class last season. Monasteer says I can't believe INEOS refused to pay 5 million after all the cuts they've made. We are so cooked for believing they would make us better. Well, this is an interesting one. I was putting it out before, and it's probably just under around £20 million Manchester United have spent on getting rid of Ten Hag and Dan Ashworth. and we can't even afford a £5 million loan fee now. So these are mistakes. You know, you employed Dan Ashworth, you get rid of him after an amount of time because it's not working. Fair enough, you've owned up to the fact it wasn't working, and you've not been afraid to make that call. But it does look a bit naive and a bit embarrassing. And then also, you look at the Ten Hag decision. I know a lot of the fans were saying it, myself included, to keep Ten Hag after the FA Cup, but then you sack him a couple of months into the season and it's cost you a lot of money, and these are things that are going to impact us when it comes to FFP as well.
Yeah. Correct me if I'm wrong, Beth, you was fighting for him to stay, wasn't you?
I was, but I'm also not in charge of the footballing club.
No.
I'm a fan.
Yeah.
I'm a fan.
I was desperate for him to go after the cup final, but
I know you were.
yeah.
And a lot of fans wanted him to stay. I still don't regret wanting him to stay, because I feel like if he would have gone then, I would have always thought, like, what if we would have been able to,
Do you need this?
you know, what would have happened? But now looking back, yeah, he should have gone after the FA Cup final. Hindsight's always, you know, it's a wonderful thing, isn't it? You can never know in the moment. But that's kind of where we're at on that one. Just thinking about it there, a couple people have brought up Casemiro again. The fact Casemiro is still at the club is crazy to me. Like, Ruben Amorim has shown him the door practically.
Virtually, aren't they?
But again, it's another one where I've heard he's happy to just stay. And why? And you would be on 300 grand a week, wouldn't you?
You'd think so, wouldn't you? But I mean, obviously, I don't know his personal life. I would imagine he's set for life, whatever, whether he's got that contract or not. But I suppose no matter how much money you've got, you want more money, I guess. I don't know.
It's one of them where it's I don't know. I also think it's interesting that Manchester United have obviously briefed that the January transfer window is more about sorting everything out and getting the house in order. But then the majority of our outgoings are loans, where they're probably going to come back in the summer. So you talk about the priority in January is getting the house in order and you know, sorting out the outgoings. But Antony's on loan, Rashford's on loan, Mathys going to be on loan. Like, all these players are coming back. There's been no permanent outgoings. So you're again going to have to sort that out in the summer.
Yeah, they'll be hoping that one or two of those players become permanent transfers. That's what they'll be hoping. And that remains to be seen, doesn't it? I'll be surprised if any of them are.
It does. I mean, someone in the chat is just... Let me just see if I'm getting baited here. Yeah, I am. Why do people lie in the chat? It really does my head in. Somebody just put in the chat that Romano said that Gyökeres is a done deal for the summer, and I actually believed it for a split second. That would have perked up transfer deadline day, wouldn't it? Sam, just a quick one. I know you're off air, but what is the update on Casemiro? Is he staying?
Unless it's a 90th, 11th hour bid for Casemiro, he'll stay. Saudi wanted him. No club. The Saudi board wanted him, but no Saudi club wanted Casemiro.
No Saudi club wanted Casemiro. The Saudi board wanted him, but no Saudi club wanted him.
Tried, but didn't advance.
This is the thing. Like, Roma was slightly interested, but he didn't advance. I'm assuming he'd have to take a pay cut if he went to Roma, and United can't be the one paying Casemiro's wages to go and play in Roma. That just can't be happening. But
just retire. I'll be so honest. Just retire. Like, what else?
Yeah, but you'd see out your United deal first, wouldn't you?
That's what I'm.
Yeah.
He's on over 300 grand a week for another couple of years. Like, think about how much money that is, and you get to come into training. You know, he's not really playing much football. He's won everything, hasn't he? For us, it's frustrating, but at the end of the day, we never should have given him that deal. He didn't go in there and put a gun to the heads and say, give me this deal. They gave it him, and he's got every right to see it out. As frustrating as it is, it bugs me. Because I think a player that has won everything the way that he has, and he's one of the best centre defensive midfielders we've ever seen. I can never discredit his career, it's fantastic. But I just think, why sit doing nothing basically on 300 grand a week, because you're not getting into the team. Ruben Amorim showed you the door. Instead of taking a wage cut and going playing football, because somewhere would take him, somewhere would want him, you just have to take a wage cut.
But when does the deal end?
I'm going to have a look at that now.
He did give me a magic moment at one point this season.
The Leicester game?
No, not the goal. The winning goal against City. the winning goal against City. He was the first one to pile on, and he was absolutely grinning from ear to ear, and he was on the bench. And I thought to myself, that looks like proper camaraderie amongst the squad. I absolutely loved it, and that's a player who can't get a kick of the ball. Now then, the cynic in me makes me think, are they on a win bonus and he's happy that he's just earned himself 40 grand on the bench? I don't know. I don't know what a win bonus might be, but he certainly looked really excited that we'd scored the winner against City, and I loved it.
Okay, so it's his contract runs until June 30th, 2026.
Till end of next
Basic
season.
weekly wage is 350 grand a week.
Yeah, he's chilling. I'll happily sit on the bench for one more season.
So it's one more year. So you can kind of understand it from his point of view. It's frustrating, but
yeah.
You can understand why he's not in a hurry to get himself off.
Yeah.
Do you know what I mean?
Yeah.
Like, I feel like it's one of them where it's like, well, if United come to me with a viable option, I'd maybe consider it, but there's no way I'm getting my agent on the phone trying to get me a move when I've got 350 grand a week rolling in and I'm only here for another year.
Yeah.
I won't be surprised if he retires next season. Well, after next season. Like, he's won, like I said, he's won everything in the game. He'll need to prove himself to no one. Like, 5 Champions Leagues? It's not like he's going to go for a World Cup or anything. Like, he's done. Like, I'll happily just sit out, earn my 300k a week for one more year, and go back to Brazil and chill.
Yeah.
Welcome back, by the way, Mathys Tel.
Yeah.
Great to have you back. We've got River Mano saying, Ricky, you forgot the one Villa winger that's better than Garnacho, drum roll, Rashford. Lee Gelder says, Ricky, have you ever been to Italy? For some reason, I always move around slowly when I go. Got to give Ovi Martin a chance, our worst window post-Fergie.
This was our worst window for post-Fergie. Don't know about that, I can't remember all the windows. And what was that about Italy? I've been to Italy.
He says he tends to move around slowly when he's there. I think Rob Taft says, at what age was Ricky convinced by Ryan Giggs, or did he recognise the talent straight away?
It's a great question. He came through at the same time as Lee Sharp, and I've got to be honest, I thought Lee Sharp was better. And Lee Sharp only lasted 4 or 5 seasons. He was absolutely fantastic. And Ryan Giggs, I've got a funny story here. Ryan Giggs was coming through at the same time. They were both left wingers, they were both left-footed. And on the right wing, we had Andrei Kanchelskis, who for me was the best of the 3. He was older, but he was absolutely lightning, Kanchelskis, and fantastic goal scorer. And Fergie often used to play Giggs on the right wing and Sharp on the left wing, and he used to drop Kanchelskis. And Kanchelskis was the best of the 3 in my book, but he used to drop him. And I had a theory. It was true at the time, I don't know if it's true now. Kanchelskis couldn't speak a word of English and they had an interpreter. So I think he used to drop Kanchelskis because he didn't have to tell him himself. He had to tell the interpreter to tell him. Do you know what I mean?
That's mad, that.
That makes sense.
I honestly said that at the time. He's only playing him because he can't speak English, or not playing him.
That's such a Ricky comment. Imagine if forums were a thing back then. Imagine if forums were a thing back then.
He was fantastic, Kanchelskis. Obviously, Giggs had an unbelievable career. Lee Sharp was equally as good, if not better, but I don't know what happened to him. Fell off a cliff, I don't know. Lee Sharp could also play left full-back. I think Giggsy could have done as well, but I think we won a cup semi-final once against Chelsea when we were absolutely decimated at the back, and Lee Sharp played left full-back the full match. You know what I mean? For the left winger, that's not bad.
Yeah.
Everyone, make sure you hit a like on the video, subscribe to the channel. While you were off air, guys, Tullamore, it was confirmed that Manchester United will bring in no more incomings into the club, and we couldn't cough up the 5 million for Tel that they wanted, which is why that deal collapsed.
5 million?
Yeah, it was 5 million that they wanted as a loan fee, but we couldn't pay that. We don't have 5 million to pay.
I'm sure one of the players have probably got 5 million to just put out his pocket.
Ricky said Goldbridge should pay it.
He's watching.
But what are your thoughts on that and this transfer window now for Manchester United? And would you have done anything different in terms of our outgoings in hindsight?
I don't know how much I want to believe the 5 million thing. I think we could probably have choked up the 5 million quid
Jim
if we
could have
wanted
choked it
to.
up if he
I
wanted
just think it's the easier thing to put out there, isn't it? Yeah. I think so, yeah. I feel like I don't think it shines a great light on INEOS. I think if you compare it to how City have gone about business in January, they definitely geared up for it in November, whereas we've seemed to have waited until smack bang in the middle of January. weighed it up and decided it's not worth doing anything. But if you'd been a bit more proactive, you might have been able to find, even if you went and found a 15, 20 million pound player, not necessarily spectacular, but if you really did your scouting, there's got to be some. You can't tell me there's nobody out there that won't improve this squad right now. That's just nonsense. There is definitely players out there who you can get right now who will improve the squad. So, slightly concerned about INEOS, but let's see what they do in summer.
Mods?
Yeah, the 5 million thing is just dumb. I'll be so real. Like, there's no way we can't afford. Surely, that the wages that Rashford's been like covered for would equal about 5 million. Like, I wouldn't be surprised if for like a season. It's about 5 million a season or something like that.
It's the same on the wages of Rashford and Martial, aren't they? And Antony.
Yeah. And Antony, surely that's about, if it really came to the fact that we have £0 in our account, surely we were making about 5 million or saving about 5 million. But yeah, if that was really the figure and we couldn't cough it up, and Spurs did, yeah, it's just embarrassing. That makes us look like a small club, which we shouldn't be. But yeah, the fact that we're not making any new signings as well, it's just disappointing. I think everyone in the fan base kind of feels the same. It feels like, again, I said it in the show earlier, they just seem incompetent. They seem like they just don't know what they're doing. It seems like they're trying to make up things on the way. They've not been planning, like pre-planning weeks and weeks and weeks ago. We've had this problem of not having a good enough striker, not having good enough fullbacks. But now that we've got a huge injury with Martinez, that's another big problem. Surely that it should be like alerts going on in everyone's head, or alerts in the offices saying we need to make a signing like today or this week even. But I don't know, it just seems like they just don't know what they're doing. So yeah, I'm just disappointed.
Wasn't well planned or thought out, it comes across to me. And like you said, so I completely agreed with the fact that when you said, certain things get put out into the media and it's not always the 100% exactly what happened, to kind of paint a certain picture to make things maybe look better, or sometimes, other parties can put stuff out to make things look worse, to kind of paint a picture the way that they want it to be painted. So you never know 100%. You've got to do a lot of inferring on this one, but I think we can all agree that this transfer window has been disappointing. I reckon Ruben Amorim's going to be extremely disappointed, feeling let down. I mean, this is a question that got put in by the chat, and I've got some good quick fire questions in a minute that we can go through to kind of make it a bit interactive. But would you blame Ruben Amorim if he walked?
What, walked to no job?
Just walked and said, you've not backed me. You've not.
I'm resigning.
Yeah, you've not helped me in any way, because at the end of the day, his reputation is on the line here. He's a very well respected, very well thought of coach that was doing fantastically well in Europe. City were rumoured to go after him. Liverpool were rumoured to go after him. He's coming to Manchester United. It's a horror show. They've got a squad that doesn't suit the way he wants to play, and that is his bread and butter. That is how he is where he is, because of that system. And he's not been helped out at all. He's got one signing, and it's a potential player, a 20-year-old, in his first window.
You've got to think, though, I think a lot of managers, when they come into a job to try and get that job, probably say, yeah, I'm happy with what I've got. I'll make this work.
Just to get the job.
I think probably most managers will look at a squad and say, yeah, I'll get by.
I could get a tune out of them.
Yeah, I'll get something out of them for the season, which, to be honest, he's not getting enough out of him yet. He's not. Look, I hate to say it, but Everton are chasing our tail now. And Everton were way behind us, and they've just won 3 on the bounce. All that's changed was Moyes come in. Yeah. The squad, it's the same squad that couldn't buy a goal. And Moyes is just coming in and banging him in for fun. They're putting 3-4 goals away a game. So managers can come in and make a squad work. It's not absolutely unheard of. I remember you saying it, Rick. About Villa. It's not unheard of for a manager to come in and straight away get a team playing completely different. So it's slightly concerning. However, you give him the benefit of the doubt. If he's coming with a bigger picture in his head, which this job is a big picture, it's got to be a 5-year project minimum.
There was that rumour saying that he thinks he needs 6 transfer windows.
Yeah, well, you're looking at 4 years.
But I think that means I think he said 6 transfer windows because realistically you only get 1 a year with Manchester United, and that's summer.
It's definitely a 5-year project before we're even anywhere near, let's say, not even challenging for the title, to even think about maybe we could do this to challenge for a title. We're a long way away, and this summer's going to have to be a big one, but then the summer after it's probably going to have to be a big one. I mean, there's a lot of big signings have got to come, and a lot of outgoings have got to happen. Yeah,
I feel like, honestly, if Ruben doesn't work, which I doubt he will anyway, but I'm sure he must have been given some kind of like reassurance from the board that, you know what, this season we might not give you signings, so we're not going to put too much pressure on you from a board-wise on delivering a lot this season. Surely they've said to him, we're in the mud right now, let's just get over the line, let's make it to the end of the season, let's get, wherever we finish, it is what it is, but let's just get over the line, and hopefully we can start next season and bring in some new signings, because there's no way INEOS are surprised at what's happening right now. There's no way they're surprised thinking, why are we 14th? No, it's obvious why we're 14th. We were 14th when he came in, you know, so there's no difference. He's not really moved anywhere. It's the same team. So, yeah, he must have been given some kind of reassurance to say, you know what, yeah, we might not even buy anyone in January, but we're going to back you later on. Like at least in the summer or 2 years or 3 years, we are going to back you, because, yeah, I get why some people are probably saying, if I was Amorim, I'd walk out right now, because it does seem a bit peak.
Yeah, he's got his hand tied behind his back for sure. I was just looking through my WhatsApp because I got a message from Ryan, producer behind the scenes, and I've just seen my brother's messaged our family group chat saying, United have let go both Antony and Rashford when we already have 0 good forwards bar Ahmad and brought in no one. What a window. Sancho, Antony and Rashford and Wheatley all out on loan. One striker has no goal in 13 games and our other one has 1 in 16. Thank you so much, United.
Facts.
Facts. Oh, yeah, when you put it like that, it's how we've abandoned getting a forward. I'll say it over and over again. If you're Ruben Amorim, you're thinking, I even played Cobby up front for you to realise, but it is what it is. I think we'll see him more there, but we'll see. Maybe a bit of positivity. I've got a few questions. We'll get your super chats in a second. Get your answers in as well. My first one is, who do you think was, because I'm looking at INEOS and they've had 2 transfer windows now. They've had the summer and they've had the January one. Who has been INEOS's best signing so far? And you've got to pick from Dorgu, but obviously you've not seen him yet, so I don't think anyone's going to be picking him. Aidan Heaven, who you've not seen, so you're not going to be picking him. You've got Mazraoui, De Ligt, Yoro, Ugarte and Xerxes.
I'll start off. Ugarte.
Yeah.
Ticks all the boxes. Young player. Slotted in straight away. Wasn't straight away, but it was quick enough, wasn't it? Yeah. I'd
say in my opinion, it's between 2, Ugarte and Mazraoui. I think because
it's not been bad.
He's not been bad. No, I don't think he's been bad either, to be fair. So he probably is in that same conversation. But the problem with Mazraoui is just the fact that position-wise, he's not been able to find a comfortable position yet where he's starting every game playing there. He's been playing as a right wing-back. It's not his position. He's obviously been able to play right centre-back sometimes, but because we already have centre-backs that can play there, it's not like he's not getting an opportunity every single game. So it's kind of really hard to see where he's going to fit in, especially when Dorgu comes in and Dalot probably is going to get put to the other side. Now it's like, well, is Mazraoui going to start every game? So for that reason, I think Ugarte, he's probably the first name on the team sheet when it comes to midfielders right now. Well, Bruno, obviously. Bruno, obviously. But other than that, it's probably Ugarte. If you want to win a game, you're going to probably think, let me put Ugarte in that team. So, yeah.
Ricky, who would you go with?
Yeah, I'd probably go Ugarte. Ugarte or De Ligt. Mazraoui, yeah, all them 3 have been good.
I think for me, it's between De Ligt and Ugarte. I think De Ligt's gone really under the radar, you know.
Yeah.
But I think I would go Ugarte because I think what it comes to me is De Ligt has been top draw. But I think if I was going into like a game and we started without like a really tough game and we started without Ugarte in the midfield, I'd be like, who are we going to play there? Like, you know, but whereas De Ligt, you've got Maguire who can cover, you've got other options as good as he's been. So I think Ugarte's probably been the most important signing that we've made. Mazraoui at the start looks really good, but again, I prefer him as a centre back in this system, and his little stint at wing backs kind of dropped his value for me a little bit. But for the price, he was top.
I think with Ugarte and De Ligt as well, there was a bit of a difference in expectation, wasn't when they came in. When De Ligt came in, we knew we were getting a top quality centre back. When Ugarte came in, we wasn't 100% sure what we were going to get. You know, there's some people who were bigging him up saying, yeah, top draw, but then some people saying, no, it's too big of a jump for him. So I think there's also that kind of, we've been pleasantly surprised by Ugarte, whereas De Ligt, it was kind of, you know, I'd say we all kind of expected to get, you know, something decent out of Dele, if you know what I mean.
Yeah, he had that pedigree already.
Yeah.
I mean, there's been more briefs coming out from Manchester United. It's coming out from the MEN that Manchester United have prioritised summer spending amid their decision not to recruit a goal scorer in the winter transfer window, with a new forward set to be targeted during the summer transfer window.
Can't go back on the word now. They've said it. They've said it, so that means we have to get a good striker in summer. So
do you know what? The only way that I'll be able to get over this is if I see Gyökeres signed in the first 2 weeks of the window.
But can we not do that? Like, can we not just get like a pre-agreement or something like that? Surely.
I hope that is what we decide to do.
I'll tell you something that's gone under the radar as well. Thinking about it, we sign a striker every year.
A lot of years.
We signed Ronaldo, right? Year after, we brought Ferguson on loan. Year after, we brought Højlund in. Year after, we brought Xerxes in. And now we're back in the market because none of it's worked. 5 years on the bounce bringing strikers in here.
Yeah.
And we're sat looking at our strikers saying they're useless.
To be fair, before that, you probably brought in Agallo and we probably brought in...
When
we were in Cavani and...
Yeah, before... Yeah, you're probably right. Yeah, before Ronaldo it was Cavani. Before Cavani it was Agallo. You could go on and on here. We've got to get it right. Do you know what? Honestly, if they go and sign 2 this summer. Honestly,
got 2 though.
Oh, I'm not interested in them 2. To be honest, mate, I've had enough of them. But
I feel like that kind of just shows how first of all, how important a striker is, but secondly, how difficult it is to find a top quality striker in today's market. I genuinely feel like strikers, I made a video about this the other day on my Insta, like, it's becoming harder and harder to find a world-class striker. A lot of them are either, like veteran strikers, not veteran, but like, you know, your Lewandowskis and like your older strikers, or you kind of just got to get lucky and find like a generational talent like Haaland and just get a release. You know how City got a release clause for like 60-something million, and it was like, it didn't pay that, it would have been 120, 150 million pound
right
striker.
time, right place, wasn't it? Yeah.
But other than that, there's just not a lot. You can find a good Premier League striker, but is that good Premier League striker going to take you to a Premier League title? Is it going to take you to a Champions League? You know what I mean? Like, you can go and get a... I mean, who else? He's in the window. He's in the Premier League now. Like he's
Calvert-Lewin.
No, he's
No.
Watkins.
Watkins or.
You did that to Amiot, didn't you?
Or Wissa, or like one of those strikers.
I'd take Wissa without a doubt.
But none of these guys, in my opinion, these are all good Premier League strikers, and they're going to get you 10, 50, maybe even a 20-goal season. But they're not like Champions League winning strikers, in my opinion. It's hard to find that in this window right now. So, yeah, unless we somehow go out there and get one, we're going to keep having the same cycle.
Should have got Harry Kane. Anyway.
Yeah, should have got Harry Kane.
Oh, actually kills me to this day. It would have been 100 million. Xerxes and Højlund put together is over 100 million. Anyway. Got some super chats in. Class of 99 says, question, how is Garnacho better than Elanga again?
How is it?
Yeah, I think everybody said that they think Elanga's better, didn't they?
Better.
Been saying that from last season.
Henry T says, we won't sign anyone until July the 1st because of FFP. Peter says, thought about it and realised we have 1 point from a possible 24 points against Wolves, West Ham, Brighton, Palace, Forest and Bournemouth this season. Terrible. Wow. That is a damning start. But we were saying, Moz, we do the build-up show together basically every week. Yeah. And every single time we're playing like, I don't want to be disrespectful, but not like a big 6 team. Yeah. And we're like, oh, this is our bogey team. And we're just rubbish against most teams in the league, to be honest.
It's like Wolves or Crystal Palace or Fulham or all of them just kind of beat us.
Yes, and we also have Glenn C says, when managers join the summer, there's rarely a clear out window because they just want to see what they got. Amorim's seen enough, so summer is go time. That is true. Amorim, that is, you know what? Glass half full, Glenn. Amorim has seen the squad and he knows who's up to it and who's not. And at least, even though we've not brought any replacements in, at least, you know, we have got some outgoings going this January. And by the time he gets to the summer, Amorim will know exactly who he wants to keep and who he wants to go. Yeah. And sometimes it's not as easy of just saying you stay, you go. Sometimes it's not as easy as that. But there'll be stages of how you can start shifting players out and who's kind of on the chopping block first. Simply Red says, we're going to regret not cashing in on Garnacho. Could have bought a few players in with his sale. Doesn't get any better than what we've seen already. That is the only thing is whether INEOS were ever actually going to spend that money on the right replacements, because, like I said, you sell Garnacho and you get Cunha in, that's an automatic upgrade. But were United ever going to do that? Because it didn't seem like we've scouted a replacement, really. We were going around trying our luck with Nkunku, trying our luck with Tel. Was there anyone really there that we were going to go for? You just don't want a rushed replacement, do you? Chris Roy says, I've done that one. And we have Andy Hart saying, one for Ricky. Did you want Alanga to go? He's playing excellent at Forest, and would you have him back at United? Is this your first time tuning in?
I was banging on about Alanga when he was playing for us. If you weren't watching.
No.
Thank you everyone for your super chats. Alex Z says Chicharito was not world class, but he had service. All of his teams. A new striker solves nothing when they can't touch the ball. Anders Stanson says, what happens if Arsenal sign Gyökeres before July?
That can't happen. That can't.
It could very easily happen.
If that happens, we're so inept. Like, if we let Gyökeres go to Arsenal.
Dennis S says, Kane is being fed by Musiala, Elise, Rasmus would shine it by him because they have service to their strikers. We need to focus on the egos on the pitch. That service argument again, guys.
Who did he say?
Terrible excuse.
Rashford?
They said Rasmus would shine.
Rasmus.
That's terrible.
I was sat next to a Danish fan in Old Trafford watching the Palace game, and he said to me, Beth, and I said, yes. He said, Rasmus is a really good player, he's just not getting the service. And I said, do you know what? I think Rasmus does have potential, and I thought he had potential when he came in. But not every player is the same standard. Like, Harry Kane is a much better player than Rasmus. You can't just use that service argument for everything. I think we can live in a world, and I've said this over and over again, where United aren't providing enough for their strikers, and they're not. I think we could all agree with that. We're not providing the striker enough. But you can also live in a world where your striker isn't making the most intelligent runs, isn't getting himself in the right places at the right time, does need to hold up the ball better. Both things can exist. Yeah. And I think that's where United are at right now. We don't have anyone of experience that's used to bullying defenders, that's used to getting above defenders in the box. And
Harry Kane is just a different level altogether. He's fantastic at receiving the ball. He's fantastic at holding people off. He's fantastic at passing it. That's part of being able to create chances. So when he's bringing people into the game, Harry Kane, then he's getting on the end of the chances as well. So Højlund's not doing the first bit right. So he's not helping himself.
I'd actually flip the argument on its head and say that Harry Kane's making Musiala and the other lads look better. Yeah. Because if the movement's not there, I'd argue that those lads would probably rip their hair out as well if they had Højlund up front.
Yeah.
Another brief, I think, from the club, because it is coming from the MEN. It says, senior Manchester United sources insist the hierarchy and Ruben Amorim are pleased with the club's winter business. They believe Diego Leon, Patrick Dorgu and Aidan Heaven are high potential recruits for the long term who have not commanded high fees.
Fingers crossed.
Diego Leon's gone back out on loan, so he's not even going to be here for the rest of the season. Dorgu, we really hope he's going to be something good on that left-hand side. And Aidan Heaven, obviously a lot of pressure now. Martinez is injured, but he is still young, guys. So it's all potential. That's the thing, and that's the slight worry. But we hope this potential turns into top quality. That's all we can do is hope for that. Obviously, United aren't going to come out and say they're not happy with what's happened. But yeah, the one thing I would say is Ruben Amorim has made it clear you don't want to make mistakes of the past, and they don't want to overpay for someone who might not be absolutely right. But yeah, I still don't think it's an excuse for not bringing in a forward player, to be honest with you, no matter how much you dress it up or dress it down. My next little question, guys, let me get it up here, is... Let me get it on. Let me get it up. Okay, so... My next one is... If Antony or Rashford go and score 8 to 10 goals now for the end of the season, do you still sell them in the summer or do you debate bringing them back?
Still sell. 100% still sell.
Rashford's a different one. think from the noise that's coming out from the club, Rashford's, it's more of a less so what he's doing on the pitch and more so what he's doing off the pitch. So I feel like you'd have to evaluate where he's at as a human, to be honest. Like, as bad as it sounds to say, I feel like that's where you have to evaluate with Rashford. In terms of Antony, I feel like if he can find the confidence, it's great. However, I just feel like the manner he came to United and also the price tag, and he was Ten Hag's guy, I think he's always set up to fail at United, to be honest.
Yeah, I would 100% sell, not because I don't think they'll be good players, but it's not a coincidence that they didn't work at United, but they're working somewhere else. If they come back to United, there's a huge chance that they're not going to work again. Unless we've somehow managed to completely change our run of form and we're just winning every game, it's a completely different team, and Amorim somehow got everything to just click in the next 6 months, then fair enough, you can be like, you know what, maybe when they come back, things might be different, but the reality is it's not going to be that different. So they're just going to be coming back into the same situation, same environment, and they're probably going to go back to the same place that they was here.
Let's just strip the argument as well, right back to basics. There's not a position for him in the formation.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Do you know what I mean? So is it just a waste of time? What's the point in having him round if, unless Rashford's going to have a go up top again, but I just don't think it's ever going to happen.
I'd go as far as the question was if they scored 8 to 10 goals. I'd go as far as to say it's virtually impossible for Antony to score 8 or 10 goals.
He scored one already.
He never scored last night, did he?
Yeah, he did.
Did he?
Did he not score or get an assist?
I thought he just got man of the match.
He got an assist.
He didn't even get an assist, I don't think. He had a shot that the keeper parried and they scored from it.
Oh, fair. I thought someone told me he scored.
No, I don't think he scored. I watched. No, he didn't score. I watched. It clashed with the Napoli game.
Oh yeah.
I watched the Napoli game until half time, and at half time I switched over and watched the last 15 minutes of the Betis game. The last 15 minutes of the first half. And in that 15 minutes, I saw a simple pass to Antony on the wing, and he let it go under his foot and out for a throw-in. That's the only thing I really spotted, right, in that 15 minutes. And he got man of the match, don't forget. They did show a replay of the first goal while I was watching it, and it was a shot by Antony. The keeper parried it out, and somebody put it in. So then I switched back to the Napoli game, and I watched the full second half of the Napoli game. Then I switched back to the Betis game to watch the last 15 minutes, and just as I switched it back, he was getting substituted. So he played. I only saw 15 minutes of his game. He didn't score, and like I say, he did let a ball go under his foot and out for a throw-in.
Well, you must have done all right.
He shouldn't have let go. They've done. That's what they've said.
But it is a hypothetical anyway. So.
It's hypothetical. He isn't going to score 8 or 10 goals. I don't think Rashford will. I really don't. I can't see it happening. But there's just a glimmer of a chance that Rashford could do that. But Antony won't.
But we've all said no.
No.
I hope they go out and smash it so we can get a big enough fee for them. My reasoning for Antony is because he's had 2 years now, and I think we know it's not. No matter what happens, I don't think it is ever going to be a success, like you said, Tel. And, Lingard went and smashed it for West Ham, he came back, and then he eventually ended up having to go. So I don't think we should do that. And then with Rashford, it pulls on your heartstrings a little bit because, he has been here for a long time. He's up there with the top goal scorers. He has proved he can do it in a United shirt before. But I think once you have that irreparable relationship with the manager, you have to cut ties. So hopefully he does well, and that fee can be met, that 40 million option to buy from Aston Villa. And that's where we're at. 40 million.
I remember last season when he was going through the whole season was pretty rough, but I think around January time, just before January, people were talking about like 90 million, 80 million, when people were saying that you should sell him. And I was like, less than half that. I mean, we're struggling to even meet that, to meet that price, so yeah, it's crazy.
My next question, guys, Doggy. Friday against Leicester at Old Trafford, should Amorim start him?
He's got to watch him in training. He's got to have a training match. I'm hoping he's good enough. If he is, yes. If he thinks he is, yes.
I would.
Yeah, you don't really have a
Putting it out there, I would.
You don't have a lot of choice, do you? I mean, like I said, if Amorim thinks so, then yeah. I don't know innit, because I've not seen him in training. I've not seen what he's like, his fitness is like. But if Amorim looks at him and says, you know what, he's the right fitness level.
His fitness will be there, surely. He's been playing for Lecce all season. 20 years old.
Yeah.
But in that league, though, Beth.
It's a slow league, to be fair. It is a slow league.
I knew that was coming.
But yeah, no, I trust Amorim, innit. If Amorim says he's good enough, then put him in.
I'd like to see him start. Yeah. Even if it was just for 50 minutes or so, I'd like to see him. I'd like to see him have a run because I don't think. Have we got a little? Is there a week after the FA Cup? We're not playing for a full week. Is that right?
Yeah.
Yeah. So I'd say give him a start. Then he has a week after it then to get bedded in and training. And hopefully gets him ready for the league by the weekend.
I don't think there's a huge risk to it as well because it's not as if he can do. Like we're not really ripping up. We're not ripping it up anyway.
Yeah, we can hardly be worse.
Yeah,
That's what I've said about the Martinez thing.
We can be worse. I know we keep saying this, but we can actually. I don't really want to go out the cup. I'll be so honest. Like I don't want to.
No, I don't want to go.
It's not one of them games that we can just throw away and say, "Oh,
it's a game we definitely want to win."
That's what I mean. Definitely. And Leicester, like I get it, they're not doing great this season, but Reed will happily pull up and beat us. I'm sure he'd be so happy to do that. Not because he doesn't like United, but I mean, why wouldn't you want to do that?
Tyke did say in the chat saying, why would we sign someone who Amorim doesn't think is good enough to start? So, I mean, he rates him. Hopefully he comes in and he does start. If he's fit enough, then I think why not? But let's see. My next question on my list to round off is, what are your top 3 priority positions to strengthen in the summer for United?
Centre forward.
Yeah.
Ricky's first, centre forward, yeah?
It's got to be the main one.
Yeah, I think everyone's going to say that first anyway. Second, I'd say in the summer, it's got to be another wing back on the right hand side. I still don't believe. I still don't know if Dalot and Mazraoui are going to be the 2 best wing backs that we have on that right hand side. I think they're still very. It's still up in the air. I mean, we're kind of hoping that Dalot gets a lot better on the right, but we don't actually know for sure.
I think he'd be a lot better on the right.
He'll be better, but will he be what we need? Like 100% what we need? I'm still not sure. But definitely a striker, probably a 10 as well.
If we're going to continue playing with 2 holding midfield players, are you happy with Ugarte and Bruno, or are you happy with Ugarte and Collier? Or do we want another holding midfield player to replace one of those players in your starting lineup? I know you rotate a little bit, but you have got a starting lineup in your mind that if you've got a couple of tough games in a week, you want those players to play. I mean, as much as we keep castigating Dalot and saying he's not good enough, he plays every game without fail. That might be that we've not got a better one, but still we haven't got a better one. So in midfield, have we got a better one? Do we need a better one?
I think a lot of people have also been very quick to forget how good Dalot was in that second season under Ten Hag, was it?
Well, last season.
Was it last season, I think?
He was our player of the year, so it must have been.
Yeah, he was really good on the right that season. So you'd like to give him the benefit of the doubt that the drop off in form has been from shifting from left to right.
Can I just come in on that though? He was really good there, but from what I remember, he was really good defensively. I'm looking for attacking output here in this system.
I feel like it's a different position completely.
I don't think he's crossing massively stood out to me that season. I think defensively he was top draw and driving into the midfield in that inverted role. He was really good. He was like an extra midfielder. Never looked at him and thought massive attacking threat. And I feel like we need the output from our wing backs.
And as well, and this isn't me trying to get onto Dalot or anything to make it seem like he's a bad player, because I still think he's good enough to play for United. But I feel like the problems with Dalot isn't necessarily technical. Like, it's not like he's got a bad first touch or he can't pass it. It's more like just understanding. Like, we kept on complaining about him not getting forward enough. Why do you think he's going to get even more forward just because he's on the right? It's the same pitch. It's not like he's going to struggle to get forward because he's on the left.
He got far enough forward last week when he stuck it in the back of the net, didn't he?
Yeah, but that's something he can do. It's something he can do, but we've just not seen it a lot in the system. So I feel like it's more like it's more an understanding thing. And to be fair, I actually just hope he does get it right in that position, because then it means we don't have to get a new player there, because we will have Dalot. But from what we've seen already, I don't think he's fully grasps the concept of being a right wing back. But yeah, I mean, in terms of the midfielder options, I still think we can get by with what we have. I still think Ugarte, and even I get Mainy's playing more 10 now. He probably is going to continue playing more 10, but that is a player that can drop deeper. Bruno's obviously been playing there a bit. Collier as well. Obviously Ugarte. I feel like we have got a good range of players that can play in that position. I think the 10 is very important, because I don't think Garnacho should start every single game that season, and he's going to have to if we don't get someone there.
I wouldn't
say he's going to have to. For me,
not have to, like 100%, but he's going to be an option to do that.
For me, I would have Ugarte and Collier, and then I would have Ahmad and Mainu,
Yeah.
And then you've still got Bruno. I know Bruno would probably leave if he wasn't getting a starting berth. But, you know, because I've not included Bruno in that. But I do think, honestly, Collier's proper leggy, he gets around, he wins balls, gives the easy ball. I just think Collier is a better option. We need a player in that position giving the easy ball and not looking for the difficult ball. We need to speed the game up by passing it shorter. And I think Collier would do that. And then, so if you've got Collier and Ugarte and you've got Ahmad and Mainu, I think that would be a great combination. And you've still got Bruno and you've still got Christian Eriksen, and I don't think he lets you down when he comes on either.
So Eriksen's still going to be here next season?
Well, talking about now, really.
Oh, right now.
Then,
okay.
But then if we need... He probably won't be here next season.
He won't be.
So we were talking about strengthening. That was the question, wasn't it? Do we need to? In which position
Top
do we
three.
need to strengthen? You know, I think centre forward and maybe number 6. I think I'd like to, from what I see at Mainu, and as Beth just said, we haven't got enough attacking threat. We've used Mainu as a number 10 once. You know what I mean? And it looked really dangerous. Let's stick with it for a bit.
Do you know what's mad as well? Aston Villa have signed Marco Asensio now as well at the end of this transfer window. So I get that they've sold Duran for a bit of money.
Wow.
But they've now got as their attacking options Marco Asensio, Marcus Rashford, Daniel Marlin, Ollie Watkins, Morgan Rogers, Jacob Ramsey and Leon Bailey.
Strong
And depth.
Strong.
It's like, how have Aston Villa got more ambition than what we do? It's just like...
I'll take every single one of those players. Except for Rashford, probably.
You keep talking about getting back to the top and being the biggest and best club in England and in the world, but you're not acting like it. That's what frustrates me. Like, if you want to be the best, you have to act like it on every single level. And we're just not. We're not even acting like a mid-table club at this point. But anyway. Anyway, guys, I just want to say on that note, no further explanation. I'm telling you to do it now because, 1, I want to clip it up for later. And... 2, I'm just interested. Name your 3 positions you go for first if you had to. Tell. I wish it was Tell.
Some deadline day that tells me the call now. I'd go striker because I've not stopped talking about it as my number 1. I would go left-sided 10 and I would go 6.
Okay. Mods?
I'll go striker. Obvious reasons. Second, I'd go a 10. I think I'm going to say something. No, and third, I'm going to say right wing back.
I'd agree with Tel.
I would go with a striker, a left-sided 10. And then I think I'd go with a right wing back. But do you know what else is actually on the... You're going to be surprised at this. Goalkeeper.
Yeah.
I think it's my third one's a toss-up between a goalkeeper and a right.
I thought about
you can't spend any more money on a goalie.
I'll get a different scouting to scout them out. But I'm just not.
I don't think that's third on the list though. Third.
Do you know what it is? It's like when Onana's solid, like he's fine, but he just has too many mistakes in him and it costs you games. It really does cost you games.
I know we just signed a left wing back, but I'm almost thinking like not top 3, but we probably could do with another one, to be honest.
Yeah.
Because Luke Shaw, let's be honest, we've give up on relying on him now.
Every position on the pitch, basically.
It'd be lovely to get Luke Shaw back. I'm probably one of Luke Shaw's biggest fans on this planet. However, I've lost hope in with his injury record. I got my hopes up too many times with him coming back just to be let down. And let's be honest, Malassia's gone in summer. There's no way we're going to have Malassia next season. So you've got one guy at left wing back, which is Dorgu. Anything happens to him, and Dallow's back there. So might have to sign another left wing back.
Might not necessarily need anything to happen to him. He just
might not be good enough.
Quite cut the mustard. Yeah. Keep doing that, don't they? Actually, to be fair, it hasn't been so bad under INEOS. But up until last summer, our signings have been terrible, really.
Yeah.
Whew. So I think we can. I think it's turned more into a top 5 than a top 3, but that's fine because I think that's what we need anyway. I wonder what we do end up prioritising, but I think we all agree that striker is number 1, and I think everyone agreed left-sided 10 as well. So they're probably the top 2. B Cool says Onana goalkeeper, Maz, Maguire, De Ligt, Yoro and Heaven, centre backs, Ahmad, Dalot right wing back, Dorgy left wing back, Ugarte, Collier, Bruno pivot, Mainu/Ericsson, Garnacho 10, Xerxes, Højlund and Obi as the strikers. Fernando Plaza says, need another midfielder in the pivot. I like Collier, but he's just getting into the team and he's still young. We need another 6/8. I think we do need one, it's just where it is on our priority list. Henry T says, question for Don Rick. If you were managing these players, would you play a back 4 or a back 5?
Back 4.
Josh, the Giant Slayer, says they were all good once, doesn't mean that they still are. Sergio says, please just sign anybody. Not going to happen. It's already been briefed that's our transfer business done. Ariane says, being 18, I've grown up with Rashford, wishing the best, will always love him and the memories he gave me. It was a time to part, but when it's all said and done, Rashford will always be United. Brian235 says, transfer window more like a closed door. Wilson says, 2 million subscribers, £2.33 per person. 10k of us could do £60 plus on average. We could do 5 million in a single show if Mark shout out he calls for. Trying to get all the communities to come together for 5 mil. Joe, welcome to the United Stand Members Club. Glenn C says, service, i.e. not just putting chances on a plate. If you've got the players who shoot or do cutbacks 99% of the time, it's not easy to anticipate anything else. Chris Bell says, Harry Kane was on loan at Leicester when he was Rasmus's age. He's still just a kid. There is a player in there. He has got potential, but that's the thing. Does he need a loan to develop? United's a huge platform to try and do it on. Like, it's a huge stage. Anthony Tracy says, should we? No, I'm not even bringing that up. It's just Sebastian says, Gyökeres will come and you will be saying the same thing you say about Rasmus. Give him chances and he will score. Lewandowski also can't do it by himself. Emily Derry says, inflated fees and contracts thanks to Murto, Arnold and Woodward, and loaded with debt. Glazers have sunk us and Sergeant Ratcliffe is helping. Got another super chat in saying, with no Europe next season, we aren't going to get good players. Get younger, cheaper players and let more go when we play once a week. A lot of people talking about no Europe. Slow Sports News says Bruno needs to be pushed as a number 10, release Mainu to play more free and move Dalot back to a right back. Ivan says, as a Swede, don't trust the Danish. We need the likes of Isak, Kulusevski, Gyökeres and Elanga type players. And Ravel Burn says, Amorim got Gyökeres to stay in Portugal. No way anyone other than United get him. Goldio says, can we get Ricky's thoughts on whether players like McTominay and Dan James would suit this system? Are they currently better than what we have?
McTominay definitely as a 10. We don't play with wingers really, do we? But I think Dan James would be okay as a wing back. You know, he's a proper hard working player. I think he'd be all right as a wing back. He'd definitely be an option on either side. So certainly when you've got Dalot playing as a left wing back, I think certainly attacking wise, Dan James would be at least as good.
Now you mention it, I think McTominay would be brilliant as a 10 in this system.
Yeah, I think he would.
I think he'd be really good. I think he'd get in the box and get quite a few goals in this system. I do. Yeah.
In terms of the people worried about not being able to attract players with no Europe, that is always a worry, and a lot of players do want to play European football. But Chelsea did manage to have a good transfer window without having Europe. You can get players in still. Yeah. Class of 99 says priorities are right wing back, left 10 and an 8 like Inter's Barella and a striker. Bruno, due to his lack of discipline and the main player syndrome, needs to have a serious look at. James Clough says this is the worst we've treated a manager post Sir Alex, and that's saying something. Robert McCormack says we need presence in midfield. I think that's a good take as well. I think we do need some presence in there.
I'm just wondering if the person who asked about Scott McTominay and Dan James, the two particular players that he thought of, was it actually a sarcastic question that? And we answered it that yes, yes, we would be better with them two players.
I'm not sure on James. Not sure on Dan James, but I definitely would have kept McTominay around. I think didn't the club want to keep McTominay around? It was just that.
I think he wanted guaranteed like first team football.
Yeah, they actually wanted to keep him, but it was a game time. They couldn't offer him the game time. No.
Okay, and here is another question before we round up: is who do you think is the most improved player under Amorim so far?
Ugarte.
We already had Ugarte, of course we did, because he came in November. Yeah, that's hard to disagree with.
Yeah.
Ahmad up there? He was already good, but
He just didn't get enough time to prove himself.
Yeah.
And then who do you think has been one of the most disappointing players under Amorim?
You could say Collier as well.
Yeah, Collier's improved.
Not for disappointing, for improved.
Yeah, no, for improved. But that's a bit more of a, we didn't really get to see a lot of him anyway. What was the second question again?
Who's been like the most disappointing player under Amorim who you might have thought had done better under him?
Well, none of them are his players, are they?
Strikers.
Probably the strikers.
Both of them.
Probably Xerxes.
Really, I thought Højlund was going to be like the type of striker that he was going to like. Like, you know, that similar attributes to what Joker has had. And
That's exactly what I was going to say.
It's just not worked that way. Dallo maybe even. He was really good under Ten Hag and he's just not been as good this season. He's a steady player, but he's just not hit the heights I thought he would.
Yeah. I'd say Højlund. Because I feel like after last season, we kind of, I think he got double-digit goals. His first season, scored 10 goals.
He only scored 9 the previous year in Serie A.
Yeah.
Tougher there.
Yeah, so he kind of, after...
I looked it up. You said it, didn't you? You said he wasn't saying that.
His numbers weren't that good.
He scored 9 in 21. He only played 21 foot games or something like that. He wasn't playing 30, 50
It's not, maybe I've been a bit harsh there. It's not awful numbers, but...
I don't think it was awful. Considering how many games he played, it's not awful numbers. But...
Is it 70 million quid
Yeah,
numbers?
70
I'm not
million.
sure.
Crazy. But yeah, I kind of thought, I'll be honest, I kind of came to the season thinking, we've got someone here that can, you're not ready yet, but he can do a bit of a job. And if, like Beth said, if we go and bring in someone else as well, who is a bit better, and can rotate him in and out, and he can learn from as well, then we're good. The problem is we didn't do that. Brought in Xerxes, and now it kind of feels like Harden's just kind of sunk and just gone, so far below what we thought. It's crazy. So
He's regressed from his first season, which can't be going on, not at that age as well.
Yeah.
You don't, having a year in the club, we get to know your surroundings. You know that after your first year, get that out of the way with. You should be at least somewhat more confident, and he just seems to be going backwards. So I'd say Højlund without a shadow of a doubt.
Yeah. Don't know what to say, really.
He come on as a sub in the cup final. He got about 15 minutes, and twice he went on a long bursting run into their half and won a free kick twice when we were under absolutely extreme pressure, and it looked like an equaliser was coming, and it really gave us a bit of relief. The team could move up, obviously kill a bit of time, kill a bit of time, take a minute overtaking the free kick, get people up to the halfway line. Twice he did it. The second time he did it, I don't think the game restarted before the ref blew the whistle, but it was still a relief. So for me, £36 million per free kick was a bargain.
Way to big it up, Ricky. Glass half full kind of guy. Got 5 minutes left before Goldbridge takes over. Let's just preview a little bit the Leicester game on Friday. Maud, you've already talked about the importance of the Cup.
Yeah.
We are focusing on Europa League because obviously that's a route into Champions League football, but if that did fail, FA Cup is obviously the route into the Europa League, which is what we did last year, kind of backdoored it into that Europa League competition that could help us then get Champions League football. It's all that domino effect.
Yeah.
Are you confident of beating Leicester for a start? Ruben Amorim back to Old Trafford, and how important are you taking the FA Cup?
I'm definitely taking it. Like I said before, I think it's important that we at least go far in it anyway. Both of them, the FA Cup and the Europa League. Try and get as far as we can, and hopefully we can just win one. I mean, I said before about Rude. I feel like Rude's ex-players, ex-managers, they always want to come back to their old club and think, I can get a result here. You're not going to just hold your hands up and say, I don't care if I lose because it's United. Now you're going to think, I had an opportunity to actually not become the manager, but he was our, what was it called, caretaker manager, interim manager. And not to say he wasn't good enough because he won every game pretty much, but we obviously went and found someone we thought was better. He's still probably got a little bit of, something in his chest thinking, I might have been good enough to play to be the manager of you guys. I mean, you kind of got worse after I left, let's be honest. Like when he left, we've got a lot worse since he left, so he's probably been our best manager in a while. So I think definitely Leicester and obviously Rude are going to come here and want to get a big win, but no, I think we definitely need to, like I said, go far, hopefully get the win. And it's actually crazy to think that the past 3 years, if we do win, we won a trophy every year, which is insane. But especially if we win the Europa League, it means we've gone up a level as well. We won the Carabao, then the FA Cup, and then the Europa League.
Absolutely love to win that Europa.
That'll be insane. And then what's next year? No, Champions League or something like that. But yeah, it's been one of our worst periods of football, but somehow we still picked up silverware nearly every year.
I mean, any changes you've been making to 11? Would you be going for the strongest 11, considering you've still got a full week after that to recover?
I'd love to think that Dorgu, they've got to look at him in training. I can't give you the answer, but they've got to look at him in training. They've got to have a proper 11-a-side game and put him up against somebody who's an handful. Maybe I don't know. Maybe Dalot as a right wing back in the other team, and he's left wing back against Dalot. You know, something like that. See how he comes out of that. If he does okay, yeah, start him at left wing back and Dalot at right wing back, and then whatever you think you know, my strongest team's a little bit different to the manager's, but he's got to pick his strongest team.
What would you go with, Tel?
I'd go strong. I'd like to see Dorgu. I'd go with strong back three as you can. Delayed be in there. Probably Maguire in there. It's probably going to be Yoro, isn't it? Unless he starts, unless he wants to put Mazraoui in there in the cup. But I want to see Dalot right wing back and Dorgu left wing back. I think that's the main thing. Ugarte got to play for me. When he's fit, he's got to play. I'd like to see Mainu in the 10. I'd love to see Mainu in the 10 because we only seen it against in the Europa League and it was good. I liked it. Højlund and Xerxes, toss a coin, make him play rock, paper, scissors or something, whichever one gets up top.
If I was the manager, I'd take Højlund to one side and say, this is between me and you. I'll give you a bit of a confidence boost. You are going to be my starting number 9 from now till the end of the season. You work your socks off. You always work your socks off. You can't argue with that. Get stuck in. I will be giving Xerxes 20 minutes, 25 minutes, sometimes 30 minutes, but you're starting every week. Go out there, work your socks off and get yourself in that box. Hopefully you can raise his confidence a little bit and, you know, let's hope that helps.
That's a big question actually, guys, because obviously it's being briefed and we are, I'd say 99% have to sign a striker in the summer. So we are going to sign a striker in the summer. Highly likely we're going to try and go for Gyökeres. He's going to start next season if we sign him. Obviously you will. You can't keep both Højlund and Xerxes and have Gyökeres. One of them does have to go. You don't have to say who you think's going to go or if maybe both of them should go. But who do you think has the potential to be a better player for Manchester United?
I could make an argument for both of them.
Yeah. I think overall Xerxes seems to have a little bit more about him ability-wise, but Højlund's got that burst of pace, hasn't he? A bit more strength, a bit more aggression, and I just think in the Premier League,
a bit quicker, innit?
I just think he occupies defenders. They don't get a minute. And there's not a lot you can say that's good about these two players, really. But I just think Højlund is probably a little bit more important to your team than Xerxes, even though Xerxes is probably a touch better on the ball.
I'd actually say Højlund as well, to be fair. And it's not even, like Ricky said, there's not really much to kind of go off, but I feel like when he does grow like a little bit, he puts on a bit of muscle, like he's going to get a little bit quicker, you know, he's going to enter into his prime in the next 5 to 7 years, so he's got a long time to actually physically grow into the player that he needs to be. He's got a lot to learn. Like a lot of his problem is just IQ, not knowing when to run, where to run, running in the wrong direction when the ball's going here. Like these things, surely, I'm being very optimistic, but surely he will learn these things in 5 to 7 years when he does enter into his prime, whereas Xerxes, a little bit older, but not too much older, but a little bit older. And also, I can't imagine him getting any bigger, any stronger, any quicker. Like the physical attributes, I feel like they're already there with Xerxes. He's not going to get another half yard of pace. He's never been that kind of player. So I'd say Højlund, if he just learns, he understands the game a little bit more, and eventually when he grows up into being like a bit of a
grows up,
not in a disrespectful way, but when he physically fills out. I feel like you could definitely develop into definitely a better striker.
Yeah, it's hard for me because I think Højlund has way more chance of scoring goals consistently in the Premier League. I just feel more confident if he gets a chance in the box on goal, although it's been a long time since I've even seen him have a shot, I think, to be honest with you. But he's just not getting himself into them positions on a regular enough basis, and his hold-up play isn't great. But there is glimpses there. I see Xerxes, and in this Amorim system especially, I just don't ever see him kicking on as that number 9 striker. I don't think he's ever going to be a player that's scoring you 20 goals a season. I don't see that. I think in a Ten Hag system where you like to play with fast, pacey wingers like Garnacho and Rashford, dropping in, holding. Yeah, but dropping in, holding up the ball, and then passing it on to them, he could work more. I think Xerxes better on the ball now, probably has more skill on the ball, but I think to be an Amorim type striker, Højlund probably does have that edge of potential of being a certified number 9 striker. But I think he needs a loan, and I've said that for a few weeks now. And I said it to one of the journalists actually in the press conference at Man United. I said, I think he needs a loan, and they laughed in my face and said, £72 million striker needs a loan. I went, yeah, but he didn't pick the price tag. He didn't pick the price tag. I actually think he could do with a loan at Leicester. I've said it before, working under Ruud, who he already knows. He's spoken in previous interviews that Ruud really helped him when he was at the club. And, being around an experienced pro like Jamie Vardy, I think would do him a world of good. I think that's playing in the Premier League. Maybe not next year, but that's the type of club I think it'd do him a world of good.
After midnight tonight, you can't even go on loan, can he?
No, exactly. But that's what it is. Anyway, guys, score prediction for tomorrow? Or should we save it?
For Friday.
For the build-up show, for Friday.
I haven't thought properly yet. I'm going to save it.
Okay, you're going to save it? Well, United going to win. Win prediction.
Well, say that all. I'm saying it, but I'm going to say we'll win.
We always turn up in competitions.
Is it FA Cup?
Yeah.
Go United win on pens.
On pens.
It's at Old Trafford. We don't.
I can't do another pens, He did a bit of pens the last game.
Well, we can't score goals Old Trafford, mate. So
it'd be so frustrating to go to the Emirates, play the majority of the game with extra time with 10 men, and then win on penalties to then get beat at home by Leicester. That would be.
I'm gutted you.
You got the red card again.
But
gutted you.
Pardon?
You got the red card again.
Dallo, but he did it in the league, didn't he? Anyway, guys, Goldbridge is now live. Thank you, everybody, for all your super chats, all of your likes. Everyone subscribe to the channel as well. It's been a big old shift today, 6 hours live from the studio. Thank you to everybody involved. Jordan and Sam for kicking off the show. They were absolutely fantastic. Sam, we know how good he is in terms of his transfer news and his overall football news in general, so shout out to him. All of you guys as well. Ricky, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Maud, thank you. Tull, thank you so much. Greg in the gallery, Ryan behind the scenes, Matt with the graphics, and also to the one and only Luke Littler and Ramel as well, calling into the show. It's been fantastic. I know Goldbridge has probably got a massive rant to go on. He's not very happy. Head over there, let him know you're there, and...
What, should we send him with something?
Yeah, let's send him in with something. What should we send him in with?
Rashford.
No, we'll send him in with... Just send him in with... I'm trying to think now. We'll just... Pardon?
Sheep.
Yeah.
Sheep again.
Cough up the 5 million.
Yeah.
Go in.
Lend them 5 million.
Lend INEOS 5 million. Get in the chat to Goldbridge's deadline stream with that. Thank you, everyone, and we'll see you on the next one.